Welcome to the Hello Tomorrow Global Summit. We are now at day 5 of this week-long virtual conference, Hello Tomorrow's Open Day. To open up this last day of the conference, we have the pleasure of hearing some opening words from the COO of Hello Tomorrow, Sara Pedrosa.
Welcome everyone for the open day of the Hello Tomorrow Global Summit, a day open for free to anyone who wants to follow us. When I asked my mother a few weeks ago what she thought of artificial intelligence, genome editing techniques, drones, 3D printers, she told me she was scared. And my mother is a doctor, so somehow she has a foot in the scientific world. So it made me wonder, what is our society's relationship with science discoveries and new technologies? And this relationship seems quite ambiguous. It's true that technology, such as any tool, can be used for the best or the worst. And the worst has been quite at the center of the attention lately. So of course there are series such as Black Mirror, and we have this very good documentary by Tristan Harris that is called The Social Dilemma, who is very good in that perspective. At the same time, the same year, we had a crisis where new technologies seemed to be the radical answer we needed. We have 2 of the vaccines that are being developed against COVID that are developed in collaboration or by startups. So yes, the power of emerging technologies today is breathtaking and fearful at the same time. At Hello Tomorrow, we consider it brings hope more than anything else. Somehow, what we believe is that we can use these technologies to answer the most pressing issues in terms of environment, societal issues, or industrial issues. If we take the example of climate change, for instance, part of the answer will be that all of us change our behaviors, our habits in terms of consumption. But that might take decades. We don't have that much time. When we think that with technologies you can change radically the way we produce, we could gain much more time in order to fix these issues. And this is what we're trying to do, to drive new technologies towards a desirable future. How do we do that? It's quite simple somehow. We identify pioneers who are working with scientific discoveries and new technologies to develop solutions to the most important environmental, societal, and industrial issues. Once we have identified them, we connect them in a collaborative network where they can get access to the right funding and collaboration they need, and also, most importantly, the visibility they need. We also try to help as much as possible large organizations, public authorities to understand better how this technological revolution is shaping our industries and how they can work better with startups to get these solutions from the lab to the market. So of course, you might think that we're a bunch of blind idealists. Maybe it is the case. Or maybe we just choose optimism instead of fear, even though fear is a more natural instinct for humankind. And we also believe that society at large should be aware of what is going on with this technological revolution. And we believe that more than being aware, society should be able to choose to which direction these technologies should be driven to. So I really hope that you will enjoy this day, that you will be part of the debate. And I also really want to thank you, Anouk Vergniaud, for setting up this amazing program today for you. Have a good day.
Thank you, Sarah, for those beautiful and important messages. My name is Kayla Rourke, your MC, and we are streaming live from Paris this Friday morning. Over the past 4 days, we have explored 4 major themes here at the Global Summit, and today is on purpose very interdisciplinary. We are looking at how to bring science into our everyday lives. As we've seen, science and deep tech have some of the answers to the crises that we face. But we need to take action, or they will just remain ideas. Our goal here at Hello Tomorrow is to spread these messages beyond our community and to the world at large. So in that spirit, this is the first time that the Global Summit is made free and open to the public. The fact that it is also live streamed from our website, hellotomorrow.org, just go to the Open Day page and you'll have access to all of today's great content. So if you're joining us for the first time today, welcome. We have a great program designed for you, including the Diamond Challenge. The Diamond Challenge is our deep tech trivia game, and the winner, who will be announced tonight, receives lifetime access to the Global Summit. So be sure to click on that if you're on your computer or scan it from your phone. So what's on first? Our first panel is on launching Europe's Deep Tech Factory. It is moderated by Hello Tomorrow's own CEO, Arnaud de la Tour. Over to you, Arnaud.
Thank you, Kayla. I'm very happy to organize this discussion with two deep tech leaders. Antoine Gurevich is Managing Director and Senior Partner for the Boston Consulting Group, one of our key partners for a long time. And he's leading BCG's initiatives in deep tech, research efforts on emerging technologies, and BCG's global work on data and digital platforms. He specializes in shaping the impact of those technologies in several industries, such as mobility or finance. Jean-Éric Paquet is Director General of DG Research and Innovation since 2018. His career at the European Commission actually started quite earlier in 1993, sorry. And since then, he has contributed in shaping the EU policy in various fields and achieved major breakthrough included in DG Transport. And he also gained considerable experience at an international level. Unfortunately, he could not join us this morning live, but we still could record a video so that he can address some key messages, and we'd like to start with hearing those messages.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm really delighted to be able to speak at the Hello Tomorrow event or conference. With a bit of frustration, I must say, because as the first lockdown took place earlier this year, I was essentially nearly on the plane to Paris to participate in the event. And now again, I'm addressing you by video because I cannot join you digitally. But I hope there will be opportunities in the future also to work together. I'm delighted to be able to say a few words because the European Union is now increasingly ramping up its efforts, its resources, also its instruments to help innovators in Europe be supported, but also scale up better, faster, and in Europe. You are, of course, well aware, because you are a part of that success, that Europe is a place where startups emerge on a very, very large scale already. We have in Europe invested in regions, around universities, around industry, in ecosystems to support the emergence of startup. Seed financing is available on a very large basis in Europe. And with success, because you are, as European startups on a yearly basis, you are more numerous than startups in any other part of the world. So ideas, talent, risk-taking, Europe is not lagging behind at all. Where admittedly we need to improve is indeed on scaling up. Rounds A, rounds B of financing are in many cases still more challenging in Europe. Possibly also because scaling up in Europe happens differently than in other parts of the world, like the United States. I think it probably happens slightly less fast. I think the tradition of burning money is much less a tradition here in Europe. And as you grow and develop, you also are very much connected to market growth. And this is, of course, to an extent, a different growth path. But at the same time, what I think is also true, and what policymakers in member states have well identified, and there's a lot of support on scaling up already available in member states. In France, for example, but also in Germany, in Finland, there are many good examples of instruments and programs which support scaling up of startups or small and medium-sized innovators across Europe. But at EU level, we have decided to add, if you want, to that national effort. And we created, together with our member states, the European Innovation Council. The European Innovation Council was envisaged a few years ago already. We are today in 19 and 20 in a very large-scale pilot for that European Innovation Council. Around €1.5 billion euros are available for that pilot phase, and the European Innovation Council will be deployed full scale as of next year under the next research program, Horizon Europe. The orders of magnitudes of funding on a yearly basis will be around €1 billion, €1.5 billion, so quite significant funding and financing available for scaling up to take place. What we hope to make a difference on with the European Innovation Council is on deep tech innovation. We believe, and I think the analysis is shared by many in the high tech and innovation sphere, we believe that the next wave of innovation will not be only digital. Of course, there are still plenty of amazing digital innovations taking place, including in Europe, but that the next wave will be at the intersection of digital and physical, already happening, and increasingly in deep tech, be it in biology, in engineering, areas where Europe has a particularly powerful tradition. And we believe that combining digital with engineering, with deep tech developments will allow Europe to be at the forefront of that innovation wave. And this is what the European Innovation Council is largely about. With a number of instruments, the Pathfinder and the Accelerator. The Pathfinder is about bringing together innovators and scientists to develop science which can then lead to innovation. Very closely connected also to the work happening in Europe in the European Research Council, what I call our Nobel Prize Factory. The European Research Council has a proof of concept which is closely connecting also with this Pathfinder of the European Innovation Council. But then the more visible and possibly very powerful part of the European Innovation Council is what we call the Accelerator, which we tested at scale in 19 and 20, where we want to make available probably Series A types of funding and financing for scaling up to take place, and this in the form of grant funding, but also equity. And that is a way of approaching support to innovative startups and SMEs, which is usually not available. And in the pilot phase, the model has proven to be rather very successful. Why this blending? The blending is because we believe that in many cases, market financing for deep tech innovative companies is not so easy to access. I mean, firstly, because it can be costly, but secondly, also because often there is science involved, difficult to assess for venture capitalists, and sometimes also science involved with research still needed to bring products to the market. And by construction, such research efforts are highly risky with an outcome which is not always easy to anticipate. So blending is therefore very relevant and very necessary. But we found in preparing the European Innovation Council, and the pilot is, I think, confirming that it makes sense from the outset also to blend this grant component with equity. And we have therefore in the European Innovation Council created the European Innovation Council Fund, which makes available equity at the same time as the grant is being made available. And that equity then, of course, equips companies as they grow, as the research is carried out, as the risk diminishes, also with a strong basis to attract investors. In fact, the EIC fund also will have as a role to engage with founders, startups, CEOs. As we discuss the support of the EIC, this grant and equity component, we will then also discuss and try to help to see whether there is from the outset interest already from other investors. I mean, we are speaking of tickets of a few million euros, up to 10, 15 million euros, if that is justified by the research and by the development needed for the company. We want to really find the deep tech innovation which will make a difference in Europe. We will have bottom-up calls, so you can come with your ideas, whatever the idea. We also will have more targeted calls around artificial intelligence, around the Green Deal transformation of Europe. We had a few months ago a particularly successful call also on responses to COVID-19. We believe that innovation can make a difference for society, not just in terms of competitiveness, productivity, yes, that is very important, but also in terms of driving transformations into our society to make Europe digital and green into the future. And finding the best innovation is about really reaching out, as my teams are doing with you in Hello Tomorrow today, and also in convincing you to come forward with your ideas. In fact, we have thousands of applicants in each round, so to an extent, many more than we expected. I think testimony to the deep tech revolution happening silently in Europe. But also to the fact that you believe that the EIC can make a difference for your innovation. So you come forward with an idea. We will try, as we move into the fully fledged European Innovation Council, to make that initial pitch as light as possible. And then once we have selected the most promising ideas and teams, there is then an interview phase, which you are very familiar with as you engage with venture capital as well. And we find that in this interview phase, where you will be grilled, if you want, by scientists, but also bankers, financiers, also experts which know the innovation ecosystem very well, that this is going to be for you a real opportunity to showcase your idea, to showcase the science between your idea, but also to show us how committed and energetic and smart the team behind the company also is. And with that double track of a written application and then these interviews, I very much expect that we will be able to really find very, very promising, disruptive deep tech innovations. So the first portfolios are here and there for you to look at. They are on the EIC web presence, so you can see with that what type of companies have been successful so far. A lot of very exciting stuff across the board, and I hope that many of you listening in now and part of the conference will be interacting with our teams in the European Innovation Council. Come and meet us, and if you find that you are the next disruptive deep tech innovation in Europe, you must apply, and I hope we will be able to help. Thank you very much for allowing me to this digital opening, and I very much hope that there will be further opportunities in the future to speak at Hello Tomorrow, ideally in the meeting itself in Paris. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jean-Eric Paquet, for explaining so clearly Europe's ambition, but also instruments to not only foster startup creation, but also scale up in Europe. That's indeed very important. I'm very happy, Antoine, to follow up on this discussion with you. I started with a brief introduction, so maybe you want to say a few words about yourself and about how you are engaged and involved with deep tech.
Thank you, Arnaud. So I've been, 25 years with BCG, mostly involved in technology, internet and digital, and now I'm working with deep tech. I guess the reason why BCG is interested in deep tech is because 2 years ago, the CEO asked us a question. Digital has been extremely powerful as a wave, but we see that, I'm not saying it's behind us, but I say, it's pretty clear what it's doing. And the question is, what's next? And in this what's next, how can it solve the big issues we have in front of us, from climate change to energy to mobility or to food? And what we discover in the last 2 years, also working with you a lot, is that actually we see that deep tech could be a way to fundamentally transform the value chain of the industries and able to solve the big challenge. So what are we doing at BCG in deep tech? First of all, we are identifying, what are the key emerging technologies and how they're evolving and what is their maturity. We are also finding out what are the deep tech companies that we think will be the winners in the space. And we are, of course, working with universities and labs, like the one from Zurich in ETH or MIT and many others, to work with PhDs and luminaries. And also, we are working with our clients with the methodology that we have invented, which is called the reactor, to solve big questions with deep tech. So just to give you an example, one of our clients asked us how to reduce vaccine time by 100, by a factor of 100 and reducing the cost by 20. And we have this methodology using the deep tech ecosystem, both the PhDs, the startups, and of course all the techs, to be able to solve these challenges.
Thank you. It's quite interesting. And listening to you, the fact that you engage startups, the ecosystem in general, but also at Jean-Eric Paquet's speech about Europe Instruments, we really see that startups are at the center of what before we might consider more the job of big companies, meaning to bring breakthrough technologies that at least used to cost a lot to bring to the markets. So the question I have for you is, really, yes, a few decades ago, it was mainly about big companies. So why do you think now startups are able to break into markets, into industries where usually it was mostly big public or private organizations?
Yeah, and for me, that's really what has changed. And thank you for your question, because I think it's really the one. The first time I've seen a fabulous experience, it was in the lab of Alain Aspect. Alain Aspect made this experience, about demonstrating entanglements in quantum mechanics. And this experiment, which was done in France, led to the creation of two new industries. One was about the quantum computer, and one was quantum cryptography. And this experiment has been done in 1983. And today we are in 2020, and I must say that quantum cryptography and quantum computing, they are starting, but it's still in infancy. So it used to take a long time from lab to market. But in Alain Aspect's lab, there is a startup that you've distinguished, I think it was Wednesday, which is called Pascal, which is building an analog quantum processor. And actually this startup has some industrial applications which are very impressive in the smart grid, for example, optimization and many others. And this startup have been created in the last years, and it's becoming faster. And I think this is very important. It used to be very big discovery, but taking a lot of time, to startups that are able to do
I was just watching Antoine in the on the YouTube.
Sorry, there was some noise. And to a prototype that costs, a few $100K or a few $1 million or a few $1 million, which is, I think, totally changes the game. And this is what we call at BCG the third wave of innovation. The first wave was, as you said, the wave of the IBM, Xerox, that were really hiring a lot of PhDs, getting lots of Nobel Prizes. The second wave was the Silicon Valley wave, which gave birth to the Google and Amazon of the world. And in this wave, there was many investments, I would say, in internet digital or in synthetic biology. But what we see now is a totally different wave, where we see investment in many technologies, from robotics, nanotechnology, advanced material, of course, continuing to play in synthetic biology, quantum, and many others. And because all of these technology are kind of getting into digital and getting the exponential factor, it is going much faster now. And because there is so much money available, also, we see things that used to be impossible possible. And what I feel is the reason it is happening is because we see merging science, all these emerging technologies I've been speaking about, with engineering and design thinking. So what used to be an innovation process which was kind of binary and very risky is now becoming an innovation process led with engineering and design thinking in a typical, what we call the design, build, test, and learn approach. And this is made much faster because on each stage of the cycle, you have lots of data available that can allow you to accelerate the thing. And if I were to make a comparison, I would say that 2020 is what is for deep tech what 1995 was for digital. In 1995, it was the birth of companies like eBay, Amazon. I think in 2020, we have the birth of companies that will have the same type of impact in the world. And just to give you maybe a few examples, we see platform companies appearing. So I was speaking about Amazon on the cloud. I would like to speak about a company which is named Ginkgo Bioworks, which is based in Boston. And Ginkgo is a very interesting company because it is becoming the Amazon Web Services of synthetic biology. So for example, what Ginkgo is doing, they are doing a platform which is merging robotics and also a DNA platform that is able to produce any cell you would like to have based on enzyme and mammalian protein and everything. So basically, you just ask them what you want, and with they can program it, and they can design the cell you would like to use. So of course, you can use that for yourself. Ginkgo is using it in partnership, but also there can be any startup that wants to design a cell can ask Ginkgo Bioworks to do that for them. And there are many other companies like that, so which faster, which accelerate the speed of innovation. And the reason why it is happening is because the whole process is kind of what I call de-risk. The successful deep tech ventures are doing 4 things. The first thing is they are problem-oriented, not solution or technology-oriented. And I think it's very important. You don't succeed by just having an idea about technology. You are succeeding because you want to solve a big problem. So for example, one of the big problems to be solved is the fertilizer problem. As you know, nitrogen is a big issue because to produce nitrogen, it produces 4% of greenhouse gas emission. And of course, it pollutes water because only 50% of the nitrogen is used by the plants for which we are using fertilizer. And to solve this problem, either you can use quantum computing, so it's a technology, but you will just reduce greenhouse gases, or you just try to think, okay, how does nature does it? And nature does it very easily by fixing, nitrogen at the roots of the plant and using nitrogen which is present in the atmosphere. And actually, Ginkgo Bioworks and Bayer are developing bacteria that can exactly do that. So it's faster because, of course, Ginkgo has this platform. So this is typically, why it's happening and happening bigger. I think what's also important is playing the ecosystem, and I think that's extremely important. And I think Jean-Eric mentioned it. So, for example, if you want to address the fusion system to produce clean energy, just like the sun is producing, energy, we have a startup which is called a Commonwealth Fusion System, stemming from MIT, which is really working with the MIT Center of Plasma, working with a few large companies like E&I and Equinor, of course, working with the ecosystem of venture capital and with Breakthrough Energy Venture. And of course, the US government is interested. So if you play the ecosystem well, it's also accelerating a lot between big corporation, labs, venture capitalists, of course, and the public system. The third point, which I think is really making a difference, is to adopt a design thinking approach with a deep tech inside. And one of the company, I guess, which receives the prize of Hello Tomorrow, which is Lilium Aviation. Lilium Aviation is a air robot taxi company, trying to change mobility, solving mobility. What I find very interesting in Lilium Aviation is when they design a prototype, they start with the 2-seaters, then they went to a 3- and 5-seaters. And of course, it's a drone. So you see the acceleration with exponential of robotics. But what they do is whenever they do a test, so whenever there is a flight, all the data is captured, put into a platform, and everything that is learned goes back to the engineering so that the next prototype can be designed even better. So they are really applying the design, build, test, learn approach to reduce risk and accelerate everything. And the last one is design to cost, which I think is very important. Because if you don't start with, having the right cost in mind and thinking at cost from the start, you will never make it happen. And I think this is what was hindering a lot of the lab's research before. And we can see that, for example, in companies that are producing meats or companies that are producing films for electronics that are now really having this design to cost approach. So all of this is making what seems impossible possible much faster. And for me, this is what I call the deep tech revolution.
Thank you. And it's actually a nice also introduction to another session I have with another partner from the Boston Consulting Group, Massimo, this afternoon at 3:40. So I'm making a little bit of advertising for our session. And you talked about the fact that it's another wave, not kind of the one that started in the Silicon Valley. And I definitely agree. And one of the dimensions, beyond the fact that it's not only about technology, and for all the dimensions you mentioned, it's really new. It's also really global. And you also talked about Lilium Aviation, which is the winner of the challenge in 2016. And they are very successful today. They actually raised recently a $240 million round, becoming one of the first European deep tech unicorns. So it shows that, yes, it's definitely happening everywhere, including in Europe. And as the Boston Consulting Group is a global management consulting firm, you have also a view of what's going on in China, in the US, also in Europe. So I would like to have your impression about maybe the differences between those two regions, because we know that it's kind of a global competition, a global race that is starting also with the deep tech revolution. So what do you feel in terms of focus or strategy of those three regions? Sorry.
Yes, so maybe I'll start with China, which for me is probably the most interesting one. So I think China has always had, a long-term view. I remember the first time I was there, I think it was 2001. I was working at the time on a mobility project, and I met with Minister of Industry, and he told me China will be the leader in battery for the electric vehicle. It was 2001, and which they are today. So they have a long-term vision, and they're able to pour a lot of money into many technologies. And today, so behind electronics and of course batteries, they have chose to focus on artificial intelligence, cloud computing, and blockchain. I remember I met a blockchain, startup, and actually it was already funded with $200 million money, doing things as large as most of the largest US companies were doing at the time. So, and it was only 3 years ago. So today, China is able to invest a lot of money in these companies. And remember, companies like Alibaba, just like Google or Microsoft, are, investing $10 billion a year in the cloud. Same as Google, by the way. So which means that, so to get to the scale you want, you need to get a lot of money, which is something we should think as part of the European Union. I think China, on the new technology like quantum computing, like 3D printing, gene editing, etc., they're also investing. They are probably looking at what's happening in Europe and US and going then going there. When they go there, they go it very big. So basically, they establish a cluster and they basically ask researchers, universities, and governments to collaborate. And it's extremely efficient. So we've seen it in the past. We are going to see it in the future. I do believe that China is catching up very fast in emerging tech. And remember, every year, China produces as much engineer as the whole stock of the world. So it will have an impact. And because the way they are managing it is what I call the gardener way, meaning that they decide, on the field, and they decide what the field will look like, and they make it happen, which can be quite interesting from a view of a European person, because, they will send people to a small town where there's a university to really create the ecosystem there, which will not happen like that in Europe or in the US. Actually, they are, I would say, for me, in the next 5 years, the people with the most investment and probably the most interesting stuff will come from China. There are also, advantages of being there, I think, in terms of ability to to search on a large population and to do a lot of experiments, as we've seen in artificial intelligence. I would say the US are continuing to work as they've always been. So you basically have, the cluster around Silicon Valley and around Stanford and Berkeley, the cluster in Boston with Harvard and MIT. You have a few other clusters, which is very much, I would say, driven by DARPA. DARPA being the defense agency which is investing in new technology. It is a very interesting way of doing things. So DARPA has been created after Sputnik. There was in the US a Sputnik moment where they heard the beep, beep, beep was not very pleasant for them. And it was something they didn't see coming. And they created DARPA to say, okay, we don't want to have any new technology to surprise us. We want to be the one who do the surprises. So, for example, what we see in the autonomous vehicle was a challenge created by DARPA, where you had lots of universities and Google at the time who were in the Moab desert to create the autonomous vehicle. So DARPA is really pushing new industries. Same with semiconductor. Most of the American companies we've seen today have been creating through the DARPA challenges. So in the US, it's really the traditional cluster plus DARPA creating, new clusters. In Europe, I see a much more, I would say, fragmented place. So of course, you see, France and England with very good universities. So there is a cluster in London, there is one close to Oxford and Cambridge, there is one in Paris, but also not only in Paris, because we like to spread also investment. There is, of course, what you see in Netherlands, Germany, but it's very fragmented. And I wonder, so of course you could say in a digital world, the fragmentation should not be an issue and probably we should collaborate a bit more. But as I think that deep tech is all about ecosystem, I wonder how we should defragment and concentrate our investments in a few places, which probably would be more efficient. So that's where that's what I see from the many visits I've been doing.
So we hope that also with what Jean-Henri Paquet announced, we'll manage to leverage the advantages of fragmentation, so being close to local universities and local talents, while structuring a very strong European ecosystem. I think we are heading towards the end of the session. So thank you very much, Antoine. Thank you very much also to Jean-Henri Paquet. And again, you should definitely join the session we're having with Massimo this afternoon at 3:40, where we will dive into some of the elements that Antoine already introduced. The fact that the deep tech revolution is not only about technology, it's a new approach also. And we'll also talk about what you introduced about how we can leverage the power of nature. So thank you very much and enjoy the day.
Thanks to you.
Thank you, Antoine. Up next is a fireside chat on breaking boundaries, looking at the limits of planet Earth. Owen Gaffney, who, in addition to his position at Stockholm Resilience Center, is also an analyst and policy advisor at the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research. And, fun fact, he's also one of the advisors who guided David Attenborough's documentary, Our Planet. He's online with Nicolas Gödel, the deep tech lead at Hello Tomorrow. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Kayla. So welcome everyone. Also from my side, I'm Nico, and it's a great pleasure to have Owen Gaffney here with me on the screen. So Owen is a worldwide recognized Earth systems analyst, an inspiring futurist and writer. Owen, how are you doing this morning?
Here we go. The famous mute challenge. Yeah, thank you, Nico, for inviting me on. It's a pleasure to be here.
So from where are you calling in today?
I'm calling in from Stockholm. Actually, we live on the Stockholm archipelago, and it's a freezing cold day today. We had our first snow last night.
All right. So by now you are in Stockholm or around Stockholm. I've seen when preparing that session that you started your career as an aeronautical engineer. So how come that you ended up in Earth system science now?
Yeah, that's a good question. So I'm from Ireland originally, and I had this kind of I was really obsessed with space growing up. So I studied astronautic engineering in the UK. But when I finished the job, when I finished studying there, I felt that I was still obsessed by space, but a lot of the industries then involved in that were working with the defense industry. And I wasn't so interested in working for defense companies or on the defense side of things. So that's where, a huge amount of the investment is in space. So I decided to take more of a scenic route with my career. And I studied film and journalism and writing and became more and more involved. I'd always been involved in environmental issues and environmental activism when I was younger, but I slowly moved into more writing about the state of the planet. And then a few years ago, I got an email from the Royal Academy of Sciences in Stockholm, and you don't ignore emails from them. And they invited me to see if I'd be interested in a position at the International Geosphere Biosphere Program, which is a big international research program looking at the state of the planet, trying to put together a picture of the whole state of the planet, the ocean, the land, the ice sheets, the forests, and humans, the human impact on the planet. So this whole thing, and this really intrigued me. So I joined International Geosphere Biosphere Program, and from there moved to Future Earth and Stockholm Resilience Center, and now Potsdam Institute.
That's great. That's a great journey. Can you, for the audience that is not 100% familiar with the term Earth system science, explain in a sentence or two what you do on a daily basis, or what an Earth system scientist actually does?
Yeah. So really, Earth system science started emerging in maybe the late 70s, early 80s, when it was realized that we can't just look at systems, the major systems on Earth on their own. The water cycle, the climate cycle, the nitrogen cycle, or the ice sheets or the oceans. So these things are all deeply, deeply interconnected. And if you push one, you're going to affect the other. And humans are now playing an increasingly dominant role in that system as well. So you need to look at the human system too. So it's really, it's a bunch of researchers who are really interested in those interconnections and trying to put together that whole where you get sort of emergent properties from these interactions.
So you mentioned before that you work for, among many other things, for those two very world-renowned institutes, so the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research and the Stockholm Resilience Center. So what does make those places special? So what is the common foundational concept that those two institutes actually push forward and that all is underlying all their research now?
Yeah, so I guess one of the key idea that's emerged from Earth system science over the last few decades is the idea of the Anthropocene, and the Anthropocene is the geological epoch we are currently in, and this was first proposed back in the year 2000 at a meeting of the International Geosphere Biosphere Program by Nobel laureate Paul Crutzen. He won his Nobel Prize for his work on the ozone layer and how human chemicals could eat the ozone layer and create a hole. So he, at a meeting, he proposed, we were talking about the Holocene. We've been in the Holocene since the end of the last ice age. So for about 10,000 years, Earth has been in this geological period called the Holocene. And this has been a remarkably stable period in Earth's history. Temperature has only risen one degree or fallen 1 degree in that entire period, a kind of very, very narrow band. But now we can see huge amounts of change going on Earth caused by humans. And so Paul Crutzen proposed that we've left the Holocene behind. We've entered a new geological epoch, which he coined the Anthropocene. And this has been a guiding principle, a guiding idea within Earth System Science and driving Potsdam Institute and Stockholm Resilience Center now. And I think it's a profound concept. To me, it's equivalent to Darwin's theory of evolution, or Copernicus's heliocentricity, that Earth goes round the sun, in that it forces us to rethink our place on Earth. We are the prime driver of change currently on Earth. This is a new responsibility for us as a planet. This is a new realization for us as a species.
And can we put a date on this change of epoch? So like I read that some people say that could be back in the 16th century, of end of 15th, when Columbus discovered Americas. I know that other colleagues of yours put it at the around the Industrial Revolution, others maybe in the 1950s, 60s, when growth and consumption hit overdrive. So can we put a date on this?
Yeah, so we published a paper in 2015 suggesting that it's really the 1950s is when we reached that inflection point on the exponential curve. Before that, we were having an increasingly big impact on the planet, but we weren't going beyond the natural boundaries of the planet. But since the 1950s, we'd been really pushing things way beyond in all areas, not just climate, but in terms of biodiversity loss, in terms of land use change, in terms of ocean acidification, changing of the nitrogen cycle, changing of the hydrological cycle, the water cycle on Earth. So really, pushing those boundaries by about 1950s, and now we are way beyond in all areas. So this is, and in fact, we've even got a marker. The 16th of July, 1945, the first atomic bomb test in the air, and that's left a radioactive signature. Radioactive particles went all the way around Earth at that time, and so future geologists will be able to see that layer in the rock and be able to date it pretty precisely as the start of some rupture in the Earth system, some major shift.
You named some of the issues that we are currently facing, like ocean acidification, or generally also the decreasing biodiversity on our planet. How bad is it actually today? So when I tune into conversations around the state of our biosphere, I often hear about those tipping points that we should stay far away from. Can you give us a little bit of an update on where we are and what those tipping points are?
So back in 2008, a group of researchers met in Germany, in fact, to do an analysis of tipping points, the first big synthesis of tipping points in the climate system. And they identified about 15 tipping points. And these relate to Arctic sea ice, melting of the Greenland ice sheet, changes to the ocean circulation in the Atlantic, the changes to monsoons, changes to boreal forests, the Amazon rainforest, permafrost, the Antarctic ice sheet, and instabilities there, and identified these as areas that could undergo very rapid change if we keep putting incremental pressure on them. Eventually, they'll reach a failure point. It's like the straw that broke the camel's back, and they'll start changing irrecoverably. Even if we stop emissions or reduce emissions, they'll still keep on changing. So that's the risk with tipping points. And back in 2008, the issue was way off in the distance. I mean, the estimates were we might not hit tipping points until 2050, 2100, when temperatures rise 3 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial. And so that's where we were until last year. Myself and colleagues, we revisited the tipping points from 2008 and had a look at what is happening currently in these areas. And what we found has been really the surprise of my career. I was absolutely stunned that, in fact, of the 15 tipping points, 9 are already undergoing massive, large-scale change. And when it comes to the Antarctic ice sheet, parts of it may have already crossed tipping points. We're seeing trillions of tons being lost in Greenland and Antarctica, trillions of tons, and this is really surprising. And now we're looking at, well, is there any way these could actually be restabilized, or will they continue to lose trillions, and will this accelerate? And that's the big risk. And there's some major research looking at that at the moment, but it's very worrying. But then when you look elsewhere, we've lost half of the coral reefs on Earth, and we're predicted to lose, virtually all of them in the next few decades. And the Amazon rainforest, one of the most important stores of carbon on Earth, within 15 years, it could start moving from being a store of carbon to start emitting carbon. So because of the downward trend it's on, we're seeing unprecedented fires and droughts there over the last 20 years. Combined, this is a combination of climate change and deforestation. So we're seeing very, very big changes in the Earth system, which makes us very, very concerned.
Yeah, I guess that was a very dark surprise that you came across there in your research a few years back. So I think in response, some of your colleagues, and I believe even including you came up with the planetary boundaries. Can you describe that concept within one or two sentences before we then head on in discussing a bit more what we can actually do to stabilize the Earth?
Right, yeah, and it wasn't me that came up with this. This was Johan Rockström, Will Steffen, and colleagues, Tim Lenton and team, and some of these researchers have been working on the tipping points earlier. And this basically the planetary boundaries idea is, well, if we've had this very stable state for 10,000 years, what keeps us in that stable state? What keeps that Holocene stability? There was a workshop in Stockholm or in Sweden back in 2007 to look at that. And the research team came out of that workshop with, they hadn't identified one boundary that keeps us in that stable state, or 1,000. They identified 9 key boundaries. And at that time, they said that we'd crossed 3 of those boundaries relating to climate, biodiversity loss, and our use of fertilizers, nitrogen and phosphorus. And then since then, they've concluded that we've actually transgressed a further boundary on land use change. We're using about half of Earth's land, and we cannot go beyond that. We must stop land use expansion, or we risk that Holocene stability. So this is a priority list for the planet. It's 9 boundaries, and we really have to look at 4 of them that we've transgressed. Which is why it's been so influential among policymakers and the business community.
And what is your recipe like? What's your approach? So I've seen that you recently published the Exponential Roadmap to Sustainability. Is that the answer to keeping us within the boundaries of our planet?
So we start reaching a cluster of tipping points if we go beyond 1.5 degrees Celsius. We're already at 1.1 degrees Celsius, 1.1, 1.2, and we're rising at 0.2 degrees Celsius a decade. We're running out of time. We have a very limited carbon budget. In fact, if we keep emitting at current rates, we will use our remaining carbon budget for our remaining time on Earth within 7 years. That's with a 2 in 3 chance of staying below or around 1.5 degrees. We extinguish our budget in 7 years. It's unlikely we'll stay below 1.5, but if we can keep around 1.5, that is absolutely a critical priority for us as a species right now. And to do that, we need to halve emissions every decade at the very least to reach net zero by 2050 at the very latest. We published the first paper on that trajectory in 2017 because we realized that the messages to policymakers from the academic community was, well, we need to reach net zero sometime in the second half of the 21st century, so 30, 40 years from now. But that essentially sent a message that we can have a slow decrease in emissions, or wait for some unicorn technology to turn up to take our carbon emissions out of the atmosphere. But we realized that, in fact, to reach net zero by 2050, we have to do most of the work now. Our emissions are so high, we can no longer rely on an incremental trajectory and a hope that technology will save us. We, in fact, need to halve emissions between now and 2030, and again by 2040, and again by 2050. And this is a useful framing because it applies to me as an individual, to you as an individual, but also to cities, to businesses, to companies, to and up to the global scale. So it's this kind of cross-scalar thinking around the challenge. But we need to do more than that, though. We'll also need to draw carbon out of the atmosphere and turn our agricultural systems into stores of carbon. We need regenerative agriculture. So it's those three things combined that is what we call the carbon law for stabilizing the climate.
And do you see some of this reflected, so particularly the carbon law, in the big policies and plans of the governments? I think just yesterday, Canada specified a bit their plan on how to get to net zero emissions in 2050. And I know other regions came up as well and came forward. How satisfied are you with this? And do you see the carbon law kind of being implemented in those things?
Yeah, so I mean, we're seeing something I could not have imagined a year or so ago. We've got 120 countries now saying that they'll be net zero by 2050, and this is absolutely remarkable. This is a social tipping point, a political tipping point. June 2019, Britain was the first G7 country to say it was going to be net zero by 2050. In a very, very fractured political environment, that Britain couldn't agree on anything at that point, and suddenly they make this phenomenal agreement that is going to change the economy for generations to come. And then now Europe has said the same. Now, incredibly, back in September, Xi Jinping, president of China, said he would be net zero by at the latest 2060. We couldn't believe that. And then you see Japan and South Korea also falling in line around that. And now with the Biden administration in the United States, we're in a position where the economic powerhouse of the world is China, US, and Europe. Without doubt, that drives the global economy. Those three areas are now committing to net zero by 2050. This is an absolute transformative moment. Of course, they actually must go much faster. They have a responsibility as the biggest emitters to go much faster, and they need to set targets to halve by 2030. But this is definite progress. We're seeing Britain announcing this week that it's going to phase out internal combustion engines by 2030. A year ago it was 2045, I think. 2040. In February it's 2035. Now it's 2030. Because the economics is there, it's going to be it's economically viable to do it very, very rapidly. Now we're on an unstoppable trajectory.
So I get that so basically the carbon law is more for you than just a pure description of what needs or what should go on in terms of reducing our emissions, but should really be the North Star that people, companies, and states, try to reach, right? So you've chosen this exponential framing, for a certain reason. Can you elaborate a bit more there, where it comes from, the idea of calling that a carbon law and this exponential framing?
Yeah. So the Paris Agreement in 2015, set in place we need to stay well below 2 degrees and aim for 1.5. And myself and colleagues were thinking about, how do we frame that? What is the trajectory to go on? And at the same time, we're having sort of parallel conversations with a friend and colleague, former executive at Intel, who's very, very here in Stockholm, Johan Falk, who's very committed to action on climate. And he was saying, you should consider framing this in terms of exponentials. The exponential framing in the tech sector, as Moore's law, has had a phenomenal influence. As a very simple rule of thumb, a simple heuristic of doubling computer power every 2 years. And every company, just is on that track. They follow it. They have that expectation. And there's something about these very simple rules and ideas or heuristics within economic systems that are very, very powerful drivers of change. And he said, he was encouraging us to think in terms of that way. And of course, our original thinking was, well, exponentials go up. That and this is the last thing we want to do is increase emissions. But then we started thinking in terms of framing these trajectories as exponential decreases instead. And I think it is powerful. It front loads the problem as well. The biggest change needs to happen soonest, that first halving. So we think it's been useful, and it shows the sort of the need, the importance of connecting and networks and having varied networks for ideas in ecosystems. Where do ideas come from in science and technology?
I fully agree. And beyond halving emissions each decade, what can particular companies do else in your view to contribute to this transformation to a sustainable era? Sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, we've been thinking a lot about the tech sector, and the tech sector has been, very vocal in, being a front runner in reducing emissions, and which is really important. I mean, it's great to see, Apple committing to fully circular economy by 2030, I think, and Google and Facebook, and now even Amazon, after a lot of prodding and from the workforce and pushing, is now is being more active in this space, which is good to see. But what we're missing at the moment, though, is the fact that these companies influence the behavior of 4 billion people, half the planet of the world, half the planet on Earth. So how can these companies who often have global visions, their mission statements and vision statements are about some sort of world domination in information or community building or shopping, whatever it might be, how that could be somehow cognizant of the state of the world? How can they use that influence to affect behavior? Because we're seeing the huge negative impacts of their influence in the world. Facebook, for example, and promises a global community, but has created a fractured, polarized world. Google is promising to bring the world's information together, but now we live in an information ecosystem where we don't have a shared worldview based on scientific knowledge. It's fractured and polarized, and so how do these companies use their influence to support societal goals?
So the community that is listening to us today, the Hello Tomorrow community, is all about science entrepreneurship, and following those lines, when they develop a new technology, so when they come up with an idea and want to dominate their market, what do they need to think about today in terms of risks assessment and in terms of their influence on our planet?
Yeah, I think they have a huge responsibility. The world doesn't need more innovation to solve this problem. We're very, very innovative as a species, but this innovation is not targeted. It's undirected at the moment, and it's not clear to me. As Antoine, the previous speaker from Boston Consulting, said, the next decade is going to be transformational. It's going to be a huge revolution, but we're still not sure whether that will drive emissions down. Will that seek to stabilize our planet and enhance biodiversity and help purify water and soils, or whether it will work against those goals and further destabilize the planet. So what we need from the deep tech community and these new emerging companies is, we have the chief technology officer, the COO, the CEO. We almost need some sort of chief Anthropocene officer. What will happen if this idea goes global and reaches billions of people? What will be the emergent properties of this idea when it interacts with other big ideas in society? And how can that emergent property work to restabilize our planet? So a chief Anthropocene officer would be, I think I'd push for that in new startups.
All right, I think that's a very great idea, and that should be implemented right away in all our deep tech pioneers in our community. So we are almost at the end of our session already, Owen. So I want to take the easy path as moderator, and instead of recapping all you said, because I believe this session will be available for replay, I want to challenge your brain one last time. And so you came up already with this chief Anthropocene officer in a company. What other ideas do you have that we currently are not really discussing? So what would you like to put forward in this world, to put out to this world, what we need to think about that we currently are not?
Cool. I think, I suppose in a nutshell, one thing I'm interested in is fintech. Even green fintech would seem to be, I think there's only one green fintech hub in the world here in Stockholm. I'm really surprised by that. I'd kind of expect far more, but I think we need some, a lot of big change in the world happens through technology. If it's airplanes, if it's cars, if it's high frequency trading, we need some breakthrough technologies, I think, in the finance sector that drive several things. We need some sort of crypto carbon coin that could eventually think about overtaking the US dollar as the currency of last resort on Earth. I'd love to see more thinking, more development around that idea, and even a carbon coin to be created to pull us out of this pandemic recession. What the quantitative easing solutions to pull us out of this recession? Could the IMF and World Bank create a carbon coin that would create, the resources to invest in green infrastructure and stability? Other things, I think, are missing are on the disinformation, and I know you guys are thinking a lot about this. How do we create the kind of media platforms in the world? The mainstream media is now Facebook and Twitter and co. They are the mainstream media. But how do we redesign or create the next generation of these companies where we have trust and based on a shared worldview of the planet? I think that is absolutely critical. And I think a lot of the biggest problems, the biggest challenges in the world today, I'll say this as a final thought, are because of the disillusionment of those who've been left behind over the last few decades of the digital revolution, of the neoliberal economic system from the 1980s. There's been now several generations just left behind who don't feel involved in this growth, this development, this progress. And how do we use tech to actually to engage more people, to pull more people through education, through shared worldviews, through meaningful jobs, this type of thing. I think this is absolutely critical. We will not have a stable planet unless we tackle that level of disillusionment, those left behind. And that's why, just to finish, I'm so pleased to see that you have you have Richard Wilkinson speaking later today on inequality. I think his book with Kate Pickett, The Spirit Level, is the most important book published in the last few decades, in fact.
Yeah, many inspiring thoughts. I hope everybody took notes. And what's next up for you, Owen, in your journey? I'm pretty sure there will be plenty of surprises we will hear from you, but anything you want to announce?
Let's see. Well, I'm an author on a chapter, an academic book on sustainable finance that's just out. But we have a book coming out next year. Myself and my colleague Johan Rockström are publishing a book on the state of the planet and the world in 2050. How we can restabilize the planet, and it's based on some of the thinking we've been speaking about today. And this is also linked to a documentary. We're producing that should be out both out in about April next year. So I'll send you some details when we're closer to launch.
Yes, please do so. Send us the launch dates, and we will distribute that information within our community. Owen, it was a great pleasure to have this chat with you. At the screens at home, please give it up for Owen Gavney. Thank you very much, Owen. And with this, I give it back to the studio. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico. Been a pleasure.
Thank you so much, Owen and Nico. You guys brought up a lot of good points, a few references to what's coming up this afternoon, including deep fakes and misinformation, which will be coming up after lunch Paris time. So definitely stay tuned to that. And Nico brought up a really good point that if you'd like to see or hear Owen's talk or any of the other talks that we heard throughout the last 4 days, and you are on the event platform, those replays will be available for you for the next 6 months. So no FOMO, you guys can check those out there. For our next talk, have you ever asked yourself, someday will yeast and microbes power our lives? Because our next speaker definitely has. Professor Jens Nielsen is a pioneer in metabolic engineering and works on using yeast to manufacture chemicals and biofuels, which obviously would be game-changing for mobility. If you are on our event platform, be sure to submit your questions in the questions tab, because Jens will be taking our questions here on the main stage after his talk. And with that, I would like to welcome Jens to the Global Summit.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the kind invitation for me to present here. And I'm super excited to give some insight into what microbes can do to solve some of our grand challenges that we have in the world today. So the concept of using microbes for production of stuff in our daily life has been around for a long time. So we are today using cell factories for productions of food and beverage, many pharmaceuticals, and fuels and chemicals already. And if you look at the total production value of chemicals, it's estimated to be about $3 trillion US dollars industry. Whereas if we look at the renewable chemicals, so that means chemicals produced by microbial fermentation, that was about 32 billion in 2010. But already in 2020, it has grown to about 80 billion. So it's growing faster than the average market in the chemical industry. One area that, of course, has attained particular attention is the pharmaceuticals, and there are more than 300 biopharmaceuticals approved on the market, and this is actually a rapidly growing space, and I'll come back and talk a little bit more about that also. So if we look at this variety of different cell factories that are used, it ranges from biofuels over commodity chemicals that are used for example, production of materials, to natural products that find applications in pharmaceuticals. It's important to realize that we are talking about two very different things in the end of this spectrum. In one end, we have these high value added compounds with relatively low volume markets, and in the other spectrum, you have these very high volume with low value added compared with the feedstock. And this, of course, causes some particular challenges for biofuels. which is in that spectrum where it's extremely important to have very cost competitive processes, and you extract as much value out of the feedstock, which is typically biomass or glucose, as possible. If we look specifically at yeast as a cell factory, this has been used and actually co-evolved almost with the you can say the human civilization. It goes back to more than 7,000 BC, where some of the first fermented drinks have been reported. That resulted later on in raising bread, livid bread, but also in the fermented, different types of fermented products, beer and wine. But in the beginning of 1900, yeast was also used for production of glycerol, which was needed for production of explosives. After Second World War, the yeast fermentations were beginning to be exploited for production of bioethanol to be added into gasoline. And then with the genetic engineering revolution taking place in the early 80s, it was suddenly possible to begin to recruit yeast for production of various pharmaceuticals such as vaccines, but also hormones like insulin. But then later on in the 2010s, we started to see a shift where yeast was also used to production of chemicals, for example, succinic acid, that is a solvent, but also for artemisinic acid and farnesene. Farnesene can be used as a jet fuel, as well as also for blending into biodiesel. Artemisinic acid is an antimalarial drug. And so you see this wide spectrum already of use of yeast for production of various chemicals, but we also see a lot of developments in newer applications of this. And the reasons for this is that yeast is extremely well characterized. We have a lot of information, and we can today really easily manipulate its genome, and so it's genetically tractable, as we referred to, engineer its genome such that we can have it to produce new chemicals. If we first look into the therapeutic proteins, because this is what many people think about when they hear about biotechnology, that is a very large market. In 2012, it was estimated to be more than $200 billion US, very much characterized by monoclonal antibodies, hormones, and growth factors. But even in that space, you see you are using different cell factories, but yeast and gut bacteria, E. coli, are those widely used, but you also use various different types of mammalian cell lines, for example, a cell line from Chinese hamster ovaria. So if you look at particularly the application of yeast, and I listed some of the products up on the upper right there, you do see many products, and particularly dominated by production of insulin and insulin analogs, where Novo Nordisk has been a key driver on this. They're using that for their production of insulin analogs. And Novo Nordisk is the largest insulin producer and marketer in the world. But yeast and microbes in general can of course also contribute to solve some of our big challenges we have in terms of establishing a more sustainable world. Try to capture this here, where you can imagine a future where we will of course be using solar and wind and hydro to a large extent for electricity generation. But we will still be needing liquid fuels because of the density that it provides. The energy content per weight is very, very high in for example, diesel and jet fuels, and it's hard to meet, for example, with batteries and others. And so therefore, we will need to have processes where we can take either a combination of that electricity generated by solar or wind, combine that with use of biomass in biorefining to generate those chemical compounds. But we would also need to look into all the chemicals that we are today getting from oil that we are used in different kinds of materials and so on. And so this really calls for the use or the introduction of this concept of biorefinery. If we just quickly look at the energy issue, if we look at energy consumption and supply, the global energy consumption is estimated to be about 550 exajoules. About 80 to 90% of this is provided by fossil fuels. But this is expected to grow by 2050 due to population growth and increased energy demand in many countries. And even despite energy savings in many countries in Europe and US. And so that's, there we have, you can say, one factor, that's the supply problem. But of course, we're also talking extensively today about the greenhouse gas emission problem, where CO2 emission is increasing. And this is very well documented by the famous Keeling curve, which is measurements in Hawaii over many years, where you can see a steady rise in the CO2 level. So coming back to this biorefinery concept, so what we're doing in this biorefinery is, it's very similar, you could say, to a chemical refinery plant. But instead of taking oil, we take biomass from the fields, and we are processing this in a pretreatment process to generate sugars. And these sugars are then by microbial fermentation converted into fuels and chemicals. And this is a very similar process to the one that is used today for production of bioethanol, where you take wheat or corn or sugarcane and get the sugars out and convert it into ethanol. But in the future, we'll also be able to use all the residual biomass components. It can be from the forest. It can also be all the stalks or other biomass components from agricultural waste, and use that as a feedstock into production of these fuels and chemicals that we will be needing in our future. And so how do we do this? We take our cell factory, the yeast, for example. It is traditionally converting the raw material, the glucose or the sugars, into the product, and yeast is doing that very efficiently already for ethanol. It's interesting to note that when yeast is converting glucose to ethanol, it's recruiting maybe in the order of 20 chemical reactions inside the cell. But in fact, these chemical reactions interplay with maybe in the order of 2,000 other chemical reactions inside the cell. So therefore, there is this tight interconnection between many different processes undergoing within each yeast cell. So therefore, it is quite challenging when we are going to engineer the metabolism, and we refer to that as metabolic engineering. When we want, for example, to alter the production of ethanol to a new product, we may have to go in and insert either new properties into the genome of yeast. That means new capabilities, new enzymes, new reactions, and so on, as well as taking out the production of ethanol, as an example. So we've been working on this extensively over the last 10, 15 years. And we undertook the concept to see if we could actually rewire the metabolism of yeast such that instead of only producing ethanol, it could produce a wide range of different chemicals. And I'll come back and talk a little bit about a few of these along the way. But they span this whole spectrum that I talked about before, from high volume, low value added compounds up in the upper end. These are to be used for fuels and chemicals, commodity chemicals, to the other end of the spectrum where we have low volume, high value added. It could, for example, be insulins, but also hemoglobin to be used as a blood substitute. And in parallel with this, we are developing synthetic biology and systems biology tools for understanding yeast, but also be able to speed up the development of new cell factories in the future. So just to give a little bit of insight into the kind of different reactions that you're recruiting when you go in, and I'm not going to go into the details here, but overall, you're taking your carbon feedstock, yeast is processing that and delivering inside the cell various intermediates. We refer to these as key intermediates, for example, pyruvate or acetyl-CoA. And these intermediates are kind of the building blocks then for making, it can be, for example, various isoprenoids as listed in the blue square, like pinene, diamine, limonene, bisabolene, or farnesene. Acetyl-CoA can also be precursor for production of fatty acids that can be further converted into hydrocarbons like alkanes and alkenes or fatty alcohols. But also, if we look at pyruvate, they can serve as a scaffold or precursor for biosynthesis of amino acids that can also be further converted. And all these compounds that are illustrated here at the end, marked blue, can represent interesting biofuel components for the future. And so one could ask if, yes, we can chemically, or we can produce these chemicals now by yeast fermentation, but would this be cost competitive, and would it actually help in our, you could say, energy balance and also CO2 emission? So we therefore performed techno-economic calculations of various types of biofuels production some years ago. And we were particularly interested to see if we produce some advanced biofuels, like, for example, hydrocarbons, long-chain hydrocarbons compared with ethanol, whether that would be better to do that than, for example, the current ethanol production. And some of the findings from this is that you can see here that the net energy balance, so this means that how much extra energy we get out of the final product compared with the energy that we put in, you can see that is significantly increasing here. But when we go up to produce biodiesel, and biodiesel is in this case here referred to as compounds produced from yeast fermentation, from either sugarcane or cellulosic material, or compared here even also with sugarcane ethanol. And also you can see, if you look at the ratio, so this is the energy captured in the product compared with the energy you put in, you can see that that is also much higher. And if you look at the greenhouse gas emission also, you can see that the sugarcane biodiesel is really contributing to much less CO2 emission compared with, for example, if you look at cellulosic ethanol here. So really by capturing more energy in these compounds here, we have a better process, and we're contributing to reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. There is another factor, another contributor to this. So not only do we help with the CO2 emission problem, but also these fuels are cleaner because it's the pure chemicals that are extracted from the fermentation, compared with oil, where you end up in a lot of particles that are resulting in particle emission, which are causing local pollution in cities and so on. And this was very beautifully illustrated in a recent study where they blended biofuels into a jet plane, and then they could see that you had significant reduction in particle emission from the jet. And hereby this can also help to have a cleaner technology in terms of production and for the transport sector in the future. So let me turn and talk a little bit about how we produce these compounds. So first, in yeast, we can then produce rapidly. We can recruit parts of metabolism, and we can overproduce then the free fatty acids. They can convert it into hydrocarbons and so on. And in one study, we engineered yeast, so we can now begin to produce this at more than 10 grams per liter, more than 100-fold improvement over the standard. We took this further and actually generated a yeast strain that has completely eliminated the production of ethanol. It's illustrated to the right, this lipogenetic strain, and it now only produces free fatty acids, and it does that up to 30 grams per liter, and you start to see almost like a butter in the fermentation here. And this represents a really good starting platform strain for advancing this going forward. We've also been looking into production of medium chain fatty acids. There's quite a lot of interest in these molecules because they can be blended or used directly, for example, in gasoline. Octane is an example of this. And so what we did was that we went in and modulated the catalytic core of this multifunctional enzyme. So this is basically the biological machine that produces the fatty acids. And hereby we could then begin to produce compounds that are not naturally produced by yeast. We've also been looking into production of perfume ingredients. This is more in the higher value added spectrum, but there's a lot of interest in these, particularly today they're mainly extracted from plants. Many of these plants are rare, but we engineered yeast such that we could produce a whole variety of this. And this was actually based on the research work that we did in collaboration with Firmenich, a Swiss company. They took this on and is now commercially selling perfume ingredients that are produced using yeast fermentations. So, but what are the challenges ahead? So we can do these modulations, but still we are facing that it typically takes quite a long time. So really one of the fronts of this kind of research today is to combine computer models in order to design these cell factories better. This is challenging because we don't know all the parts still of yeast. And so we are still being surprised sometimes when we do modulation. But we are beginning to see an acceleration where more and more information can be incorporated into models and used for computer-based design. And I can mention that we particularly developed one simulation tool like this, where we can actually agglomerate and collect information from many different sources into one coherent model that can then be used for simulations of cell factories. And I think that this is a trend we will see more of in the future, where we will use computer models to really design these cell factories and processes going forward. So let me just give one short example of translation to practice. So we have, as I illustrated, been able to engineer yeast to produce all these different compounds here, but how could this kind of find applications in reality? So in connection with that, we founded from my research group a company, spin-out company, Biopetrolia, and they have been looking into how can you actually capture value in this. And interesting enough, one area that gained our attention was that it's in terms of food production, where there is really a global challenges in terms of delivering sufficient food, but also the food agricultural production is representing close to 15% of greenhouse gas emissions. We are also seeing deforestation, aging society. We also need to have healthier food. And of course, we also have an obesity epidemic. So could we begin to design foods that are derived, for example, from biomass that addresses some of these challenges and at the same time are more healthy? And so that's why we started to see if we could actually plug into this food industry, use yeast fermentation to produce tailored fatty acids that can be blended into foods. It could, for example, be artificial meat and so on going forward, that both have a healthy profile, but also avoids livestock production, which is contributing to extensive CO2 emission. This brings me to my conclusion. I hope I have illustrated to you that yeast can be engineered to produce a wide range of chemicals that can find use in our society. Metabolic engineering and systems biology are really these technologies that empower cell factory development, but also scale up in bioprocessing. There is much progress towards production of advanced biofuels that can be used in jets and heavy trucks. We still need to see breakthroughs though. And the same technology platform can be used for sustainable production of next generation foods, for example, so we can produce food from biomass. And let me just end with acknowledgement for all my excellent collaborators and the funders and you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jens, for sharing that keynote with all of us. If you are ready, we're going to jump into the questions that the Hello Tomorrow community has been submitting throughout your keynote. So the first one is, can you elaborate on the difference between yeast and other microorganisms for producing valuable compounds and materials?
Yeah, excellent question. So there is a whole variety of microorganisms that we can recruit, and it depends somewhat on the product that you want to produce. Yeast is excellent for production of ethanol, and this is one of the traits that we are recruiting actually for production of compounds that are derived from similar type of precursor metabolites I was referring to in my talk. And so if we can kind of plug into that pathway, then yeast is a good choice. But sometimes it also depends on that the product may be toxic to the microorganism, and you want to find an organism that actually can survive the product that we're interested in producing. And so all these factors play in that you often start with evaluating where should I start with? Should it be yeast? Should it be bacteria or a filamentous fungus? And that is the key decision point you need to make in the beginning, and then you will take, kind of go on from there.
So our next question is, do you think that there could be competition for land then between food production and producing biomass for the biorefineries?
Yeah, this is a very good question. And there's have of course been a lot of discussion about that. But we should of course be aware that a lot of land today is used for livestock production, and we may be able in the future actually to produce many of the products that we're interested in from livestock, meat, hamburgers, even structured meats and others. From plants, and this trend I think we will see. If that can happen, we will need much less land for agricultural production, because we'll take away part of the livestock production. That will free up land mass for production of foods, but also actually for other means. And so I think I don't worry too much about that going forward. It is important, though, to emphasize that I'm not advocating for use only of biofuels for solving all our problems going ahead. Energy generated from solar and wind is going to be equally contributing. But it is part of the solution in our toolbox going forward.
So a follow-up to that is to power all transport with biodiesel, so I think they're thinking all transport, how much biomass would be required?
So the measures are very high. I don't know them by heart, but there are a number of land masses that could be recruited for these kind of things. So we could, of course, begin to use all the biomass that are turned into waste. But we could also open up new land masses that earlier were used for production of, for example, cotton, for production of tobacco, and so on, that are currently standing idle. And so, if you look at it, I've seen some calculations that some years back that would definitely bring us quite far ahead. Not for the whole transportation sector, but for example for jets and heavy trucks, which is where we may need alternative solutions than, for example, electrical solutions.
Okay, so we were talking about food and agriculture, and this next question is around food safety. Do you think designing foods using microorganisms would require new regulations?
Yeah, that's also an excellent question. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it will. But let's not forget that yeast has been used for production of food and fermented drinks for many generations, and so it is really regarded as very safe. And that's also why there's of course a lot of interest as soon as you are talking about food-related products to use yeast and recruit yeast for that, because it's easier to get regulatory approvals for it. But if we're beginning to change completely the structure of the food supply chain, so to speak, yes, we will definitely need to see new regulatory structures in place. But let me again emphasize the fact that food produced through fermentation routes is a much more controlled process than using free livestock, using plants that are also fantastic chemical factories that can produce a number of toxic compounds. So we will actually be able to have a more controlled production and avoid, viral infections and other aspects that are a big challenge today in the current food production.
Okay, great. Well, like you mentioned, these have been excellent questions, and we're going to end on a bit of a tricky one. What would happen if modified yeast and microorganisms were to be released into the environment?
Yeah, this is of course something that were on concerns, particularly with the introduction of genetically modified organisms in the early days. And there, in the early days, they were recruited for production of pharmaceuticals, and they, in connection with that, a country like Denmark introduced a very strict regulation laws in terms of use of genetically modified microorganisms. And in order to get a process approved, you needed to be able to show that a microorganism, a genetically modified microorganism that was released into nature would not be able to survive. And that was demonstrated in a number of cases to be the case. And so what you often see is that these microorganisms do not have the capabilities to survive in nature. If we go forward, we will begin to break a number of barriers because we want some of these genetically modified microorganisms to survive in nature. And let me give an example of that. In the future, we could imagine we would like to actually have genetically modified microorganisms that we release in order to improve, for example, nitrogen fixation, so we can get rid of fertilizers. Another industry that is accounting for about 10% of greenhouse gas emission. That would have to be a genetically modified organism that we deliberately release into nature. And so we will at one stage have to break that barrier and that, you could say, fear of releasing GMOs into nature. If in all cases, of course, we have to argue for that the benefits that are obtained are larger than the potential risks. But I think we will see these kind of things in the future. And it's important to distinguish between what we want to have as a contained system and what we deliberately want to go out and serve us in nature.
Okay, well, thank you so much, Jens, for being here with us today at the Global Summit and for answering all of our questions from the Hello Tomorrow community. We hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Thanks. We are about to take a quick break here at the Global Summit. This is your chance to play the Diamond Challenge because it is your last day to take this deep tech trivia and your chance to win lifetime access to the Global Summit. So with that, we'll take a quick break and see you back here soon. Welcome back to the Global Summit, our open day, which is live streamed and free to the public. Up next, we have a fireside chat on bridging the gap between math and society. Showcasing the latest research in math is the mission of the Maison Poincaré in Paris. They bring together research, education, and society to shape the dialogue between math and the general public. Our speaker, Sylvie Benzoni, is a mathematician who started her academic career as an SNRS researcher. She is the director at the Institut Henri Poincaré. She's joined also by Isabelle Locke, who is the head of real assets at BNP Paribas. And leading the discussion is Sarah Pedrosa, the COO here at Hello Tomorrow. Let's check that out now.
Hello, everyone. I hope you are well, watching from many different countries. Today, we have two great speakers for this session. We'll be talking about a project that deserves attention, and we really hope that it could be a source of motivation in many different places. So as a very brief teaser, we'll be talking about a quite innovative exhibition center that is dedicated to the vast universe of mathematics. So for those of you who have not been touched yet by the power and beauty of math, you may want to switch to another window, but please do not. You will get the chance to see that far from being only numbers, mathematics are a key to understand the world around us. So for this great session, we'll be welcoming today Sylvie Benzoni and Isabelle Locke. Welcome. So
Hi.
Sylvie, just as a hello. Sylvie, you're a mathematician who started your academic career at CNRS and as a researcher, of course, and you are also at the head of the Institut Henri Poincaré and in charge of a great extension project that includes a math museum, and we'll be talking about this specific project. And Isabelle Locke, you are the head of real assets at BNP Paribas, and you are also a member of the Comité de Culture Mathématique that is at the core of this main Maison Poincaré's project. So welcome you. Sylvie, maybe a first question for you. Could you tell us a bit more about the Institut Poincaré and, of course, about this project of Maison Poincaré?
Sure. So this institute was founded almost a century ago. It was after the World War I, and the idea was a little bit to enhance the scientific research in France. It was funded by, partly by private funds. And so almost 1 century later, it's among the prestigious institutes in the world that organize meetings for scientists, basically in mathematics and also physics. And for the last decade, under the impulsion of his former director, who was Cédric Villani, it has developed a great variety of outreach activities. Exhibitions, documentary films, public lectures, etc., film club also. And it's all intended for students and the general public. And also Cédric Villani managed to launch an ambitious extension project to the opposite building, which was built at about the same time on this campus where we also have the Curie Institute. And thanks to this time also public funds and private funds, we have an endowment fund in particular, in which the company BNP Paribas is involved. And part of this project, indeed, is the Maison Poincaré. So it's a new department of the IHP, as we call it, and it is fully dedicated to bridging the gap between science and society. This will include, in particular, as you said, a kind of a museum. It will be a permanent exhibition. It's aimed at high school students, not really young children, but high school students and teachers, and of course the general public. And the main purpose is, to demystify mathematics and show also how it has developed over the time, that it's a vivid field, and because we want to really raise public awareness and hopefully engage young people thanks to this project. One remarkable thing also is that it has been designed with researchers. Of course, we have scenographers and and museum design professionals, but we have researchers involved. And of course, our private partners are also involved in the numerous workshops that have been thinking about all the exhibits that we are going to show in this museum. These exhibits will be very diverse. There will be, of course, hands-ons, but also videos and portraits of mathematicians, current mathematicians, and people who work in these fields. And yes, what I didn't say yet is that we want also to show that mathematics is full of occupational opportunities for the young people. And one particular exhibit I want to mention, because it's very innovative and high-tech, I would say, it's called Holomat. So as you, I suppose, know, holograms are already fascinating, but here the idea is to be able to interact with holograms, and it will be made possible with the use of mixed reality in particular. It will be implemented with the HoloLens headsets. And the idea is to make the people able to experiment concepts with their body and to interact with each other also, and with the science communicator who will be with them. So this is maybe the most innovative part of the exhibition, but there will be also plenty of very interesting things in that Maison Poincaré.
It seems indeed quite really interesting, and I would be happy also to understand a bit why so BNP Paribas is a key patron of the Maison Poincaré. What drew you to this project, Isabelle?
Well, I think it's I would say first the aura and history of the Institut Henri Poincaré that Sylvie mentioned, and I guess it's really embodied by the strong personalities of its directors, whether it was Cédric Villani or Sylvie Nau, and I've been very we've been very privileged to be able to work with both of them. I think the Maison Poincaré is a kind of paradox, right? So it's quite interesting because you have a physical space for math who play with concepts and are really an abstract matter, I would say. So that's the first interesting angle. The second one is, as mentioned by Sylvie, the location is, I would say, a mix between, I would say, historical location. The building is surrounded by research institute, and you have a museum that will showcase, I would say, pretty innovative stuff. And even within the museum, you will have historical parts such as the tea salon, or the classroom that's quite authentic. And then you will have the space dedicated to, I would say, to showcase more innovative setups such as Holomath. So it's quite an interesting angle, and I would say that should also attract the interest of the public.
It's true that when I heard about this project, it was really interesting, because when we think about museums, we tend to think of Louvre, of course, the National Gallery. We don't necessarily associate museums and mathematics. And yet there is a very strong concept of mathematical beauty, or let's say mathematical hidden beauty sometimes. Is this an idea you had in mind when setting up this place? Sylvie, this question is for you.
Well, it's true. Beauty is certainly important in mathematics, even though, as you said, it's not obvious to everyone. And especially those who have been maybe deterred by this, its apparent redness of mathematics at school in particular. And also mathematical beauty is certainly different from what we consider as beauty in art. But what I think is, okay, both types of beauty can be hard to appreciate when you are not initiated. And the thing is that, yes, there will be beauty in the Maison Poincaré. At least we are working on it, but it will not necessarily be obvious at first glance. The visitors, it will be revealed to the visitors, and we want them to get surprised, in fact. And there was I don't know if I can mentioned it. There was a nice definition of mathematical beauty by Bertrand Russell. I can say a few words if you want. I've got it on my laptop right now. So he was saying that mathematics, rightly viewed, possesses not only truth but supreme beauty, a beauty cold and austere, like that of sculpture. And if I cut a little bit, he says after the true spirit of delight, the exaltation, the sense of being more than man, which is the touchstone of the highest excellence, is to be found in mathematics as surely as poetry. So this is, okay, sculpture and poetry are two types of art, which are very close to mathematics, I think. And by the way, there will be sculpture in the Maison Poincaré, and also maybe a little bit of poetry.
That's absolutely. And I think you're managing with this project to kind of associate many different ways of seeing art and many different ways of seeing also sciences, because today we tend a bit to separate a bit sciences and, for instance, philosophy, literature. How do you explain that? And most importantly, how do you think that this museum could help get this world closer?
You mean math and philosophy? And
yes, for instance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it seems okay. It seems, in fact, there is a historical reason for that, which dates back to the 19th century. There was a philosopher in Cambridge who, in some sense, decided that it should be split from science, and he's the one to coin the word scientist, apparently. But if I want to speak about math more specifically, not a whole bunch of science, but math, I think as itself, it's really a huge field by now, and nobody masters it anymore, let alone other field of science. But math is already a huge field. But what I think too is that philosophy is never too far, in particular for those who are working on the foundations of math. And in particular, okay, Henri Poincaré is known as being one who was at the same time mathematician and philosopher, and etc. But there was another one whom I quoted already, Bertrand Russell. He was maybe just one generation after Poincaré, but he lived much longer, for 40 years longer. So he had the opportunity to really embark on modern mathematics, the 20th century mathematics. And so it was not finished with Poincaré, but the thing is that indeed nobody masters all the math today. And but there is another thing also, is that mathematics provides a way to view the world, to understand the world, and I think that most mathematicians are kind of keen on at least philosophy of science, if not philosophy as a whole. So, okay, it's distinct, but it's not far, I would say.
And Isabelle, could you tell me, for instance, why BNP Paribas was that interested in this type of project of closing that gap or making math accessible? Is there like a specific reason or?
Sure. I would say first the openness of the project. I think it's in I would say the DNA of the Institut Poincaré, but really bring together a diverse set of people is, I would say, one of the key abilities of the Institut, and what Sylvie's team has been doing really successfully in private and public sectors, having researchers, teachers, people from from the corporate world, such as me, and so having all these people working together actually is, I would say, a very powerful way of exchanging ideas, and also participate to make science, and especially math, more attractive to younger people, because it's also part of our, I would say, long-term talent pool. So I would say the project in itself was very attractive, and as a corporate player, we were very interested into I would say promote this educational angle.
Okay, and for your field, why do you think researchers, especially in math, could be a great resource? Like, in which type of fields do you also look for this type of profiles?
Well, I'm pretty sure Sylvie would agree with me, but maths are everywhere now. If you look at, you know, even everything that we use, and especially when you go into, I would say, digital. So whether it's on, you know, fintech, cybersecurity, or these types of application, I think you have to have math in there. So having people who are able to master, I would say, a part of it is interesting, and I would say, but more than this, you know, when we what we're interested in, I would say, as a corporate leader, what I'm interested in is, you know, what people do with the background they have. Meaning, I don't like putting people into boxes. You know, this is a scientist. This is a person who studied more literature. But really, what we're trying to assess is what they do with the background they have. So if you're a scientist, your ability to, I would say, contextualize your knowledge, be able to derive the implications of what you found, of what you've computed, be able to interpret it, and to be able to communicate it in a powerful way is something that we would be, you know, that we would be looking at.
You agree, Sylvie?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And
we are working hard to show that math is everywhere and very useful in many, many fields. Yeah. Mm.
And talking about, so now I think it's kind of topic you're quite involved in, Sylvie and Isabelle. You're on the battleground to reduce also underrepresentation of women in STEM, I mean, in math as well. Would you like to talk about initiatives that kind of go into the right direction, that could be also a source of inspiration for the audience? Is there anything you would like to share?
Yeah, sure. Okay, maybe, I don't know, maybe Isabelle first, I don't know. But
both of you. Well, it's a question for both of you. Go ahead.
Okay. So first of all, I would, okay, it's maybe obvious, but I would like to stress it's really a vicious circle, this thing, because there are too few women in STEM, and then those who are there feel they don't belong, and then they are tempted to quit, to give up. I almost quit when I was a young researcher. I know several women who did that. I know also young ones who don't feel like engaging in STEM because it's not, there are not enough women there. And I really think that we need to be creative and to think different about this. Okay, think different. It reminds me of an old ad by a big tech company, but anyway. So in particular, I would like to give you one kind of new idea I like. It was coined by a mathematician and also musician, Eugenia Cheng. She coined two words, in fact, to in some sense to get away from the distinction between male and female. So she talks about ingressive and congressive to address the gender issue in math in particular. So if I can quote up a little bit what she says, but for her, ingressive people, they like problem solving, they like competitions, they like mathematics Olympiads. So there are top class competitions at the international levels. Whereas congressive people, they are more like to be put off by math. It's just about being right or wrong. And congressive people are more interested in as she said, illuminating things so that other people can make progress. So they shed light, and then other people can make it. And I like very much this concept. In fact, I'm grateful to her to have put words on things I've been feeling since I think my childhood, in fact. And so I think the next step is that STEM field value more progressive people, because currently they clearly value more aggressive people. So I like this idea. I think it's a kind of new idea in the debate. And what did I want to say also? Well, okay, it's important also to give the opportunity to young people to speak out. We must listen to them. We must also protect them from patronizing arguments. I think it's really important. But maybe Isabelle has also things to say, so I don't want to.
Well, I think first we have to give more visibility to women like Sylvie. I think that's one of my main reasons for also talking today, and I think we should see more female scientists, more female mathematicians, and I think having role models is very important, and having role models who share their stories, and really I think it's bewildering to hear that Sylvie at some point contemplated to quit, because I'm not sure that a typical male researcher would go through that questioning. So I think helping younger females, self-affirm in their interest and be ambitious and continue is first thing. And I would say in terms of representation too, one initiative I find interesting is the equal edit on Wikipedia, because if you look at it, there are very few articles on, I would say, female scientists, and the content in itself in each article that is being produced is being dominated by, I would say, male writers. And if you look at the proportion of female who actually produce articles, the proportion is really ridiculously low. I think it's around 15 or 20%, less than 20%. So the content that you're reading on Wikipedia, for example, that's I would say the first source of knowledge for young people when they have a question, is somehow produced by predominantly by male, and that could some of the articles could contain some biases. And so I would strongly encourage everyone to, every time you go on Wikipedia, please have another look at it and look at if there's any type of gender bias, and also please edit them. When you look also at the proportion of people who edit articles, the proportion of female who edit articles is really low too. So I would say getting also female engaged and making sure that the information, the content is being unbiased is a very strong thing, and especially if you look at the source that Wikipedia is. So personally, I've made this commitment that every time I go on Wikipedia, I try to edit the articles, or at least I try to review them and make sure that they don't have any form of gender bias.
If I can react on making female scientists visible, I would also like to emphasize there is a pitfall in that, because it depends on how you make them visible. And maybe you know what is called the Finkbeiner test for articles about female scientists. To pass the test, there are several criteria, and in particular, one of them is one thing that Isabelle mentioned, is that to pass this test, the article should avoid saying that that woman is a role model for other women. This is one of the criteria, but there are several others. Of course, avoiding speaking about her husband's job, her childcare arrangements, and how she was taken aback by the competitiveness of the field, and how she's the first woman to, it's really easy to say, yes, she's the first woman to do that. But okay, maybe we can go beyond when we make female scientists visible. So I think it's important to think about it. And I've experienced that. Okay, when I became director of the IHP, okay, at some point I was, okay, it was mentioned, but it was mentioned without my name. It was, a woman has become director, not my name. So, okay, you see?
Yes, clearly. And so when you say we have just very, very few times left, but when you say going beyond, is there something you have in mind?
Well, I already ask each time you write something about a female scientist, okay, does this description pass this test? That's the first thing. Because, of course, if you speak about her, it's that she has achieved some things. So concentrate on what she has achieved and not on these things that come back over and over. Like she's the first woman to, etc., etc. I think it's important for the young ones.
Yes, yes, exactly. Well, thanks a lot. It went quite fast, actually. I hope it will inspire also everyone in the audience. Look at this project, the Maison Poincaré at the Institut Poincaré, because this exhibition center will be something that really deserves attention. And I was really happy to talk to you, Sylvie and Isabelle, and I hope people in the audience will have also in the future some questions for you. And thanks a lot for participating in this session. Bye-bye.
Thank you to you.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
During the last 4 days of the summit, we have covered a wide range of deep tech topics, from soft robotics to nanoparticle reactors, the plane of the future, growing organs from cells, and even vegetables in space. If you missed some of those talks, you can check them out on the replay section on the event platform. Today is a very symbolic and important day here at the Hello Tomorrow team, because while we've been looking at a lot of deep tech issues, today we want to look at them through a societal lens. And that is the crux of what we are getting at. Our next speaker is Richard Wilkinson, who is not only a professor at top universities in the UK, like the University of Nottingham, University College London, and the University of York, but he is also a leading voice on the detriments to society and health of income equality. And that's what he's going to talk about up next in his keynote. For those of you on our event platform, be sure to submit your questions in the questions tab, because we'll get a chance to ask them live to Richard here on the main stage after his talk. And so with that, over to you, Richard.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be with you all this morning. I want to really justify this title of mine, The Inequality Trap Between Us and Our Future. You're probably all rather bored with hearing some of the shocking statistics on inequality. The world's billionaires have more wealth than 60% of the planet's population, or the 22 richest men in the world have more wealth than all the women in Africa. They are shocking, and we hear them too often. But I think many people imagine that although these have damaging social consequences, that we need inequality to spur effort, initiative, inventiveness, creativity. I'm going to show you first that that's not true. When we were first challenged with this idea, we thought a good way of testing it might be to look at the number of patents per head of population. You know, when people invent something, they might take out legal protection in form of a patent. We found slightly fewer patents per head of population in more unequal countries, suggesting maybe the relationship was the other way around. Since we did this and that analysis, someone else has produced this much more thorough analysis with more countries. What you're seeing here is that with bigger income differences between rich and poor along the horizontal axis, the number of patents per head of population goes down. Those more unequal countries are less creative. You might also think that inequality is justified within countries if everyone can find their right level. The idea that if you work hard, you move up, and if you don't work hard, if you're less able, you move down. But actually, what the data shows is that there is less social mobility in countries with bigger income differences between rich and poor. This measure of social mobility is intergenerational income mobility. So it's really asking, do rich parents have rich children and poor parents have poor children? Or doesn't parental income make much difference? And what it's showing, again, is that more unequal countries on the right have less social mobility. Father's income is more important than it is in the countries on the left with smaller income differences, where father's income makes less difference to how you do in your life, in your career. Just to bring this up to date, the COVID epidemic has obviously been a terrible obstacle to economic growth and development. But again, there are now 3 papers in the research papers in the peer-reviewed journals that show that COVID has been worse in terms of both incidence and deaths in the more unequal countries. And I think it's significant, actually, that the more unequal of the rich developed countries, the other countries where presidents and prime ministers have actually caught it themselves. So Trump in the United States, Boris Johnson in Britain, Bolsonaro in Brazil, they were all the leaders of the most right-wing countries, US and Britain in the developed world, Brazil in the middle-income countries. And they were extraordinarily cavalier, not only about the possibility that they would get it, but also about the seriousness of the disease for their populations. I think people really misunderstand what inequality does. They think that it only matters if it creates poverty or if income differences seem incredibly unfair. But actually, I want you to see inequality as a social relationship. It scales us in terms of ideas of superiority and inferiority, dominance and subordination. And with that, it increases class differences, and it affects the way we treat each other. It undermines the idea that some people are so much more important than others, undermines our own feelings of self-worth. I'll take you through some of that data. So I think the first thing to understand is income inequality is not something quite different from class and status. It's really whether we have a very steep social pyramid like that or a much shallower one like that. And with bigger income differences, the bigger material differences between us increase the social distances between us. They make class and status more important. You can see that in all sorts of ways. I've already shown you that social mobility declines, there's less movement in the population, there's more residential segregation. In more unequal countries, you're less likely to marry someone from a different social class. All of that structure becomes more rigid with bigger material differences. I'm going to show graphs, more graphs like this with various problems up the side and income inequality along the bottom. Always the more unequal countries will be on the right-hand side. The first one is this that we produced some time ago. We made an index of health and social problems in rich developed countries. We took life expectancy from the World Health Organization, maths and literacy, children's maths and literacy scores from OECD, and from other international organizations, homicides, the proportion of the population in prison, teenage birth rates, how much people feel they can trust others, obesity rates, mental illness, including drug and alcohol addiction, and some figures on social mobility. And where a country is in this, they're all weighted equally, is sort of average performance on these different outcomes. And you'll see the most unequal countries on the right, Portugal, USA, UK, New Zealand, are the ones that do worst. And the more equal countries, when we collected this data, the income inequality came from the UN Human Development Report, but was the same as the World Bank was using. Finland, Norway, Sweden, Japan, all doing much better in those kinds of terms. We also looked at the UNICEF Index of Child Wellbeing. Child wellbeing is so important in terms of the development of our future population, of course. It's a measure designed to measure well-being in the rich developed countries. It has about 40 different components. So whether children can talk to their parents, what immunization rates are like for children, whether they have good maths and literacy scores in the international tests. All sorts of things like that go into this UNICEF measure of child well-being. Here, bad outcomes are scored low. So you see very clearly in the more unequal countries, the children are doing worse in the rich developed world. Really quite striking differences between them. I'm going to show you now a few individual outcomes. This is a recent, from a recent paper looking at, it's involved a psychological experiment where wallets are picked up and they're looking to see whether the wallets are handed in or not in lots of different cities around the world. And they look to see what proportion of the wallets are returned, lost wallets returned. And you see, again, in the more unequal countries, perhaps 20%. In the more equal countries on the left, 80% are returned. Huge differences in morality, in honesty, if you like, related closely to how equal or unequal income differences are. This one is imprisonment. Up the side, you've got the number of prisoners per 100,000 population. It's a log scale. Up the side, And so the difference is actually that it's showing a very large. They go from about 40 prisoners per 100,000 to 400, or actually the US is 600 prisoners per 100,000. Extraordinarily expensive. And when we were doing this work, we found actually that some American states were spending more on imprisonment than on higher education. This is not mainly a reflection of more crime. Some of it is more crime, but most of it is harsher sentencing, more punitive sentencing. You get sent to prison for smaller offences, you get sent to prison for longer in more unequal countries. And this one is school bullying. It's the proportion of 11-year-olds who bullied other children 2 or more times in the previous month. And again, you can see huge differences. On the left, the more equal countries, 2 or 3% bullied others. In the more unequal countries, it's 15 or 20%. And bullying leaves long psychological scars on children, making a difference to their future development. It's really an important thing. I want now to show you what I think lies behind some of this data, the social processes that lie behind this data that I've just shown you. One of the relationships that have been shown repeatedly in different pieces of research is that with bigger income differences, community life declines. Community life atrophies. You lose social cohesion. People have less to do with each other locally. They're less likely to belong to civic associations, voluntary organizations, less likely to be involved with their neighbors. There are also similar relationships with how much people feel they can trust others. What it's really showing, I think, is that intuition that people have had since, I suppose, before the French Revolution even, that inequality is divisive and socially corrosive. That is truer than we ever expected. Now we have the data and can compare different countries. We see how true it is. There are also research papers that show that people are less willing to help each other in more unequal countries, less willing to help the elderly, people with disabilities, and so on. And basically, it looks as if in more unequal countries, people become more out for themselves. We did all this work not only for the rich developed countries, but we checked it in a separate test bed, the American states, the 50 American states. We wanted to see whether this relationship just held in the rich developed countries or whether it was something more universal. And we find almost exactly the same relationships amongst the 50 American states. The more unequal states doing worse on all the same kinds of outcomes. This is a very well-known relationship. There are probably about 60 peer-reviewed research papers showing that violence, as measured by homicide rates, are higher in more unequal countries and societies. These red dots are American states, the blue triangles are Canadian provinces. And you see again huge differences. At the bottom left there, you've got what, 15 homicides per million, and at the top right, it's 150. Vast differences. It's one of the most powerful environmental influences we know of affecting rates of violence. If you go to much more unequal countries than these rich developed countries, countries like Mexico, you find that it's all gone a stage further. You've not just lost reciprocity, the social cohesion locally, people's involvement in community life, but people afraid of each other. They barricade their houses. There's these great fences, the bars on the windows and doors, and the razor wire round the top of the fences. And in South Africa, which is extraordinarily unequal for very different reasons from Mexico, you find just the same thing. House after house is barricaded. The wires on the top are, of course, an electric fence, and the notice says armed response. I'm sorry, it's a poor photograph. And if you're caught climbing in, you might get shot. Or if you don't get shot, maybe those two dogs you can just about see will eat you. So what you're seeing is a powerful effect of inequality on the quality of social relationships in a society. And that is particularly worrying, because the research on well-being, on happiness, on health, on life satisfaction shows that absolutely crucial is the quality of social relationships between us. How many friends we have, the quality of our relationships, whether or not we're involved in community life. And in fact, in a large number of follow-up studies of health, you find that people who have more social bonds like that, more friends, that it makes more difference to survival, or at least as much difference as whether or not they smoke. It's not a trivial influence. Friendship is highly protective of health. A really extraordinary thing, I think, is that picture I've just been showing you of the breakdown of social relations with inequality is confirmed by quite different data. Two American economists have shown that in more unequal countries, a higher proportion of the country's labor force is involved in what they call guard labor. That means security staff, prison officers, police, all the people we use to protect ourselves from each other. And they show just the same thing in the 50 American states, that as you get this breakdown of social relations, you not only see those fences going up and the rates of violence going up and the trust going down, the community life breaking down, but you also see this pattern of having to spend more, not only on prisons, but also on security arrangements. And no doubt, I haven't seen the data, but no doubt people are spending more on lawyers, because if you don't trust each other, you go to law more. So inequality is expensive. I said earlier that inequality makes class and status more important. This graph, instead of having income inequality along the bottom, it has income groups from the poorest tenth of the population to the richest tenth of the population. And the top line shows status anxiety, that's your worries about how others see and judge you, is higher in all income groups in more unequal countries. The high inequality countries, people are more worried about how they're seen and judged, because status becomes, if you like, the measure of the person. We take external wealth as the indicator of, if you like, personal worth. And the bottom line shows that in low inequality countries, there are lower levels of status anxiety. We're less worried about how others seen and judge us. There are many results of this increase in status anxiety, but one of them is, of course, we try and look good. We try and present ourselves positively in other people's eyes. So if you live in more unequal areas, you're more likely to spend money on a flashy car, or on a high-end car, over-engineered car, if you like. and you're more likely to spend money on other status goods, designer clothing, and so on, clothing with the right labels. And so inequality actually is a powerful spur to consumerism. And that is one of the big obstacles to moving towards environmental sustainability. The transition we know we've got to make is hampered by greater inequality, which increases that status competition that feeds into consumerism. And you can see this isn't a trivial effect. This is American data showing that as inequality went up, debt also went up. People borrowed more to maintain their expenditure, their appearances, to keep up with others in society. It's had the effects of the economic booms and slumps taken out of it statistically, but you can see that close relationship. And by the way, you get very similar pattern even in the Great Depression of the 1930s. You had a peak of inequality in the 20s, and then a peak of debt also. One other thing we see is the way in which inequality affects our chances of moving towards sustainability. More equal countries seem to be better able to do things about inequality and to move towards sustainability. So more equal countries recycle a higher proportion of their goods. They produce less carbon emissions per $100 of output. And here you see results from a survey of business leaders. And in more equal countries, business leaders give a higher priority to international environmental agreements. I think in the more unequal countries, business leaders are probably saying, well, that's not our job. We have to look after ourselves and our businesses. That's the government's job. But actually, it's something we've all got to do. And that's a really powerful indicator, I think, of the difference in attitudes, whether you're out for yourself, just looking after yourself, or whether you're aware of the greater good through involvement with other people, with reciprocity, community life, and so on. Absolutely crucial. I know people will want to know how I think you should reduce inequality. You can, of course, do it, and something has to be done about taxes and benefits. Our income taxes in most developed countries are no longer progressive, and some of the super rich have actually pointed out that they pay a smaller proportion of their income in tax than their cleaners or their secretaries. But we also have to reduce the income differences that have expanded so much before tax, the runaway incomes at the top. And I think what we need to do really, our future needs to be based on an extension of democracy into the economy, into our workplaces, into business. And about half the member countries of the European Union have some legislation for employee representation on company boards. In many countries, it's extremely weak. We need much more than token representation. In Germany, it's quite strong. Ideally, that representation would become stronger over time. But we also need more incentives to the development of employee-owned companies, employee buyouts, employee cooperatives. And it does look as if from a number of evaluations, including ones coming out of Harvard Business School, that more equal companies, more companies with bigger, more democratic representation like this, actually have better productivity. participative management and share ownership and so on, leads to reliable increases in productivity. I think those companies are also nicer companies to work for, and there are indications that they are more socially responsible. So I think that's the road we need to go down if we're to embed greater equality really fundamentally in our society. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Richard, for those really interesting graphs and very concrete examples about this income inequality and its effect on society. We have quite a few questions from the community, so if you're ready, I'd love to jump into those. To start off, sort of a theme around COVID popped up. So we saw that the pandemic showed enormous disparities between countries, but also within countries, right? So we saw more poor people being affected than rich people, more African-American people being affected than white people. What is your insight on that?
Well, actually, it's where my research started, looking at health inequalities, the differences in life expectancy, in death rates between rich and poor, high and low social classes. What we see with the pandemic is very much the same as we see with most other causes of death. Life expectancy tends to be shorter in more deprived groups, lower down the social hierarchy. But it's not just a difference between the poor and everyone else, it's a gradient that goes right across society. So even the people just below the top live slightly shorter lives than the people at the top, and that gradient goes all the way down. There are a lot of different reasons for it, including in terms of the pandemic, comorbidity, the fact that people lower down the hierarchy more often have diabetes, poor lung function, obesity, things like that, but also that they are less likely during lockdown to be able to work at home. And so they have to go on public transport and so on to work, where they're more likely to catch COVID. They're probably living in more crowded households. And it also looks as if a component comes from the stress of low social status, which is known to weaken our immune systems. So I think those are some of the contributors to the ethnic differences in death rates and to the rich-poor differences.
And there's been obviously a lot of excitement and talk about the vaccine and vaccines that we could potentially be getting soon. Would you expect to see the same disparity with access to the vaccine?
Well, I think that's very much a matter for how governments do things. And I think that in countries which have universal health care, I would not expect those differences in access to vaccines. I think in poorly organized countries without universal health care, you might see that kind of thing happening. But of course, it's totally immoral, because as we've just seen, the greatest vulnerability, the highest death rates are low down the social scale. So I think a good government would have universal vaccination, starting with older people, including health service staff, medical staff, and then wide access, but it should certainly not be by income.
Well, I guess hopefully we'll get a chance to see how that plays out very soon. This next question comes from Marilyn on Swapcard. The COVID mortality is higher in the UK, Spain, Italy, in Europe. UK, Spain, and Italy, sorry. Would you consider them as the most unequal European countries?
Well, they've changed a good deal since we did our work, but Spain has become more unequal since some of the graphs I showed you. But the papers which look at this look at it in a much larger group of countries around the world. And of course, there is a wide scatter of points round the central tendency, if you like, the regression line. I don't know exactly where Spain and Italy are on that, but I'm aware that they haven't done as well as we might hope. But certainly it's the more equal countries, and interestingly, countries that have women leaders, women prime ministers and presidents, as in, for instance, New Zealand or in Germany with Angela Merkel, have done a bit better. And I think that is not primarily a result of a gender difference itself in policy, but I think that more equal countries are more likely to elect women leaders. And there are higher levels of trust. You see, in more unequal countries, you're more likely to have these stupid theories that it's spread deliberately, or it's a hoax, or it's all an attempt to control us. These conspiracy theories spread with the mistrust born of high levels of inequality.
They definitely do, and I think you're right. I think also Denmark was among the countries that had a really good response rate with a female leader.
Yes.
So our next question is physical distance, for example, ghetto formation in cities, a driver of inequality or only a symptom of it?
Sorry, can you repeat that? Is the ghetto formation in cities?
Sure. So do you think that is a driver of inequality, or is that actually just a symptom of inequality? This reduced physical distance in poor
no, I think
communities.
It's a result of inequality. Residential segregation of rich and poor increases with inequality. There are several papers, including one that I was an author of some time ago, showing that pattern.
Okay, so the next question is really interesting. So imagining that this trend of increasing income inequality continues, do you think it could potentially lead to a divide of human populations, so that in 100 years, two different populations would not... Sorry, let me reformulate this question because it's a little bit complicated. Even in my head, that wasn't coming up. Right? So let's start over. Are you afraid that if we continue the trend of increasing inequality, it will lead to a divide of the human populations into one population that is well off in regards and one that is left having no access to the same standard?
I don't think these patterns of inequality can continue or will worsen. I think that there is a real danger of civil strife, social breakdown, if it isn't reduced. There is a clear relationship between political polarization and inequality and the mess that the United States has been getting in, and also Britain. We've become very divided politically. There is some work suggesting that civil strife and conflict of different sorts, political upheavals are more likely with greater inequality. But I also think that the only way of moving towards sustainability, which we know we've got to do for the survival of the human race, if you like, depends on reducing inequality. Interestingly, during the war in Britain, I'm sorry to quote from our war experience, the historians of war and social policy, particularly Richard Titmuss, say that the government realized that to get people to participate in the war effort, they had to reduce the social hierarchy. To get people to feel that the burden of war was fairly shared. And they did that by reducing income inequality, and also by taxing luxuries and subsidizing necessities and so on. And so I think with moving towards sustainability, we have to do the same thing. People have to feel that it's a problem that is shared between us, and we make this together. We are all in it together.
Well, that's a perfect segue to our next question, because I know you mentioned a long list of sort of ideas and suggestions for solutions of reducing inequality. This next question is, considering the Heckman curve, doesn't inequality early in life have worse consequences? And if that is true, should solutions mainly focus on children?
I think the most important interventions are in childhood, but we did a paper in the British Medical Journal and also in Pediatrics looking at that UNICEF index of child well-being. And it is clear that child well-being is closely related to, and most of its components of that index are closely related to inequality. Inequality amongst their parents, because clearly parents pass on their advantages and their disadvantages to their children. It's almost impossible to stop that, and parents do that intentionally and unintentionally. But certainly if we're going to make interventions early on, then support for young families, single parents, makes an important difference, early education and so on. But those policies are quite different from reducing the inequalities in society as a whole and between parents and society more widely.
Okay. Well, maybe they could be complementary then to some of the policy changes.
Yes.
I have one last question before we wrap up here, Richard. Given today's world, would universally abundant access to energy change the picture of inequality?
I haven't thought about that. It's an interesting one. I hope we will have universal access to renewable energy. There's no doubt that we can do it if we want to. I think that it might lead to, I don't know whether, no, I'm forgetting the author and title of a book, but I think that the future economy could be very different. I mean, the idea that so many of our jobs are vulnerable to automation raises the question of how do we deal with that? Are we going to suffer huge unemployment and another small group owning the automated machinery, but perhaps unable to sell products because income levels have dropped so low in the rest of the population? Or are we going to find ways of sharing income out more widely? And I think the interest in universal basic income and other measures as ways of dealing with the effects of automation on unemployment. So, what we should be thinking about is how we share the remaining work and share the income and enjoying more leisure. So instead of seeing automation as a terrible threat to our jobs and security and so on, to see it as something that gives us the benefits of greater leisure and a better society, a better quality of life for all of us.
Okay, well, thank you so much on that, Richard. We're going to wrap up, but I really appreciate you being here and connecting with us live at the Hello Tomorrow Global Summit.
Well, thank you for inviting me, and thank everyone for listening. It's a privilege.
So with that, we are going to take a quick lunch break. This is your chance to play the Diamond Challenge if you have not yet taken the Deep Tech Trivia. This is the last day to win lifetime access to the Global Summit, so definitely take advantage of that. And we will see you here back after lunch.
Welcome everyone for the open day of the Hello Tomorrow Global Summit, a day open for free to anyone who wants to follow us. When I asked my mother a few weeks ago what she thought of artificial intelligence, genome editing techniques, drones, 3D printers, she told me she was scared. And my mother is a doctor, so somehow she has a foot in the scientific world. So it made me wonder, what is our society's relationship with science discoveries and new technologies? And this relationship seems quite ambiguous. It's true that technology, such as any tool, can be used for the best or the worst. And the worst has been quite at the center of the attention lately. So of course there are series such as Black Mirror, and we have this very good documentary by Tristan Harris that is called The Social Dilemma, who is very good in that perspective. At the same time, the same year, we had a crisis where new technologies seemed to be the radical answer we needed. We have 2 of the vaccines that are being developed against COVID that are developed in collaboration or by startups. So yes, the power of emerging technologies today is breathtaking and fearful at the same time. At Hello Tomorrow, we consider it brings hope more than anything else. Somehow, what we believe is that we can use these technologies to answer the most pressing issues in terms of environment, societal issues, or industrial issues. If we take the example of climate change, for instance, part of the answer will be that all of us change our behaviors, our habits in terms of consumption. But that might take decades. We don't have that much time. When we think that with technologies you can change radically the way we produce, we could gain much more time in order to fix these issues. And this is what we're trying to do, to drive new technologies towards a desirable future. How do we do that? It's quite simple somehow. We identify pioneers who are working with scientific discoveries and new technologies to develop solutions to the most important environmental, societal, and industrial issues. Once we have identified them, we connect them in a collaborative network where they can get access to the right funding and collaboration they need, and also, most importantly, the visibility they need. We also try to help as much as possible large organizations, public authorities to understand better how this technological revolution is shaping our industries and how they can work better with startups to get these solutions from the lab to the market. So of course you might think that we're a bunch of blind idealists. Maybe it is the case. Or maybe we just choose optimism instead of fear, even though fear is a more natural instinct for humankind. And we also believe that society at large should be aware of what is going on with this technological revolution. And we believe that more than being aware, society should be able to choose to which direction these technologies should be driven to. So I really hope that you will enjoy this day, that you will be part of the debate. And I also really want to thank you, Anouk Vergniaud, for setting up this amazing program today for you. Have a good day.
There were some really important messages there from Sarah, and so we want to thank her again for her testimony. This afternoon, we're looking at synthetic media. If you've ever used an app to put your face into a famous movie, then you've just experienced machine-made media. It can make for a really funny video, but it can also be very dangerous at large scale. So how do you respond to disinformation and deep fakes? That's the question that we're addressing this afternoon, and we've gathered some of the world's best experts to help answer it. Sam Gregory is an award-winning technologist and program director of Witness.org, which helps people use video and technology to protect and defend human rights. He is an expert on new forms of misinformation, fake news, as well as innovations that preserve trust and authenticity. The other panelist is Henry Adjar. He is an expert on deepfakes. He's the lead author of the State of Deepfakes 2019 report and writes a weekly newsletter, Tracer, that covers deepfakes, disinformation, and emerging cyber threats. This panel is moderated by Tom Whipple, who is the science editor at The Times. Over to you.
Thank you very much indeed. And an extremely pertinent topic coming straight out of the US elections. But actually, the panelists who are talking to you about this today say that there's far broader implications to the idea of deepfakes than that. And I think probably the best way to start is to ask the panelists when they first they first came across the idea of deepfakes as being a problem. So if we go to Sam, who, as you've heard, he works for an NGO that I guess is based upon the principle that you can trust what you see, that you can use film and video and the picture paints 1,000 words and exposes wrongdoing in the world. But what happens when you can't trust what you can see? And when did you first realize this was a problem, Sam?
Yeah, so at Witness, probably for the last decade, we've been fighting the battle that is around how do you trust the video that shows critical events, incidents of police violence, war crimes. And over the past decade, we've seen lots of what we call shallow fakes. So someone miscontextualizes a video or does a light edit on an image, shares it with a misleading caption. And about 2.5 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, we first started to hear people in our community saying, should we be worried about deepfakes? And they had seen the work actually of journalists like Samantha Cole in the US, who had started to document how people in the porn industry had started to, without the consent of women, place their faces into the bodies of actresses, of porn actresses. And so people in our community said, look, is this something we should be worried about? Is this something we should be panicking about? And so that's really been my work over the last 2.5 years, is really working out how do we prepare for this as it becomes more widespread without panicking.
Henry, you, as I say, when a lot of us will have had this sort of consciousness of deepfakes, we might have seen that video of Obama saying, you know, whatever you want him to say, and an idea that this might influence politics and influence elections. But you authored a report on the state of deepfakes, and it seems to me that, as with so much on the internet, this innovation, as Sam said, starts with porn.
Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, deepfakes, the term itself was kind of first coined in late November of 2017 on a Reddit page by a user called Deepfakes, who set up a subreddit called Deepfakes. And what this subreddit was dedicated to, as Sam's mentioned, was using an open source piece of software which harnessed machine learning libraries by Google to create a kind of a cobbled together tool for swapping celebrities' faces into pornographic footage. And this subreddit grew quite rapidly and was taken down in early 2018, but the idea had spread, and the phenomenon continued on other websites as well. And to this day, the most prominent use case of deepfakes is pornographic. Back in 2019, in our report at Sensity, we found that 96% of deepfakes online were pornographic, which gives you an idea of quite the prominence of this kind of deepfake as opposed to other ones that people are concerned about, such as political ones or cybersecurity ones. The remaining 4% as well were actually some of the similar ones to the Obama deepfake you mentioned, which are kind of called derp fakes or kind of comedic deepfakes, which take sort of actors' faces and put them on other actors' faces, like Jim Carrey and Jack Nicholson in The Shining, for example. So pornographic deepfakes are definitely the most prominent category at the moment, but that is changing as the technology becomes more accessible and more commodified.
Sticking with, I think we're going to get on to some of the broad social, political, and the sort of future implications of this. Sticking with pornography, is this something that there are even legal codes set up to deal with?
So this is a real challenge for people who've been working on laws around non-consensual sexual images, and it does vary by country, but the issue has been in some cases that these are not considered your image because they're synthesized. Or we don't have laws that protect people against them. And this is, part of a scale problem of these non-consensual sexual images being used to target ordinary women, and then, of course, in the work we've seen, to target journalists. One of the most notable cases of a journalist being targeted with a crude deepfake or manipulated image is the Indian journalist Rana Ayub, who also sounded the alarm on this when she was targeted. So you see this being used both against public figures like celebrities, but also journalists, and you see it being used against ordinary women. And really the laws haven't kept up, and they haven't kept up with thinking about how do we deal with the fact these are not actually necessarily real images, they're synthesized images, but they create almost the same amount of harm, and they don't require great technical sophistication. I think this is something that Henry's work has pointed to, is, we often make the assumption that the deepfake needs to be perfect to be impactful, or that if we could detect them, we could mitigate the harm. And with a non-consensual sexual image, it doesn't matter if it's imperfect, and it doesn't matter really if you can say it's fake.
Yeah, and in terms of, we certainly don't want to give people tips, but in terms of how easy it is to do it, apologies for the background noise, I'm going to go and run upstairs and deal with that fairly rapidly. If I wanted to tomorrow, how would I go about doing it?
So, I mean, there are, as Sam mentioned, the majority of deepfakes out there are pretty crude. They aren't going to fool the majority of people that they're real. But in a pornographic context, as Sam said, realism doesn't necessarily negate harm or trauma that could be derived from this. And an example that's, from a recent report that I authored, which Sensity released in October, we found a bot on the messaging app Telegram, which allowed users to synthetically strip an image of a clothed woman, simply by uploading an image to this bot, as you would say an image to WhatsApp, and receiving the synthetically changed image within about 20 seconds. So this was a real kind of landmark of opening up the accessibility and almost a gamification of creating deepfakes, and in this case, a pretty pernicious use of deepfakes. So it is getting easier. And more complex tools for face swapping, for example, are getting increasingly friendly user interfaces, becoming more and more accessible. So to create a really high quality deepfake is still hard. For example, the creators of South Park just released a deepfake show called Sassy Justice, which features, Donald Trump's face as put onto an investigative reporter interviewing other deepfake celebrities. They had to create an entire new studio with 20 experts, which cost millions and millions of dollars to do. So sophisticated deepfakes are still very difficult to create, but creating cruder deepfakes that can still do a lot of harm, specifically in a pornographic context, are becoming easier. And indeed, our report on this bot on Telegram really drove home the point that this is something that's here and now, and it's not kind of some hypothetical future.
And in terms of, Sam, how much is this already impacting on politics? I mean, because as I say, we've always had the power of the political image, the power of an image and footage to change things. Obviously, we think back to Tiananmen Square, but there's loads of examples, is based upon the fact that there's one thing you can't lie about, and there's one thing that tells the story. And if we can't trust that, what are we already seeing the impact of deepfakes?
Yeah, so I think it's important to think about the impact of the rhetoric around deepfakes and the real impact of deepfakes. So over the past 2.5 years, we've held a series of meetings bringing together people who work on fact-checking and journalism, or have lived experience of mis and disinformation, or work in electoral processes all around the world. And the first thing most of them said is, like, we've never encountered a deepfake in our environment. We encounter lots of other attacks on our integrity, on the integrity of our media, but not deepfakes. One thing they all consistently noted was that there is a rhetoric that actually ties into the fact that we've created something of a panic around deepfakes, where politicians and others dismiss content as it's a deepfake. And we've seen that in a number of countries around the world, and we've seen it in the US. So I think the first thing to recognize is, in fact, some of the panic that, in fact, I think the media has often contributed to plays into the ways that people in power can dismiss compromising content as it's a deep fake. What Danielle Citron and Bobby Chesney, two of the leading authors working on this space, have described as the liar's dividend. So I think that's one side. The other side is to think about, how broadly we define politics. So if we looked at, the US elections, and I'm based in the US and obviously closely following how deepfakes were used in these elections, we didn't see deepfakes used extensively. We saw some deepfakes used rather crudely in campaigning to imply that an opponent had a different position than they did. We saw one GAN-generated image, that is to say, an image that was generated with a machine learning AI process of a person who never existed, used in a disinformation campaign. What we did see, though, was a lot of increasing use of manipulated media. The things that, as deepfakes get better, will be easier to do. So the things, for example, that had President-elect Biden apparently saying something he didn't, or having the background of an image transposed to imply that he was confused about the location he was in when he gave a speech. And I think that's important for two reasons. One is it points to, as deepfakes get easier, and as Henry was saying, they are getting easier to make, not the most sophisticated ones, but the more commoditized ones. And the second thing is we need to think about deepfakes as broader than just the face swap. So these suite of tools that we're thinking about when we talk about deepfakes are more broadly what we might call synthetic media, or tools to manipulate or machine create media. And so that includes much simpler ways to do just the lip sync swapping, which is getting easier and is largely something that humans don't do well at detecting. It's the ability to manipulate the background of a scene to change it more seamlessly. It's the ability to make someone look like they're drunk and manipulate their body movements. And in fact, that's something when we did these threat workshops around the world, is people often pointed to those as more worrying because they align with the types of challenges they already face. So if you're a citizen journalist in sub-Saharan Africa, someone will try and pull apart your citizen video and say, look, what's that in the background? What's that gun on the ground there? That must have been placed there by a dissident, and it shows you're violent. So all those like tools that make it much easier to manipulate video that are beyond just the face swap, I think have implications for our society, for how the media relies on content from citizens, and of course for politics.
Henry, I mean, one of the things that I guess is crucial is knowing, but perhaps not as crucial as we might think, is will there ever be a situation where you could have a deep fake that is undetectable? And does it even matter if they're always detectable?
Yeah, so, I mean, I think technically speaking, it is technically possible that you could have a deepfake which is undetectable, at least on the pixel level. A lot of the machine learning techniques which are being developed to detect deepfakes are looking for these kind of digital fingerprints which are left behind by the algorithms on the pixel level itself. And so if an algorithm could perfectly replicate, the almost organic pixel structure of an image or a video, technically speaking, yes, that may be able to evade detection. And indeed, already we're seeing that developing sophisticated detection techniques which can keep up with the rate of the progress which is happening on the generation side is an immensely challenging task. Having said that, there are lots of other kind of ways that you can sort of use, cross-referencing, relying on key institutions such as media, the news media, to sort of investigate a video and maybe put together, for example, this video puts this person at X place at X time. We know they were in Y place at Y time. There are other ways that you can sort of go about debunking a deep fake. But the problem is, of course, is that, if these videos go viral on social media before people have had a chance to perhaps fact check it or sound the alarm, you're playing catch up. And so, the kind of deep fakes that, as you say, are kind of almost visibly or perfect, and could avoid an automated detection system in, say, like a social media's upload pipeline, those could do real damage before, the kind of key organizations and institutions that would do a lot of work in combating that could actually, get out there and do something about it. So possible at the moment, a long way off that. But we're already seeing that the kind of detection generation dynamic is certainly weighted in the favor of the people looking to create deepfakes to deceive people.
Yeah.
Tom, could I add something there?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, and I think this is really important. And, another dynamic we've been observing is, because of the nature of many of these detection techniques, like with many approaches to cybersecurity, you have to control access. Because if you release a detection method very broadly, you enable people to try and game it. And so one of the fundamental questions that we've been encountering as we talk to people in the world about this is the question of, even if we did have a detection algorithm, who would it be available to? Right, and so if you look at 95% of the locations where deepfakes might be shared or synthetic media, many of them will be in the global south, the majority world. Will these detection methods be available to the BBC and Le Monde and New York Times and Facebook? But will they be available more broadly? So it's a fundamental sort of access question as well that's playing out. And there's been work done in multi-stakeholder groups like the Partnership on AI to really think, how do we try and bridge this sort of gap between the technical possibilities of detection, which is it's not great, and it has these questions about who can have access, with the reality in the world that you want to make access available to as many people as possible, and you don't want to just concentrate it in big media in a few countries and the platforms.
Do you anticipate we could have a future in which, if I post a deepfake onto Twitter, well, Twitter's own servers will instantly flag it, and possibly, they don't know the intention of my deepfake, possibly still show it, but it will come up with these things that we're increasingly seeing on Donald Trump's Twitter account that says, guys, you might not be able to trust this. Is that feasible, or are we looking at a future where simply we just all have to be more savvy? Henry?
Yeah, sorry. So I think, you touched on a key point there, which is intent. And this kind of plays into the bigger issue, which is, the more nuanced conversation around synthetic media and deepfakes is that, not all deepfakes are malicious, right? We've seen an increasing number of deepfake apps, which are kind of for making, memeified versions of face swapping your faces into the Avengers or into films. Similarly, ones for kind of making you dance by kind of manipulating your body movements, again in a fun and kind of novelty manner. And so, for organizations such as Twitter to incorporate some kind of detection algorithm in their media pipeline, as you said, maybe perhaps involving their synthetic media tags on the tweets themselves, there's going to have to be a broader conversation about how do you almost, understand the semantic content of that deepfake, and how can you tell if it's got malicious intent or not? If you simply flag all synthetic media, that's not perhaps going to be that effective and may actually water down the impact of labeling specifically the malicious ones. The problem with that, of course, is that it's incredibly difficult for an automated system to understand the near limitless, malicious context and semantic context of deepfakes in different countries and different cultural contexts and things like this. So it may be possible, and we may well see some kind of automated approach from the big social media companies such as Twitter. But doing so in a way which is going to account for the fact that synthetic media is here to stay. We're going to see an increasingly large amount of it across all platforms, and a lot of it will not be malicious or negative. Is going to be a key challenge as to how they balance, labeling malicious synthetic media and also allowing, benign or kind of entertaining versions to kind of be uploaded freely.
Sam, how do you see us coexisting in the future with this? What's your worst case and what's your best case scenario of how the world adjusts?
The worst case scenario, and as I noted, I think it's been overhyped in the past, but if you certainly look at kind of the trends in political discourse and the ways in which deepfakes play into that, this idea that's been politicized that you can't believe what you see, combined with political and campaigning strategies that are about pumping out, what have been described as fire hoses of falsehood or flooding the zone with shit by Steve Bannon. These are explicit tactics by people in power to challenge people's belief in what they see and understand. So, the worst case scenario is our technical tools don't keep up with detection and authentication of media. And that is combined with this, broader crisis of people's already existing sense that they can't believe what they see, that they can't trust sources. And as as we know, that video has a very particular cognitive impact on us. It goes, it bypasses some of our rational thinking. We remember it in ways even when we've been told it's false. So there's a real problematic here. That said, I think we also have to be careful about making this too bleak a scenario. I think there are approaches we can be taking to protect the integrity of video and media and help people be more critical viewers and understand their media environment that are critical for the bigger problem anyway. So to your earlier question, should Twitter, for example, tell us that something's manipulated? I agree with Henry that we probably don't want to have it appear on every piece of media. Because frankly, in 5 years, perhaps every piece of media will have some kind of synthesis in it. But we do want to provide those signals to users if they want it. So we want to be able to say, look, if you want to check and see if there's manipulation on this, we can give you a read. And that's about giving people signals that plug into the types of literacies that my organization and others train on, which is, when you see an image or a video that's shared, is it trying to pluck at your emotions? Take a pause, look if there's a parallel source. Try and understand if the source it's coming from has credibility. Like all those things that are critical, we need to plug technical signals into. The other thing that we've not talked about so much is I think there's a trend in information management around deepfakes and synthetic media, which is to approach it from an authenticity point of view and what we describe as a provenance point of view. This is trying to understand what is real media and track the manipulations. And so there's a growing body of technical work in that space. One initiative that Witness has been involved in is something called the Content Authenticity Initiative, which was founded by Adobe and the New York Times and Twitter. And it's an initiative to try and help people see where an image came from or a video, how it's been manipulated over time. So essentially you're being given more of an insight into that information to make good judgments. Now, that's not to say that there are not necessarily problems with those approaches, right? Like if you're a malicious actor, you probably don't want to provide all that information. You'll try and fake it. And there are also potential downsides to that. Like, in my work, like many people I work with desperately want to create trustworthy information, like something that will stand up to claims of manipulation. But they would also be worried if it became obligatory to attach their identity and this amount of detail to a piece of video in a repressive context where they know their government is going to try and track them down, or where that kind of information might get weaponized by, a type of fake news law that demands to know the identity of anyone who publishes media, which is something we're starting to see around the world. So there is a set of solutions, but all of these have trade-offs that we need to really be asking about now and really making that evaluation at a global level.
So returning to that, Sam, just, let's say in 3-4 years' time, you receive smuggled footage from inside a Uyghur concentration camp, and it's, in whatever context, pretty much a smoking gun. Presumably, instantly, the Chinese Communist Party turns around and says, well, this is manipulated image. Almost whatever happens after that, it's lost all its power, hasn't it?
Yeah, and this is one of the challenges that we've seen is like there's going to be this sort of competition on kind of media forensics as well. Is like, it's very easy to claim something's falsified and it's quite hard to prove something's true. It's the sort of weird paradox is like it just takes a verbal statement to say it's a deep fake or it's falsified. And then to actually prove it's true, and as Henry was saying, as detection gets harder, it requires actually media forensics capacity, which is largely absent even for most major news organizations. So I do agree there's a challenge there. I'm less worried about those really big picture ones like that, where you would put a lot of forensics capacity. Every major news organization would try and prove that it was true. Potentially, the person who filmed it would have used one of these tools that really gives some sort of authentication. It's probably the 99% of content where a journalist doesn't have the capacity to do media forensics, and the government just says it's fake, and like, tough luck, we're just calling it fake, prove us wrong. Or that, the content that just gets shared and has like a half-life of a day. So a lot of things we see are, videos that get shared within a community on a WhatsApp group that maybe just, attack a community leader or claim something happened that, didn't happen. And those never reach the scale of, being assessed by a major news outlet. So that's partly where my worry about things like detection comes in, is that I think, we really need to think, how do we build this capacity, which is both the skills, but also these tools, and make them available at a community level? We need not only the major media to be able to challenge, a government account, say from a Uyghur concentration camp. We need, a community level sort of disinfo medic in every community who's helping their peers do that when it happens in a WhatsApp group.
Henry,
if I may add,
yeah, please.
No problem at all. I think Sam raises some fantastic points there. But I think one of the key challenges that I see with technological solutions to deepfakes and synthetic media more broadly is precisely some of the dynamics we're seeing right now. For example, in the US elections, where despite us potentially having incredibly sophisticated tools for detecting deepfakes or for authenticating them based on provenance approaches, conspiracy theories and people who we most likely are trying to reach with these tools and change their minds, they could easily pass it off as, this is a government-sponsored tool by the deep states. These companies are working with, these shady organizations. We can't trust these technological results. This has been fixed, and this is part of the greater conspiracy to smear X or so on. And so, technical tools might be able to do a good job of helping people who are receptive to that kind of information. But there is a much deeper human problem here about kind of truth decay and, the increasing sort of separations of kind of living in in different realities in a way. And so, working at Deeptrace, one of the things that I was worried about with detection was, is we could develop a great tool, but is it actually going to help the people that really we want to try and change their mind, the people whose opinions are going to be swayed by manipulated media or deepfakes. And if you can dismiss a detection tool as a conspiracy by the government to try and smear people and protect others, that's going to be a much deeper problem to solve than just building a sophisticated detection tool.
That, and if you'll forgive me, a lot of your very interesting talk has been quite depressing. We have a couple of minutes left for both of you, but starting with Sam, are there reasons why we shouldn't be depressed? Can you imagine a future that is better than the current one?
Yeah, so I'll give two. One, I'll give maybe two examples. I think in my own work, we've seen tremendous use of deepfakes for satirical purposes. I think of the work of the satirist Bruno Sartori in Brazil, and he creates these amazing, totally visible as deepfakes, satires on President Bolsonaro and former President Lula, putting them in popular culture, singing silly songs, and has tremendous impact that way. So as a creative tool for political expression. And then I think, I come from a background of thinking about how video helps more people be creative and powerful. I think there are tremendous power, which we're seeing in the commercial sector of, how do we do lip sync dubbing to enable more people to, experience content in their native language? How do we enable more people to have the tools for creating creative video? So I don't want to underplay those. I just worry that I'm not sure the benefits of those outweigh the malicious usages in our current political climate and sort of epistemic crisis around information. But they're both very powerful usages.
Henry, do you have any positives you can take away?
Yeah, I think to be frank, I would agree with Sam that that there are some positive use cases, but those are outweighed by the negatives. I mean, one nice one is an example of a project called Project Revoice, which was done with a voice synthesis company called Lyrebird, which helped create personalized synthetic voices for people with ALS who had lost the ability to speak. And some of the people who on this program were saying, the impact that had of having not like a Stephen Hawking style robotic voice that sounded nothing like he did before he lost the ability to speak, but having something personalized was incredibly powerful. So I think that was a great example of some of the positive applications. And some of the commercial applications too, promise to kind of really change the way that we consume media and the way that we see ourselves as part of the process of kind of sharing and experiencing media. One of these apps for creating deepfakes of face swaps, Reface, their CEO, said, his vision is to help people kind of feel like they've lived multiple lifetimes, through these apps and through these abilities to personalize media. So, there are certainly some really interesting artistic, satirical and business applications, which we need to be careful not to just, sweep away with the rest of malicious use cases when looking at solutions. but I think, as Sam said, I think those are unfortunately outweighed by some of the malicious use cases surrounding pornography, surrounding disinformation, cybersecurity, which is an area we didn't touch on much, but, the ability to radically enhance social engineering. So I think nuance is key, and that's something Sam and Witness have been doing an amazing job with. But it's a long way to go before I think we can be comfortable with the sort of dynamic that deepfakes are taking.
Well, look, thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much, Henry. You can trust everything that you have seen here today. No one has put a more handsome face on me. This is truly what we all look like. I guess the message of all of this is there isn't going to be some instant technological solution. We're all going to have to get more savvy. We're all going to muddle through. Things are going to go wrong. But hopefully there will still be ways in which we can trust our own eyes. Thank you for listening today.
Thank you.
And thank you, Tom. Thank you, Sam and Henry, for exploring this really serious and emerging topic with us here at the Global Summit. Our next speaker is Alam Kashefi, who will attempt to demystify quantum cryptography. She is the Director of Research at CNRS and Professor of Quantum Computing at the University of Edinburgh. She is also the co-founder at VeryQLoud, a startup focusing on quantum network applications. And she will be taking questions live here on the main stage after her talk. So don't miss the opportunity to ask her questions by submitting some in the questions tab on the platform. So with that, over to you, Alam.
Thank you very much for introduction, and thanks a lot for giving me the opportunity to first mystify you by quantum cryptography and then hopefully demystify it as well. So we are these days all about demanding big data machine. We want to collect more data, correlate more data, communicate more data, trade more data. And meanwhile, our computing machine, which is enabling this dream data machine, is reaching to its limitation. The beloved Moore's law, which is reducing the size of our chips, is getting smaller and smaller and smaller, and most of manufacturers believing in 5 years' time we are at the limit. So the claim is that this fast, massive, secure, accurate data machine requires more crazier warehouses and eventually will consume the energy of the planet. So how do we deal with this barrier which we are facing? The tiny little particles, which are called qubits, are here to save us. The basis of classical information theory for a century has been 0 and 1, they're classical bits. And I'm sure everybody has seen in the popular news that, qubits are the new toy that is coming to the market. And they are this magical physical system that they can be in the superposition of 0, 1. And simply put, they are vector computation rather than bit string computation. So let's get a little bit more details in this. Essentially, the quantum information processing, which will be the core of this talk, is based on, rather than Newtonian physics, quantum physics, which is the laws governing small-scale system. And the point is, information is physical. There is no need to think that is an abstract notion. The classical information is also a physical device that is sending electricity or not. So now we are going to have our qubit, which are a physical system with 2 possible quantum states. And these are not just fancy science fiction, they actually really exist. Single photon polarization time, coherent light, electron, nuclear spin, many different devices and physical systems can exhibit this quantum. So for the sake of this talk, to make sure that you follow me and go through this journey, I created a little dictionary that you can help to keep it. So we usually talk classical bits in the normal classical world, which are 0 or 1. You just need to remember that quantum can be in the superposition of 0, 1 and all the feature that comes from it. There are also the things that is very important to understand what's happening in the quantum world is that there are things that they are very fundamentally different. So in classical, when we measure, we observe our data, we're just observing, nothing will happen. Quantumly, you're changing, just observing your physical quantum system, you're changing it. The classical bits cannot be copied. The quantum bits cannot be copied, whereas classically you can copy as much as you want. and then the description of the classical bit can be done locally, quantumly cannot be done. The only this cannot and can be that I want you to remember is the fact there are these things that is annoying, and it makes quantum mechanics is a very bizarre things, and that why on earth you cannot copy, why on earth you cannot describe them locally. But in the information approach, we don't care. We take those bizarre phenomena and we make a feature out of them. So just to say that these are not just the feature and the fancy stuff is actually happening. Quantum over the last few years has moved from the head of scientists to actually from the lab all the way coming out. The 2 milestone of the field was the famous supremacy result that came out, which is essentially show that there are now devices, this one led by Google, but plenty of other devices and company, that they are able to show something that you cannot do anymore classically with any of your supercomputer. It's a useless problem for time being, but essentially we have reached a milestone. Quantum devices, quantum processing exist. The other thing is that the international connection, the communication network that over the satellite that China has demonstrated, you can link, Shanghai and Beijing and have an unhackable teleconference communication, is also showing a quantum internet, the quantum communication is happening. So putting all of this thing together, we realize that cybersecurity is no longer something just for the classical domain, is actually a field of effect by quantum, meaning that any progress we see in quantum technology will impact all aspects of security and privacy of communication and computation. Whether we're getting a better quantum sensing, whether we have quantum radar, whether we want to have quantum communication, whether we have quantum internet, whether we have quantum computing, they are all new domains that are affecting and revisiting the fundamental issue that we have. To some extent, it's both disruptive. We all heard that, if quantum computer comes, it's breaking our beloved RSA system. So everything, all the security can be breakdown. So it's very disruptive. But at the same time, whatever it takes quantum, it gives with the another hand. There is plenty of new opportunity exist that we need to exploit. So recently with a colleague, we wrote this review in order to a little bit helping to understand what is this landscape of cybersecurity, and depending on which company, which use case, which approach you have, you might be able to understand when do you need to be alert and how do you want to exploit it. So let me walk you through these several world scenario, if you like. So we can think of it like, maybe for the last 10 years, the word that is coming a lot, that people talk about post-quantum, i.e. what will happen in a world that a bunch of nasty guys who have not announced it, they have their quantum computer built and secretly has been used to crack our system, whereas us, the good guys, only can have access to classical computation and classical communication. This is the most naive way of thinking that the world will look like, this post-quantum world. And obviously, immediately you need to look at the fundamental aspect behind your classical computing. The problem like factoring, discretization, elliptic curve, all of them will break down. So you need to have new hard problem. And there is the NIST competition, which asks for this new problem to be put forward, and people build encryption system that are post-quantum secure. But it's not just by fixing the hard problem that all of our problem will be removed. There is, because of this quantum adversary that is coming to the game, you need to look at a completely new way of defining your security definition. There is new hacking is coming to the picture. We have now a quantum hacker that can come and play around various sort of attack model come to the picture. And even worse for a theoretician is that the proof technique that is the fundamental aspect of how we prove some system is secure is actually are affected. Some of the proof technique like rewinding, etc., is no longer valid. So it's very important to see that even in this post-quantum that you want to just consider the bad guy of quantum, a lot of things need to be rewritten. But the good news is that we don't need to only be in that world, the world that right now, currently we are living, I like to call it quantum enhanced. Although it is true that maybe somebody has had this magical quantum computer built and is being used and abused, but very likely we can also assume that small quantum devices and quantum communication, like what I was showing you, in China and many places in Europe, everywhere, that is going to be established, is a new weapon, if you like, new toolkit to be able to exploit. And the story goes that, okay, if we come to this world, that we have a bit of quantumness and against the quantum, we can use quantum to save us from quantum, if you see what I mean. So you can have now new methodology to design secure communication, quantum key distribution, one of the most well-known applications, but there's plenty of other applications. If I manage, I will talk about them. There is also not just in the enhancing security, it might be able to enhance efficiency or communication complexity. We know that when we go to the even very limited quantum correlation, we can enhance them. And novel functionality, something like independent of whatever implementation that you have, we can provide security. So this is the quantum enhanced world that I claim we are right now living in. But there's even a brighter future that is coming, that what I'm calling it quantum enabled, that we are all moving towards that quantum computer, large scale quantum computer, and fully fledged quantum internet is actually available to everybody. So you have the full balance between the bad guy and good guy in order to have access to quantum. And that's the quantum infrastructure that we are leading to it. So that's the world of the tomorrow. So the world of tomorrow, the way that we believe it is going to be the case, is a hybrid network of classical and quantum link, that they are coming together. We can have the two full capacity of taking into account, and it allows to boost both efficiency and security. So now coming back to the barrier that I was claiming that the quantum can help us to break through is this. So now I'm going to claim the fast, massive, secure, accurate data machine that we all after it will not anymore consume the energy of the planet. So this is a big claim. Let me in the remaining 10 minutes to walk through that, why I'm hopeful that this claim can be in fact implemented and achieved. What about the fast? What is this faster that is not requiring any more this big giant data warehouse to deal with? Well, this is quantum computer, and quantum computer exists. What do we have these days? It's called NISQ, which is a fancy way of a crappy quantum computer. The computer that we have are just 5 or 100 qubit. They are noisy, they are not perfect, but they are there. And interesting enough, these devices which are shaky and noisy can already do some amazing application in machine learning, quantum chemistry optimization. Of course, everybody knows that within the 5 years, we need to improve, we need to enhance, we need to bring more qubits. But there is a roadmap. It's a very different than a decade ago, that we did not have a clear roadmap. If you look at the landscape of a startup and company in France and everywhere that they're looking at, they have a roadmap of how to scale up, how to deal with fault tolerance, and how to build this fully well-controlled quantum computer. But I claim that fastness can be already achieved and demonstrated. And indeed, the quantum speed is one of the main reason that the field has started. If you look at problem like optimization, quantum annealing can do quantum tunneling in order not to get stuck on the local minimum. If you look at the pattern recognition, quantum machine learning does not need to necessarily just go through the full probabilistic setting, can have some shortcut due to correlation. If you look at the quantum Monte Carlo simulation, quantum sampling allows us to sample from distribution that we know we cannot get access quantumly. So these are just a little bit of indication that indeed quantum speed up is coming. And as I will discuss on it, it doesn't come at the cost of millions and the billions of the warehouses that we need to build. So the speed is coming to the picture. What about the security? Well, the security, everybody's about the cloud these days. Everybody wants to put their data in the cloud. And we know the security of cloud is a big drama already in the classical world. This is a problem which was posed 30 years ago. How can we put our beloved data in an encrypted fashion in the cloud and yet being able to compute on them? So we have a limited client like us. We want to take all of our data, make them encrypted to some Y, which is not anymore leaking information about X, and then run our data and search and manipulation, etc., all on this encrypted data, such that all the cloud providers don't learn everything about it. And while we get our outcome from this encrypted computation, we can get the outcome. So this is a beautiful open question forever and has a wonderful answer almost a decade ago, fully homomorphic encryption, which provide a solution. But this solution is computationally secure and it has overhead. And we are coming back again to this massive data, massive encryption, massive overhead that comes to it, and we're coming to the barrier. So then, surprise, surprise, the quantum is bringing some new way of looking at it. So I'm putting these funky things around my data just to give you indication. This is no longer purely classical bits. These are our qubits, that they can be in superposition. They cannot be copied. If you measure them, it has affected. All of those features that I very briefly go through it allow me to have a new way of encrypting my data as a physical element. send it over my quantum internet that I show you, and I can do exactly the same thing, apply my computation over quantumly encrypted data and get the outcome. But the outcome is that is information secure. It's completely unhackable. And as I will dig into the details, it's also very efficient. So this is what I'm claiming is secure. And in fact, I like it so much that I'm going to spend just 1 minute to explain it, how it works, that you can take your message, and we are always know that the most efficient, fantastic way of achieving encryption is doing one-time pad with some randomness theta. But in the 101 crypto, you're told never release your key of your one-time padding. And physically, in quantum, we can put that key in a physical system, give the key plus the classical message, and make the server to use that key, run the computation without even able to understand the key or understand the message. So I'm not sure this is demystifying it, but it's definitely a possibility that is a different methodology of doing the encryption that comes with the quantum. And you get bonus, because not only you can run your computation securely on the remote cloud, you can even get an indication that the cloud is doing what it's supposed to do, because I can put some trap in between of the computation. So not only I get my outcome back, but I'm also making sure that I'm getting the correctness. And then the last part of the puzzle, that why it doesn't consume the energy of the planet, because if you look at the simple calculation, my little quantum computer need to go to some chamber to be cool it down, and it needs some electricity, but the electricity cost just for the few qubit computation compared to million warehouse is very, very different. Of course, this is lots of details behind the door, but this is to some extent to say that there is a dream. There is a quantum dream that we can achieve. We can connect our quantum computer, we can connect our quantum internet, achieve the security we like without having a huge amount of overhead. So just that to finish up and say that dream is something that driven a lot of us. We at VeriCloud, which is a company I co-founded, we're really trying to attack this question that is coming from cybersecurity vulnerability, whether it's the efficiency, whether there is the cost, whether is the security, and trying to bring the quantum technology to link it. So one of the latest model that we have put is a hybrid classical quantum cloud focusing on the data center, and it allows us in a very cheap bringing barrier down, not necessarily need to have a China to establish for us a satellite, but actually with a local link to achieve the level of security in transit, at rest, and in computation that is desirable for this data center as a model. But we can assume many various applications that we would like to unlock. So the idea, the dream has been already validated. We have a prototype, and of course, many other companies and startups also exploring this domain. And we are looking at various integration to go to the data center. And these are the wonderful people who have joined me in this dream from the company, startup, the co-founder, Mark Kaplan and Josh Nunn, and also the engineer, which are pushing this dream. So I just want to finish that, all these elements that I've very briefly gone through, and we can discuss more later on, is allowing us to look at the secure new world. So with that, I'll stop here and answer your question.
Thank you so much, Ilham. Well, let's see if the audience is more mystified or demystified with the questions that they asked. So the first question is, can you go back on entanglement, so non-local correlations, and explain this oddity?
Wow, okay, so maybe I send you my email and we have another chat later on, but essentially the entanglement is just saying that, you have two qubits that they have met at some point. They have some correlation together, and even if you separate them, this correlation remains there. So we do not have such a thing classically, because we know that if I have the local description of any system, I can describe the whole. But entanglement means that having the knowledge of the local, it does not give you the global. So indeed, this entanglement allows me to locally arrange some physical system and has some effect on the separated far away element. So that's the entanglement, which is all about the quantum correlation that is not achievable from classical correlation.
Okay, great. So then our next question is, what would quantum computing imply for software developers?
Very good question. I think the point is that to some extent, depending at which level of stack you want to look at it, it's not hugely different. Of course, we are talking about a different hardware architecture, different mechanism of control, different low-level part of it. but they have all compilers. So you can think of all the various programming languages that is available. They can be very much within the same regime of, Python to run your quantum computing, etc. So it really depends on how high you want to go on the stack. If you're very high, you want to, in fact, provide to the user very similar software platform that allow people to abstractly define point. But if you go lower, the clever development should actually take into account the limitation that you have on your quantum computer. So quantum computer is imposing new way of thinking about the software, but it's also learning a lot of things in order not to reinvent the wheel, if you want. The software development, software engineering that exists in the classical world can be imported readily to quantum and answer some of the questions, which is regarding optimization and etc. to be employed.
Thank you. So our third question is quantum communication more error prone than classical communication?
Not really. These are all the things that we put under the carpet. So the same way that the classical communication can be very lossy, quantum communication could be also very lossy. And actually, that's one of the issues. Both at computation and communication, we would have this photon that can get lost. But the point is, the same way that we have error correction that allow us to deal with this imperfection, allow us to deal in the case of quantum. So in particular, for example, the example of QKD, I said that is very simple. You can send the quantum photon around and try to extract secure classical key. But most of the time, these photons that you're sending, they disappear. You don't catch them. But luckily, you can send millions of them, and by clever post-processing to recover that. And that's exactly why the rate of quantum communication right now is not in a very compatible with the rate of classical communication, but there are mechanisms to deal with the noise.
Great, thanks. So our next question is, what are the challenges of mass production of quantum computing components?
Many. This is just to know where to start. There is many, and yet there is many avenues. So one of the biggest challenge that it was, there are various models to create quantum component, and the way that many places that they're trying to address the challenges, which are very similar to the classical component design, is that actually bring them close. So if you look at, people are trying to push the silicon as an alternative for quantum computation component, because then we can inherit a lot of manufacturing and the knowledge that existed. If you look at the quantum communication, we're trying to bring everything as close as possible to the telecom wavelengths, so because we can get the same sort of communication together. So essentially, new engineering challenge come to the face when we're looking at the different components. But the biggest challenge, in my opinion, is that the more we can bring it closer to the language of the classical engineering, the better we can benefit and trying to embrace that knowledge in order to address our question. But the main problem in the case of quantum computing is the quantum control, because these devices are fragile. They need to be working in a different temperature. They need to have a very different, more delicate, if you like, a surgery that needs to be done. So the quantum control of these devices are the major challenge in order to scale them up.
Thank you. So our next question is about energy consumption. Could you talk more about the energy consumption of quantum computing and related infrastructure?
Well, I put it there, and I knew that somebody will ask this, and I did it myself in the hole. So the point is, when the supremacy problem of the Google and IBM came out, some of the people exactly made this point that, if you want to simulate quantum computing using HPC, it costs a lot of the energy. So in some simplistic way, you can say that quantum computing, because it's reversible, because I'm dealing with 50 or 100 qubits, it requires much less energy consumption. But in fact, my colleague in Grenoble, who have been working on this topic, and many other people around the world, when you dig into it, you see that this energy consumption needs to be taken a little bit with the care, in the sense that when we want to deal with the scaling of the quantum computing, again, the energy consumption is come. So I just wanted to tease you that there is an opportunity there, but there is much more detail. So we believe quantum computer, if it's scaled correctly, can have advantage compared to the quantum computing, classical computing, when you're putting HPC, all of these things. And it's all about this cooling and the engineering devices. And I'm pretty sure more expert people can answer the question, but it's all about how to cool this system.
Okay, thanks. We have a couple more questions, so I'm just going to jump right in. What are the main challenges facing during current research in quantum cryptography?
That's a very good question. So I think the main challenges is exactly demystification. So a lot of places, unfortunately, think that in quantum cryptography, people are just thinking about QKD is one particular application. So we're all talking about the only thing that quantum communication can provide you is the key exchange. And everybody in the industry are resisting that I need to put this quantum fancy infrastructure in order to achieve something that I'm not sure it's worth the effort. And so I think the big challenges is upon us and the whole industry to realize that there is beyond QKD, there is many, many applications, there is many advantages that it can come. So it's a job that both in our company, in our research and everything, we are pushing to make people aware of the use cases that exist. So people have less resistance of why do I need to come and jump in this new brave world if I'm just achieving one thing. So one challenge is the knowledge awareness of the education of the people and industry and cybersecurity, that it is not just about breaking the public key communication and hence replacing it with QKD and I wait till see when it happens, is a huge new opportunity that people have to embrace and jump on it. And the other challenges is the cost. Everybody think the cost of become quantum is too heavy. And again, something that I like to advertise that in our company, we take on board to train that the cost of bringing quantum communication and quantum crypto and quantum enhancement to data center, to some local system is not huge. By looking at the various architecture, we can reduce this cost so that this pain of why do I need to go to that domain and the gain become more clear, this equation of pain and gain. So I think that's the challenge for quantum cryptography.
Thanks. So I'm just going to wrap up with one last question. What do you think about the ongoing initiatives combining quantum and relativity to build a new kind of unconditionally secure primitives?
That's an amazing research. One of my colleagues actually in our lab in CNRS is pioneering on that topic. I think it's theoretically is very interesting. In cryptography and cybersecurity, we always want to look at the new landscape that allow us to break those barriers. Some of the elements, some of the practicality of it is still beyond. As I was just saying, we want to make sure the quantum communication reach the barrier of making it practical. So I think some of these relativity elements can be done classically. People has even showed the demonstration of the synchronization allow them to perform. But I would say that they are still a bit far away, but it's just, we're talking about hello tomorrow. So we don't know what tomorrow will bring us and how practical they will be. So I would definitely say that this is another avenue to pursue to make sure that we are not stuck on our barrier when it comes to the security.
Well, that's all from me, Alam. Thank you so much for joining us today and demystifying quantum computing.
Thank you very much for having me.
We're going to take a quick break right now, and very soon I will be announcing who is the winner of the Diamond Challenge, which is our deep tech trivia. And the winner of that will receive lifetime access to the summit. So it's down to the wire. If you haven't yet taken the trivia quiz, definitely do that. And we'll see you back here after the coffee break. Welcome back. We know that we're facing a global carbon crisis that's choking our planet. But what if we could find a way to convert pollution into fuel? Let Michael Kupka, the VP of Synthetic Biology at LanzaTech, tell you more about how close this reality could really be. We'll be taking some questions with Michael here on the main stage after his talk, so be sure to submit those in the questions tab. Over to you, Michael.
Thanks for the kind introduction, and really excited to be part of the summit and be able to share you some of the work that we're doing at LanzaTech to turn pollution into products. Let's start off with saying that I truly believe that this is going to be the century of biology. I was always amazed by biology and that it can do things no other human-made technology can do. On the top left, you can see the image of flagella motors. This is a very delicate device, but only the size of a couple nanometers. At the same time, biology can be truly global. On the bottom left, you can see, for example, an algae bloom that you can follow from space. What's really enabling both is that biology can self-replicate and it can evolve complex functions. What's truly exciting about biology that it has a programmable genetic code. As humans, we're making use of biology now since thousands of years. Think about production of alcoholic beverages. But early in the last century, we've also discovered we can actually make chemicals with biology as well. One example is the Weissman process for making acetone and butanol in a mixed fermentation from sugars. This process actually became really decisive in the world wars where acetone was required for cordite production and supply chains were cut. So Chaim Weizmann later on became the first president of Israel in recognition for his contributions during this time. Fast forward 100 years, today I think we're really good at biomanufacturing. Think about corn ethanol being a very mature technology right now. And we've also seen first products like propanediol or butanediol now in products in the market. What's also really exciting about biology is you have an economy of scale, but you can also make this work at a smaller scale and still be economic. So you don't need massive plants like the chemical industry and can be much more distributed. However, there are still challenges. One of the challenges is the feedstock cost, which typically makes up the main fraction of the overall costs in the process. And as you can imagine, I think starting from sugars, if you start with a commodity and making a commodity, I think it's a really challenging place to be. In addition, I think there's more and more pressure on farmlands with the growing population and climate change. And of course, you're somewhat regional limited. So what if we can actually make use of other feedstocks? For example, what if we could use urban waste? What if we can use plastic waste? If you think about today's technologies, we actually only use a very small fraction of these. So a lot of these actually end up as leakage in the oceans. Microplastics as well. What if we can close this loop using biology? Likewise, what if we could make use of direct use of pollution and recapture that? Of course, I think CO2 levels, as you're probably all aware, are kind of at the highest point since starting of the records. I think, and rightfully so, there's young generation is on the street, and actually some already thinking about the plan B, kind of colonizing other planets. Seen some really interesting sessions, I think, during this conference as well. In any case, I think if you do that, you also have to make use of, for example, CO2. And I think, in fact, I think biology is really well suited for these challenges. Life actually originated in a very reduced atmosphere consisting mostly of carbon oxide several billion years ago. And it's hypothesized that life originated at those hydrothermal vents deep in the ocean. And if you think about those, the composition there is actually not that different that you would find in a stack of an industrial operation, or if you gasify biomass or municipal well solid waste. And the first pathway on Earth is believed to be this Wood-Lungdahl pathway, which enables the utilization of carbon oxides and turn those into acetyl-CoA, which is the main building block of life. Still to date, this pathway is around in anaerobic environments. And at LanzaTech, we took an organism that was isolated originally from the gut of the rabbit, and you're still using the same pathway, which actually is still the most efficient CO2 utilization pathway we know on Earth. At LanzaTech, we've built a fermentation process around this organism and are now able to use directly emissions from the heavy industry. We're able to use biomass and municipal solid waste that can be gasified into a gas. And we can also use CO2 directly, for example, with renewable electricity. We feed the gases to the microbe, and the microbe is capable of converting that to ethanol, which can be a fuel. The biomass of the microbe itself is a source of protein, but we can also make chemicals in the process. And of course, I think the big benefit is at the end of the life, you can recycle those chemicals and bring back into the process and make virgin materials. And this is not something that we can only do as conceptual or at lab scale. We can actually do this at commercial scale today. So we've already produced over 16 million gallons of ethanol. It's our first commercial unit, which is at a Shougang steel site, where we take emissions from the steel industry and convert that to ethanol with our process. And by doing so, we've already mitigated close to 100,000 tons of CO2. And we can run this process continuously for months at a time in context of quite a fluctuating gas, as you can see here. This, in fact, is, I think, a really advantage of biology, that it's capable of processing chaotic inputs. Just think about us driving a car, and we could just adapt to whatever situation comes up. I think this is even amplified if you, for example, have a gas stream from gasifying municipal solid waste, so trash. Depending on what any given day you get there, you can end up with a highly fluctuating gas stream. And this is unsorted municipal solid waste that you can see here. So I think traditional catalysts have really struggled working with such a gas. But biology is able to process this into a stable output. So this is data from a demonstration unit we have in Japan with our partners from Sekisui. The first product, as I mentioned, that we can produce is ethanol, which goes into the fuel market. However, we've also shown that the ethanol is suitable for other applications. In Switzerland, for example, consumers can now buy cleaning products made up from ethanol out of pollution, which I think is really exciting. At the same time, ethanol is also a really ideal building block for the future. So we've developed, together with partners, technologies where we can upgrade our ethanol to, for example, jet fuel by dehydrating and oligomerizing, or convert it to polyethylene and PET. And we've actually already had first commercial transatlantic and transpacific flights with Virgin Atlantic and ANA. And we're looking at building a demonstration facility now to supply jet fuel on a regular basis. Likewise, together with Total and L'Oreal, we've been able to make the first cosmetic plastic bottle from industrial carbon emissions. But we also have the possibility to make chemicals directly with our process. So, for example, isopropanol or MEG or acetone, or any other product that we can make directly with the organism through synthetic biology by genetically engineering the organism. The key challenge, however, 10 years ago, gas fermenting microbes were considered genetically inaccessible. In the last 10 years, however, we've developed a suite of tools that enable us to effectively engineer the microbe. To date, we can actually modify the microbe fully automatically, built thousands of strains fully automatic. Was our world first anaerobic biofoundry. One of the challenges, as you can imagine, was we have to work with in an anaerobic environment, and then also in context of these flammable toxic gases. But this system allows us to make thousands of strains a week, fully automated, and screen those for production. However, we went even a step further and not only stopped at the thousands of strains, but developed technology where we can prototype even higher numbers. Develop technology where we can make proteins in vitro and then mix and match those to find out which proteins work, which enzymes work best together in a given pathway, what levels you need. We can do that 10 times faster and at higher throughputs than in vivo. So we can test tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of different combinations and then take the best into the cells. And we actually find that this approach really is very predictable of the performance we get into cells. So these two technologies enable us now to make to effectively build very efficient strains to make new products. With the information, we've also developed a range of models which all integrated into our economic models. So we can predict what chemicals we can make, what do we need to make those chemicals, and then predict what process parameters we need. And this all is supported through machine learning as well. So just to give you an example, how would you make now a gas, acetone from gas? So I think going back to where we started, I think making this acetone in a mixed fermentation from sugars. Fortunately, it turns out that some of these strains were still preserved through work by David Jones, a professor in South Africa and later on New Zealand, which preserved those strains. However, none of those strains can grow. Yes, but one thing we could do together with the Joint Genome Institute, we were able to now with modern sequencing technology, pull out all the genes in this collection and take then the genes that we think are capable of making acetone and put those to our prototyping platform, identify the best combinations to make acetone, then introduce that to our organism, improve the performance further with the using of our models. And we now have a strain that makes highly selective acetone at over 90% selectivity. And we scaled that up to pilot scale already. Very excitingly, I think if you make acetone, which is currently made only to fossil sources, you actually emit per ton of acetone 2.5 tons of CO2. Through our process, we can lock in the CO2 into the product and actually have a carbon negative footprint, locking in 1.6 tons of CO2 per ton of acetone produced. The real advantage of biology is also now that we have microbes that can make acetone, microbes that can make isopropanol, can make other products. We can simply swap those microbes, still using the same hardware, still using the plant that we've used for making ethanol, but now making a different product, which I think is quite a paradigm shift to, for example, the chemical industry, very purpose-built one plant for one process. And especially since we're not using a commodity as feedstock, I think we can really disrupt those market circles. And we've showed a couple of products that we've already can make at scale today. But we've shown over 100 different products that we can make with the platform, and in fact modeled additionally several hundred molecules that are feasible through the platform. And it's certainly not limited through that. With this, I think we're able to enable a circular model where we can capture and use waste streams, replace fuel, but also replace the feedstocks for our consumer products. And at the end of the life, we can recycle that and bring back and make virgin material from it and start the cycle again. just like in nature, where there's no waste. Consider, for example, the cherry tree, which produces thousands of blossom, which then create food for birds, humans, and other animals in an effort to grow this one tree. With that, I want to thank you for your attention, and happy to take any questions.
Cool. I'm just going to ask, that was a great talk, and there was just a couple moments where we lost your audio. So while we prepare the questions, if you just want to make sure that everything's plugged in on your side in terms of microphone, that would be great, so that we hear your answers loud and clear. The first question is, do feedback loops inhibit growth of micro product production when going beyond a certain scale?
No, I think this is a good question. I think, and we've got experience now across different scales. In fact, I think we have over 100,000 operating hours at different at large scales. So I think actually the process is really really very robust. So I think we do have shown that we can make the product continuously, and could do that continuously for months at a time, and do that from lab scale up to large scale with several 100,000 of liters reactors, vessels.
Okay, great. Well, I'm going to jump into the next question from the Hello Tomorrow community. Could biology also be used to separate mixtures of products that were inseparable before?
It's a good question, actually, and it's something that we haven't thought about, but that certainly, I think there's some efforts. I think, for example, using microbes and kind of using buoyancy in microbes, of having floating microbes. I think there's certainly efforts like that. I think we rely on kind of traditional separation approaches for now in our process. So I think in a lot of aspects, I think biology is very unique and can do a lot of things. But I think the hybrid of traditional catalysis or traditional chemistry and biology is, I think, where it gets really interesting. I think using the best from both worlds, for example.
Great. The next question from the community is, would it make sense to co-locate biofabrication plants with waste streams, which are used as input?
Yeah, in fact, I think that's a big part of our strategy. So I think our first plant is at a steel mill, which I think is purpose on site there, co-located next to each other. Municipal solid waste, I think we then, for example, have our demonstration unit at a landfill site. But I think we'll be more and more looking at also distributed production. I think we have projects now starting in India where we use biomass gasification, which I think can be very distributed and I think really community-wise. So I think you have both advantages. You can co-locate at a larger scale, but it can also be quite distributed. And in fact, I think the big advantage is I think you always find heavy industry pretty much everywhere. You find every larger city, of course, have municipal solid waste and need to get rid of this. Then you have biomass waste. I think you can, and of course, I think you can also think about using CO2 direct. You can also, for example, couple that with direct air capture. So you can essentially run the process anywhere.
Okay, thank you. So we have sort of a follow-up question to that. Can waste streams from industry be directly used as feedstock for microorganisms, or are there harmful substances that need to be extracted first?
No, it's a very good question as well. So so I think for us, I think there's certainly harmful substances in there, and I think that makes also the direct use quite difficult. In addition to how you kind of supply that material to the microbe. So that's why we coupled there our technology with a gasification approach. So I think essentially gasify all the material, and then you end up with a gas stream that it's mostly containing a syngas composed of carbon monoxide, hydrogen, and CO2. You may still find some sources, some contaminants in there. For example, different kind of components there that you need to get treated, but I think it's very minimal treatments. But if you compare that to what would be needed to make this feedstock suitable for a catalytic approach.
Okay, so what is the next material or compound you would like to produce using microorganisms?
I think we have quite a few compounds in the pipeline. I think we're mostly looking at kind of precursors for materials. I think acetone, isopropanol are kind of the first products we're rolling out to and obviously precursors for polypropylene, acrylic glass, for example. But yeah, I think we're working on a whole range of molecules. Not only materials, I think the process can also make other molecules. I think I'm quite excited about molecules that kind of goes into consumer goods, but I think there's also other opportunities. And then, of course, I think biology has the ability to make completely new materials, whether it's biodegradable materials, for example, or materials that have very unique properties, like being very unique in kind of strengths, for example.
Thanks, Michael. So this is my last question before we wrap up. What is the innovation landscape looking like in terms of biofermenters? And is the control of the conditions in bioreactors possible to a detail that you want?
Yeah, so I think there is some infrastructure in place for sugar fermentation. I think there's some kind of user facilities and some tollers in place. I think in terms of gas fermentation, I think it's critical that you are able to supply those gases effectively to the microbe. I think the gas mass transfer there, especially I think carbon monoxide, hydrogen are quite insoluble in liquids. So I think this has been really an important challenge to address. And for us, I think we had to develop our own technology when we started, as there wasn't any technology available off the shelf that we had to use. So while at lab scale, we can still use, for example, continuous stirred tank reactors that you can buy off the shelf. I think for our scale-up operations, we have developed our own reactor designs and continuously optimizing those as well. So I hope also that this work we can also then apply and help with other processes that are similar to us, which I think require high mass transfer of gases. But in general, I think, especially also with the rise of synthetic biology and more companies coming into the space, I think this is certainly an area that I think is important to address. I think we need more capacity. I think, and it's important to think about scale up in mind at the end if you set out to develop a process at the start. And yeah, I think for us, I think one lesson learned was also, I think we had a lot of demonstration and most of our scale-up work was directly at customer sites. So I think that really helped to have also the real feedstock and also kind of the directly having the pressure to deliver a product.
Well, thank you so much, Michael, for being here with us and answering our questions and for your keynote. It was really great to have you here at the summit.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now, before moving on to our next session, I just want to do a quick review of the 2 games that are available for you to play right now. Well, one right now and then one very soon here at the Hello Tomorrow Global Summit. So there is the Diamond Challenge, which is our deep tech trivia. So you can see how well you've been paying attention throughout the sessions and answer the trivia questions. The person with the highest score will receive lifetime access to the Global Summit, and we'll be announcing the winner a little bit later. And then also at 4 p.m. here on the main stage, there's actually a live gaming session, and that is with the Pint of Science. It's called that Pint of Science Hello Tomorrow Big Quiz. The winner of that live gaming session will receive a pass to next year's Global Summit. So for all of our gamers who are watching and who want to try their chance of winning that, it is on at 4 p.m. here on the main stage. We're switching gears here for our next talk and talking about food with Vishal Bhuyan, who is the co-founder of Aanika Biosciences and who is now on our screen. Vishal is on a mission to improve the security of our food systems by harnessing the power of molecules to bridge the gap between our digital and physical worlds. This has a potential to drastically reduce waste. And Vishal will also be taking questions, just like Michael did here on the main stage after his talk. So if you are on the event platform, feel free to use the questions tab, and we'll be getting into that right after his talk. And with that, welcome Vishal.
Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. And as mentioned, my name is Vishal Bhuyan, and I'm the co-founder and CEO of Aanika Biosciences, where we're using microbial tags to track and trace products through the supply chain. And I want to start this morning by asking you guys a very simple question. Can you distinguish two identical pieces of lettuce from each other? So take a really good look. Can you tell where it came from? And what happens if it was washed? If it was cooked? If you let it decay for close to a month? You see, the ability to distinguish between two identical and fungible products in our global complex supply chain is incredibly important. And it impacts each and every one of us, both directly and indirectly, probably hundreds, if not thousands of times a day. And so I know this firsthand because a few years ago, I launched a snack product. And it was made from the seeds of a lotus flower from India. And so it was this incredible passion project of mine. And this fantastic project turned out to be a complete and utter nightmare. So this is 3,000 pounds of seeds being discarded at the US border because of contamination. The good product that I thought I was buying was switched for poor quality, contaminated product that had to be discarded by the FDA. And so what I realized and what I experienced was that there's this sea of technology out there, all centered around traceability. But I couldn't answer two very fundamental questions. One, where did my product come from? So what was the origin? Was it from the source that I thought it was? Was it the quality that I thought? And two, what happened to it along the way? So was it adulterated? Was it swapped? Was it contaminated? And so the ability to answer these two questions was much larger than just my own experience. It meant narrowing recalls that were 3 times bigger than necessary. So put another way, not destroying the hard work of a farmer whose product is recalled and destroyed because another farm's identical piece of lettuce is the one that's contaminated. It meant that the candy bar that you love to eat isn't indirectly supporting 2 million child laborers in Western Africa, all because the candy company cannot verify that its cacao is ethically sourced. It means that the cosmetics that you use don't contain unsustainable palm oil that directly contributes to climate change and deforestation. And it means mitigating the close to $80 billion of losses incurred each year as a result of foodborne illness, the results of which many of us know all too well. And so at Aanika Biosciences, we're tackling these problems using something that we consider to be Mother Nature's most incredible invention, and that is the microbial spore. And for those of you who don't know, a spore is the way a microorganism protects itself from very harsh conditions. And so we inactivate these spores, turning them into little nanoparticles. And we insert a unique genetic sequence, so a small string of DNA, into its genome that acts as a barcode. And with that, we can apply it to almost any product in a supply chain and read it out at different points through UV light and sunlight, through heat and other processing steps. And this gives us the ability to distinguish those identical leaves of lettuce through mixing, through washing, through treatment, and even through decay, all using a very simple application and readout protocol. And we leverage robust, low-cost diagnostic tools to do this. And through surface display and association, we can even bind proteins to our tags, these incredible molecular machines that give us two-in-one functionality. So if you picture a tag that can not only trace lettuce through the supply chain, but also inhibit E. coli growth. And so I know what you're thinking, which is, this sounds really cool, but is it safe? And the truth is, we inactivate our organisms. And that begs the question of whether or not they're even organisms at this point. But that aside, the organisms that we use are so common. They're found in things like natto, the Japanese dish, and a variety of probiotics that are available off the shelf. And so in 2021, we're releasing Lettuce Defender, of which just a couple of drops can tag hundreds of pounds of lettuce through the supply chain, providing unparalleled traceability. And so the next time or pretty soon, when you bite into a piece of chocolate or you enjoy a healthy salad, it could be powered by a very similar technology. Thank you so much, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you so much, Vishal, for sharing that. I'm just waiting for a couple questions to load in here from our platform, from all of the people. But oh, here's the first one. This is the beauty of the live. A little bit of real life here for you. So the first question is, what will be the impact of the molecules that you're using on the gut microbiome?
So we use inactivated spores. So there should be no impact to the microbiome whatsoever. These organisms don't replicate. They don't germinate out of that spore form.
Okay, great. Sorry, I'm having a little bit of lag, but I know that we have quite a few people who are connected in on the platform right now. Is there any call to actions or any key messages that you would like to say to them while you have this sort of captive audience at the end of your keynote?
Yes, I mean, I think the real takeaway here is that organisms in general and microbes in general are an incredibly versatile tool. And so as we've seen with some of the other talks here, they're being used for all sorts of applications in agriculture. And so we're looking at this as a way to leverage them to have more of a utilitarian function as well. So not just, nitrogen fixation and things like that, but also, this next level transparency and traceability in addition to the secondary functions that I mentioned earlier.
Thank you. So our next question from the Hello Tomorrow community is, does it work on every kind of food? That's a good one.
Yeah. So we've seen a wide variety of different applications in the sort of food and ag space. And so far, the answer is yes. Whether it's an oil or whether it's lettuce, as I mentioned, or fruits and vegetables, we've seen a pretty consistent ability to read and trace those products.
That's wonderful. I want to thank you again for joining us here today at the Global Summit. It's been great to having you connected, and we hope to see you soon.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Vishal. And with that, we're going to take a quick break. We'll see you back here in just a few. Welcome back to the Hello Tomorrow Global Summit. For this next talk, it is my pleasure to welcome to the set the CEO and co-founder of Hello Tomorrow, Arnaud Delatour, and he will be joined by Massimo Portincaso, who is the managing partner at BCG.
Hello, Massimo. Really nice to talk to you and to have this discussion with you, because not only are you co-leading BCG activities around deep tech, but you're also my partner in crime in always trying to push further our understanding of the deep tech revolution. And we love to share what we find out, usually through some reports. We publish several every year. So today we are going to do that, sharing what we found out together at the Hello Tomorrow Summit. So really excited. And actually, I realized I never asked you this question. You were before focusing on deep tech for BCG, managing and leading the marketing activities for this global management consulting firm. So how do you go from marketing to leading deep tech?
Well, I think that the question should be in the very first place, how did you end up doing marketing? But that's a whole different story. The truth is that I'm an engineer at heart, and actually working with you at Hello Tomorrow, but also being around at MIT Media Lab, I just really realized that there was something going on and a big shift was just about to happen. And we were just about to see a transition from the world of bits that was characterizing the last 2 decades. We were moving to a place where bits and atoms were coming together, and realized that this was something quite big. And basically, this was the incipit of deep tech. And realized that this is something that is really important and wanted to get engaged and want to help shape it and really take it out of the niche and make it mainstream, because the potential of the impact of deep tech is simply huge. So ultimately, it's a little bit of also your fault that I'm here. And this week has basically confirmed this feeling of the importance of this, seeing all the finalists and all the participants, the great keynote speaker. So I'm really looking forward to talk about this, and thank you for having me here.
Happy to have induced this transition, and it's true that we get the feeling that something is going on, and it's changed a lot since the creation of Hello Tomorrow 10 years ago. At that time, startups were mostly about digital platforms, mobile apps. To be successful, you had to create a new digital marketplace. It was all about the next Uber of something. And a few years later, in 2016, when we wrote the first report using the name Deep Tech, from tech to deep tech, we felt that the revolution had already started. So we felt we needed this a kind of symbol, so a new term, a kind of symbol for people to take notice of this revolution, but also, I think, a banner also for the leaders, where there are startups or corporate leaders or investors, scientists, so for the leaders to find each other. And I think maybe it's pretentious, but I think it worked. And I think now those leaders, they feel they found their tribe.
Absolutely. I think that definitely Hello Tomorrow was part of this, I would say, almost a revolution and a reaction to the mainstream. I think it was a reaction to the next, and I was surprised to hear from Seth Bano yesterday that we're still funding apps to order food for dogs. I think that the word is served. I mean, they are, of course, they have the legitimacy, but I think it's really important we start moving this forward. And before we go into the discussion about deep tech, I would really love to talk about one thing that I get a lot of questions about. To say, Massimo, is this technology deep tech? Is this a deep technology or not? And I think what is really important that we all realize is that it's not about the technology itself. There are emerging technology, there always will be emerging technology, but I think it's really important for all of us to understand that what really deep tech brings to the table is a different approach to innovation that makes the possible impossible. And we've seen in many of the talks during the week.
Yeah, it's actually it reminds me a little bit what we used to say a few years ago about deep tech. It's true that we were focusing a lot on the technology, the fact that it takes more time to reach the market, it's more expensive, but in the end, I think it doesn't do justice to what deep tech really is about, to focus on the technology, but it's really more about what it can do, all the new opportunities, and also the new approach that we need to grasp those opportunities.
Yeah, and I think it's really important that we understand this to be able to understand the reach and the impact that can be made through deep tech. And actually, if you look at it from a kind of what are the components that really make it, I mean, it all starts with the lowering of the barrier to innovation. We just heard before Michael from Lanza talking about the fact that some of this stuff was not possible, what Lanza is doing today 10 years ago. And this is true for many, many things. So what we have seen is that the rise of platforms have allowed many things. On the one side, cloud computing, but also what is happening with the next generation sequencing or the CRISPR platform and many others. So these happen. The cost of hardware has gone down a lot. What hardware can do has increased tremendously. Data are more accessible. And also we have seen a little bit of increase on the capital available. It's still by far not enough to fuel this, but this has allowed really lowering the barrier to access that then have triggered a very important component. And this is, in my view, one of the things that really characterizes deep tech, because we have two main convergences that are happening at the same time. And on the one side, what we're seeing is that domains that used to be very separated are now coming together into one place, into a single startup, which is one of the big novelties. So we had a strong science at the foundation of all of it, but we're seeing that this is coming together with a strong problem orientation, or call it design thinking problem orientation, that really, okay, what is the problem that we're trying to solve and how can we use the science to do this? And then we have engineering coming together to build a bridge between the two. And I think that Cellino, which was one of the examples that we saw at the beginning of the week on Monday, is a fantastic example of those three domains coming together in one single startup. So you have the question and the quest for regenerative medicine. On the one side, how can we use stem cells? On the other side, the science of stem cells and the capability and the technology to turn adult cells into stem cells. But then you have the engineering building the bridge between the two, making it possible at scale, which is something that was simply unthinkable a few years ago. And this gives you an idea of, through this process, how we can start to regenerate retina and other parts. And out of the three, I have to say, one might think that the science part is the most important. I would say this is definitely the necessary condition, but it's not sufficient. And what we're seeing is that one of the big turn which is happening is with the focus on the problem orientation. And what this is triggering is the second convergence that we're seeing. What we're seeing is that startups are not in the place where they have one technology and they try to find a use case, as it has been the case very often in the past. And we have heard from the professor from EPFL that was saying this is the main reason why startup fail, because there is no market need for it. We're seeing that this problem orientation is becoming very important. And what is happening is that the startup are bringing together the different technologies that leverage the advances on the digital side to do this. And they're able to do things that were unthinkable before. If you go back to Cellino, what is happening and what they're doing is that they have the technology, the biology of turning the adult cells into stem cells. But what they're using is laser physics and machine learning to be able to make it at scale. And this is the big difference that we're seeing. And this is one of the way we're seeing really the potential. So a new approach, convergence of approaches, which is leading to overcome barriers, unlock constraints, and make what used to be impossible possible. So I think this is in essence what we're seeing right now.
And it's really interesting also to see that this is confirmed, and that you mentioned one of the keynotes of the week. And actually, one of the positive side of being able to, we had to switch to a digital format. We are now virtually connecting all over the world. But one of the positive consequences is that I've been able to follow a few keynote and startup pitches. So it was really great to see that what we are talking about is not only nice theories. That's actually what we see in successful startups. And really the moment when I felt that was yesterday morning, listening to Nora's talk about her startup, Neuritas. What she's doing is basically trying to find new molecules to tackle important human health issues. And she really used this new approach. So instead of using serendipity, because serendipity because the traditional approach she was talking about was that we start from the trillions of molecules. She gave the example of an apple. I won't redo the whole talk, but basically the traditional approach is to start from the trillions of molecules, then do a kind of random test and learn, and then eventually you find one molecule that have a nice, valuable impact on the human body. But the problem with this approach is that it takes decades, it's very expensive because it is long, and the approach she's using and she described is really the reverse and exactly what you were talking about. So she does start from the problem, so the consumer needs. So what are the most pressing issues related to human health? And then she uses her understanding of how proteins interact with the body to kind of design what should the right proteins, molecules look like. And then she does the lab work to eventually find those proteins. So as you said, she does start from the problem, or it's kind of design thinking as you described. And she also used the convergence of several technologies. So the proteomics, or the science of proteins, so to understand how the protein fold, how they interact with our body, but also artificial intelligence to make sense out of the huge amount of data that is produced during those lab manipulations. So it's and it's incredible the outcome of this new approach, because instead of several decades she is able to find a new molecule from the idea to the molecule on the market in 2.5 years. So that's really a difference of an order of magnitude. So you can imagine the incredible consequences that it will have on our healthcare.
Absolutely, and I think we're using Sedino, Nora. Example, one might think that it's only about biology, but actually one of my favorite examples of the power of deep tech is when we use another keynote speaker from Hello Tomorrow from last year, which is Commonwealth Fusion System. And they're a startup based out of Boston, and they're working on nuclear fusion. So imagine this, nuclear fusion, something that we started talking about in '58, we've been always saying is 10 years out. So basically it's never going to happen. It's such a complex problem that 35 countries have come together in a consortium called ITER with a budget of 20 billion starting in 2006 and planning to get there to some net result in 2035 or 2040. And then you have on the other side a startup out of Boston, funded in 2018, who plans to get to a net gain plant producing energy utilizing nuclear fusion in 2025. And how is it possible? You have on the one side 20 billion, more than 30 years to get there, and then a startup with 35, 40 people, and a budget of 200 million. And I think this is really simplified, or is a very good example of the power of what we're talking about, and what can really be made possible. Of course, we don't know yet if they're going to be successful. They claim they're going to be. And the latest New York Times article said that they have good chances of doing it among all the many startups that are working on nuclear fusion. But the point is that if you really look at what they're doing, this is really when it becomes stunning. Because the moment we got the breakthrough in the approach toward nuclear fusion has been when we stopped treating nuclear fusion as a physics item, but really when we said, okay, how can we build and design a plant to produce energy and attach it to the grid? And this is triggered, and this is the problem orientation I was talking about. And you bring it together with the science of nuclear fusion, and then you really need to connect it with an engineering so to really build a plant. But the interesting thing is that the great breakthrough that they made was not in terms of physics of the plasma coming out of the fusion, but when they identified the material, a high temperature superconductor that was allowing them to double the magnetic field to steer the plasma, to contain the plasma, to make the plant economically viable. So you see, it's again the convergence of technologies. You have the plasma physics, but you have materials technology, and also, of course, some computation helping to make this happen. And this is really another example. But what becomes really interesting, to go to your point about the time, is that what they did, and this is one of the peculiarities, that we have seen with Commonwealth Fusion a bit of the adoption from deep tech startups of the lean startup methodology. So they started to iterate, to build, measure, and learn. And they really went through quick cycles so they could iterate and learn. And if you look at their plan, they have a proof of concept, they have an MVP, and they plan to launch in 2005. And they have a very strict plan how to get there. And this has allowed them basically to compress cycle that normally would have taken 1 year into 1 month. And this accelerate a lot the process and make the thing, the interesting thing that we're seeing is that it's not only what is possible, but how fast what is possible is made possible. And this is something that is really, really characterizing what we're seeing in deep tech right now. So, and last but not least, they've been bringing on board a whole ecosystem with university companies, venture capital, to be able to do this. So again, we don't know if they're going to be successful. I think they have very good chances of doing it, but it really shows you the potential of what can be achieved through deep tech.
So I see that you're now a nuclear fusion expert, and I think we both agree that, so this is a revolution. Well, I knew that we already agreed on that, but I hope the people watching us are already convinced that this is a revolution, and there is a new approach also that we need to have to kind of be a leader in this revolution. Being where we are working with many different companies in several sectors, so we see that the impacts are really broad. So what excites you the most?
About deep tech, I would say it's something that you can see almost as a kind of a fil rouge across the week. It started on Monday, and today and yesterday was very, very, very clear. And it was in the presentation of Michael from LanzaTech talking about what biology can do. It was in the presentation of Heike yesterday when he was talking about nanoparticles and how can use nanoparticles on NORA presentation. You are seeing really a major, major shift that is happening that is really exciting. And I'll explain in a second why. But basically, what we're seeing is what we're calling nature co-design. And very often when I say nature co-design, people say, Massimo, we've been designing with nature for centuries. So what's new? And I think we really need to be careful because there is a paradigm shift that is really happening. I know that consultants are accused to use jargon and hyperbole all the time, but I think in this case it's really appropriate to talk about a paradigm shift that is happening right now, because this is not about partnering with nature like we've been doing with farming and agriculture. It's not about biomimicry, getting inspiration from nature. This is what is happening now, is that for the first time in the history of humanity, we are in a position to start using nature as an engineering and manufacturing platform. And this is exactly what we're seeing from Lanza, what we're seeing from NORA. So we can really shift, and it's not about partnering, but is really using what nature has developed over billions of years, which is highly efficient, to do what we want it to do. And basically, the shift is from starting and designing things at a certain scale. We can now operate at a nanoscale and build things from the ground up. And this is a huge shift that has a big set of consequences that come with it. Because basically what we're doing is that by doing so, we bring matter and to a certain extent energy into the innovation equation that is something that was not possible before. So we have now the possibility to change something that was considered as a given into a variable into the innovation process. And this opens an incredible set of opportunities that we have. And also by operating this way, we can, to a certain extent, reverse something that it started with the second industrial revolution. In the second industrial revolution, one of the main things that we have done is that we started basically exploiting nature, if you want, to a certain extent. One example is oil. We started putting a lot of energy to extract oil from the ground, to then add additional energy to break oil down into different components and to then use it either to produce energy or to do and produce stuff. Now we can completely bypass that cycle and we can directly work with organisms to produce what we want to produce. We can bypass, if you want, the cow, and we can start producing the meat directly in a way which is way more efficient than it is with the technology of the cow, if you allow me the comparison. So it's really a big shift that we're seeing, and because energy has perfected its process, because nature has perfected its processes over so many years, it's very efficient. It mostly operates at a room temperature, at room atmosphere, and it has a lot of advantages compared to the way we've been doing stuff so far. What needs to be clear to us is that we're just really at the beginning of it, and we still don't know much. We need to learn how to do it, but I think there is one example that I love that really exemplifies the power of what we're doing. If you look at, for instance, at fertilizers, we need nitrogen basically as a fertilizer. And the process that is used today is the same process that was invented in 1908 by two chemists, Haber and Bosch. And this process is used to produce nitrogen that gets distributed to plants. This process alone is responsible for between 3 and 4% of overall greenhouse gas emissions. It's almost as much, I think it's exactly as much as the whole of aviation. So one thing, ammonia, nitrogen, fertilizer produce as much as the all aviation. And this process is touted to be responsible for 2% of the overall energy consumption in the world. Now, we haven't been able in 100 years to come up with a better process. We're still using it. And if we apply nature to design to it, this gives an idea of the difference we can bring, because what if instead of producing ammonia and producing this fertilizer, we design bacteria that allow us to fixate the nitrogen directly on the roots of the plants? And this is what different startups are doing. It's a joint venture by Bayer and Ginkgo Bioworks, Pivot Bio, Kula Bio are working to do exactly. And you can completely change the way you're doing. You don't need to put all that energy to produce these. You can work with microbes to do that directly on the roots of the plants. And this gives you an idea of the whole power of nature to design and why I'm so excited about it.
It's definitely going to impact whole value chains. And one of the ways it's going to impact it is that what we consider today as really value chains, not always linear, but it's going to really become more like value nets, and some things that today are considered as waste will become the feedstock for other processes. And we've seen several examples this week with one of the worst waste we can think about, which is carbon dioxide, so the CO2 from the air, which is responsible for climate change. We've been trying for quite some time to do some carbon sequestration, so to capture the carbon from the air and then store it. But the problem with this approach is that if you only store it, then you don't have any revenues from it. So you need to rely on a kind of carbon tax for it to be profitable. But the new trend that really we saw this year is that many companies are working to not only capture and store it, but actually upcycle it, so transform it into something valuable. Actually, it was one hour ago. That's really the project of LanzaTech, and it's not only a project because what they announced recently is that they managed with working with Total and L'Oreal to use CO2 as raw material to build plastic packaging. So that's, I don't know, I find that quite incredible. And so going beyond this specific example, we saw many other examples doing the same thing, maybe not for packaging, but for example, one of the finalists from the environmental track, carbon upcycling technology, they use some powder to capture CO2 from the air, and then they use it to improve the capacities, well, they improve construction material. And another one, the winner from the energy track, Agora Energy Technologies, I think that's their name. They actually use CO2 to build batteries. So the CO2, what used to be, and is still today, I mean, we shouldn't be too much into the future, but CO2, what is today one of the worst outcome and waste of our industry, is kind of becoming the center of a value net and being transformed into valuable products. So it is the case with the examples I mentioned for plastic, so it can be transformed into plastic, into construction material, into batteries. I know other projects also doing that to build clothes, to build fuel. So I mean, the impact, if we think about it, is really incredible.
No, it's absolutely incredible. And I think one of the things which I think is very important for us to realize is that, yes, it is a great opportunity for the planet, but it's an incredible business opportunity. And I'll quote Al Gore here. He said in Wired in July, that he said, this is the biggest business opportunity in the history of the world, and it's the biggest investment opportunity. And I very much agree with him. If you do the math and you look at the value chains that are being impacted by this, we're talking about 40% of the global GDP. We're talking about something like 30 trillion. It's a huge opportunity. And by enlarging the option space, we can leverage the precision that comes with it, building from the atom, and create better solution that allows you to deliver products that are better than the one that are coming, and you can completely shift the value pool. So I think this is a very, very incredible opportunity. But by all excitement, I think that we also need to consider a little bit the other dimensions, because we need to really avoid the mistake that we've done in the past of looking at things in a reductionist way. And we need to look at it in a non-reductionist way somehow. So what is really, really important is that from the very beginning, we start thinking about the second and third order consequences. What we absolutely should avoid is the fact that we start doing it, or we have the same situation that we had with the second industrial revolution, when we start burning fossil fuels without realizing what is going to cause down the line. We need to avoid a situation in which we have social media, but we don't think about the second and third order consequences of what this is going to have. So I think it's very, very important that we have a non-reductionist mindset, and that we start from the very beginning thinking about the emergent properties of what we're generating. We need to have an ethical discussion about it. But I really love what Owen was saying early on today about this idea of a chief Anthropocene officer. I think it's really important. I think this figure that I was talking about is, for me, the symbol of this necessity to think about the non-reductionist dimension, the second and third order consequences from the very beginning. If we look at those down the line in 20 years, it will be too late. We need to think it through now without stopping it from the beginning.
I totally agree. It's really important. And I think another reason why it's important to anticipate the potential consequences and being transparent about that is that if we don't do it, if we don't do it, it won't trigger a conversation with society, and we need to trigger this genuine conversation because otherwise it creates some irrational block. We can see that, for example, with the nuclear industry, because nothing is black and white. All the technologies, the applications have bad and positive consequences. And if we don't have this discussion openly, I think people will focus more on the bad consequences because fear is more powerful than hope. I think that's the natural mechanism that also have been selected by natural evolution, because it helps us survive more than hope, fear. So if we don't have this open discussion, what we will end up having is that as a society, we will create more negative imaginaries And once they are here, those negative imaginaries, it's very hard to come back from them. We can see that for the nuclear industry. We can see that for GMOs. We can see that for vaccines. So it's very important to have these discussions. I'm not saying that they are all good, and I'm not crazy about technology. It's just we need to have this discussion, and that's really what we want to do. Also with Hello Tomorrow and including with the Hello Tomorrow Summit, fostering those open discussions and including as many people as possible, so that the choices we do, they represent the whole society and not just a bunch of experts. So I think we are committed as a team also to keep doing that in the years to come. I see that we are, I think, coming to an end of this session. It's been a very nice discussion. I don't know if you have something to add, Massimo?
Just to close, to build on what you were saying, I think it's really, really important that we have, as we were talking about the dialogue, that we bring on board also the emotional side. It would be a major mistake just to argue with facts. And with science, we need to have this dialogue. We need to get society on board. We have a huge opportunity to undo some of the stuff that we've done. We have a huge opportunity to build a better world. We all need to work toward that and not forget the emotional side of things. That said, I would love really to thank you and the Hello Tomorrow team for this great event that you organized, which I think is a very important part of this dialogue that we're doing. So thank you for it.
Thank you, Massimo, and looking forward to the future of our relations and everything that remains to be found.
Okay.
Up next is the live gaming session, the Pint of Science Hello Tomorrow Big Quiz. That's on now with Elodie Chabrol, who is the International Director for the Pint of Science Festival and is passionate about making science available to everyone, everywhere. And she's joined by Hello Tomorrow's very own Anouk Verneau, Program and Content Manager, who we have to thank for sourcing all of the amazing speakers that we've been hearing from all week. So with that, welcome Elodie and Anouk.
Thank you, Kayla.
Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you for joining us for this live session. I hope you had a wonderful week. We definitely worked hard with the team to offer you a great week of science, of deep tech, of business, and everything in between. So as Kayla mentioned, it's a game, it's a quiz. So therefore, it has rules. So I'm just going to go ahead and start the rule and tell you how to access it. With your phone, that's easy. You should see either on your swap card a QR code that you can see and flash to access directly the game. Or you can also, there's soon going to be a QR code that's popping up on our screen. You can flash that, there you go. You can flash that and directly join the game. Just input your name, your email, and your country so we know it's you if you win. And get ready. We'll get started in a few minutes. So just to let you know how this game is going to work, it's going to have 4 questions. The 4 questions are asked by 4 of our Global Summit speakers. So what we'll do is that we will show the question on the screen. We will give everyone about a minute to answer. And right then, the speaker who asked the question to you will pop up to just answer and tell us what our answer was and answer it. So we'll give you a bit of time, I think, to access it. And just in the middle, in the waiting time, let's say, I'm just wondering, why are we here, Elodie?
First, there is something to win, right?
Yes, there is. Go ahead.
So if you answer correctly to all the questions, and if you're the fastest, you can win a pass for next year.
Yes,
right?
For the Global Summit 2021. So that's definitely something to look forward to. Thank you, Elodie. And if you've been following us throughout the week, you know that we have something called the Diamond Challenge. And this is something else. So why on earth do we have two challenges? And so the reason is because this year we are super thrilled to be partnering with the Pint of Science Festival. Therefore, that's why Hello-D is here. So I think people by now know what Hello Tomorrow is. Yeah, they should at least. So maybe Elodie, would you care to tell us a bit more about the Pint of Science Festival?
Yes, of course. Super happy to be here and to partner with Hello Tomorrow. Thank you for that. The Pint of Science Festival is a science communication festival that happens globally every May in bars normally. So this year it didn't happen in bars and in May, like lots of things because of COVID-19. But normally it's in bars in May. You have lots of scientists going to meet the public and share their research with them in a very informal way on all disciplines possible. This year we're in 29 countries and over 600 cities, so it's really in lots of different places at the same time. And we love quizzes at Pint of Science because it started in London, in UK, in pubs where quizzes are really a big thing there. So that's why we love them during the Pint of Science events.
Well, that's brilliant. And that's really what's the essence of this open day at Hello Tomorrow is. It's really aligning deep tech and science and making sure that the amazing breakthrough that happens in the lab are also shared and discussed within our society. So I do hope that you managed to connect. So therefore, I think without further ado, we can dive right into our first topic. And so the first topic is humans. You should see the question on your screen. And this question was asked to our community by Nabia Saklayan, who's the founder and CEO of Celino Biotech. So the question is, the Nobel Prize for the discovery of CRISPR-Cas9 was awarded in which category? First, physics, chemistry, physiology or medicine, or peace? And so with this, you have 1 minute to answer it on your phone directly. So I just mentioned that it was Nabia, but do you mind telling us a bit more about Nabia Saklayan?
I can tell you a bit more. She was an amazing keynote speaker of the first day, the Human Day of Hello Tomorrow. It was really great. She's a bio-inspired physicist and an entrepreneur as well. She's the founder of Celino Biotech. There is a platform to engineer new tissues. She was really inspiring. I really loved her talk, and I think I might contact her because she was looking for neuroscientists to test her cells. And also, I wanted to mention that the Nobel Prize, if it can help, it's a little clue. It was this year Nobel Prize.
Yeah, true. It was the 2020 Nobel Prize.
So you have few more seconds now.
Yeah, maybe it's just a time to mention that Nabia is also involved in a super cool something.
She's involved in a non-profit that is called I Am a Scientist, and the goal is to increase diversity in STEM.
Brilliant, and you hit the mark right there. So that's 1 minute is up. So I hope that you guys at home or possibly at home just answered already. And the right answer is answer B. So chemistry. And let's hover with Nabia to see so that she can tell us a bit more about this.
Today we're talking about the Nobel Prize that was awarded to the discovery of CRISPR-Cas9 by two phenomenal scientists, Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuelle Charpentier, two women who won this Nobel Prize together. And the question is, in which category was their Nobel Prize awarded this year? Was it A, in physics, B, chemistry, C, physiology, or medicine, or D, in peace? The correct answer is B, chemistry. That's very interesting and maybe sounds surprising to you because we always think of CRISPR-Cas9 in the context of biology, but over the past decades, many biological discoveries were awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry, and this is the case here too. The other reason that this might be surprising is we do think of CRISPR-Cas9 in the context of medicine a lot because the applications there in the medical space are astounding. Just to recap, what is CRISPR? It's a gene editing tool that essentially allows you to go into a cell's DNA and edit any genes you want to with single gene resolution. It's a revolutionary discovery, perhaps the most impactful discovery of my lifetime. So it's exciting to live through that. And I was doing my PhD at the time when this CRISPR-Cas9 discovery and invention came to the forefront, and everybody was super, super excited. I had the chance to collaborate with some of the world's leading gene editing labs, such as the Church Lab at Harvard Medical School, and really got to see the power of what this discovery could really provide to the world and to medicine in general. And as you look at the therapeutics landscape now, many companies are emerging with the first gene-edited therapies for a range of diseases. CRISPR Therapeutics, Intellia, Editas were some of the early pioneers. And really, it's completely created a paradigm shift in how we think about therapies in general. So that's inspiring, it's exciting. There are, of course, challenges with any new technologies, and CRISPR-Cas9 based technologies is no different. There's a lot of testing that needs to happen to make sure we are editing out the genes we want to. And there's been concerns about off-target effects. So essentially, the CRISPR-Cas9 system editing out good genes by mistake. We really want to prevent that. But recently, the data that's been coming out has been super promising, and the entire field is racing ahead to make these gene editing tools as effective and safe as they possibly can be, so they can be translated into therapeutics. The other aspect I find fascinating about the CRISPR-Cas9 story is just how quickly it went from being a discovery that we were excited about and then turning into and opening up a whole new world of possibilities with therapies. It can take longer for discoveries and inventions to have this transition of being a research tool in the lab for scientists, but then turning it into a real therapeutic solutions. And we're seeing that happen today. So very excited that this invention happened in my lifetime, and also very inspired to see two women win this Nobel Prize, which might not have ever happened in the history of Nobel Prizes. We should check up on that, but it was a big, big deal. So congratulations to both Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuelle Charpentier for receiving this honor that they fully deserved.
Thanks, Nabia, and it was really a pleasure that you were with us to take part in this quiz. For the latecomers, the way to access this quiz is through a QR code that you can find either on the Swapcard platform events or directly on our social media, the Hello Tomorrow social media, either on Twitter or on LinkedIn. You can jump to there, flash the QR code, there on your screen, and you can also then join. You missed the first question, but there's still a bit of time. There's still 3 left, so it's all good. So maybe we can just continue to the second question.
And the second question is on the theme machines. Who invented the first pneumatic artificial muscle? This is a cool thing, actually. Joe McKibben, Henri Morin. So A, Joe McKibben, B, Henri Morin, C, Kamel Majidi, or D, Nicolas Gödel. And now you have 1 minute to answer the question.
Yeah, countdown is on.
Count us on. Anu, can you tell us a bit more about the person that asked the question? What is he doing and who it is?
Yeah, so when you think about a robot, you think about something bulky, right? Maybe cute, maybe scary, we don't know, but definitely something made out of metal. Well, the speaker who asked that question, he wants to change that. And so you have to forget about Robocop or Terminator there. It's really thinking that soft robotics is the answer. And so if you think about soft robotics, that poses an array of questions that you didn't ask when you were only thinking about metal cogs. So basically, what's the best material for that? Maybe it's something that hasn't been invented yet. How does the soft robot moves if it doesn't have cogs? So since the goal is to soften the barrier between humans and machines, there's a whole new world there for soft robotics, and the time is up. So I should stop.
So many things to say about soft robotics. It's
Yeah.
quite amazing.
It is pretty cool.
The name of the speaker, I think we
Yeah.
didn't see it.
We can see it now. So the name of the speaker is Karmel Majidi, and we can go to him now so he can tell us a bit more about it.
A lot of the early efforts at building robots that were safe for humans utilize soft and lightweight materials. Here's a early example, probably one of the first examples of a soft robotic system. This was developed by Joe McKibben, a nuclear physicist, who back in the 1950s built this soft exo, hand exo, for his daughter Karen, who was suffering from polio. Now, instead of using conventional motors, Joe McKibben used a pneumatic air muscle that sometimes we today call a McKibben actuator, although I should point out that the original pneumatic muscles were invented by a French engineer named Henry Morin. Since these early days in soft robotics, there's been steady progress. A lot of this work in the subsequent decades has been performed in Japan. Here's an example of a soft actuator developed by Koishu Suzumori's group at Okayama University. Now, this video here is a few decades old, but it still, in my mind, represents the state of the art in soft robotics research. Here you're seeing, just as with those older McKibben-style actuators, that pneumatics is still used to power these motors. And also the bulk of the material is composed of these soft elastomers that are highly elastic, that can easily deform and allow for very versatile motions. So these soft actuators are capable of bending, of twisting. They can be utilized in soft robot grippers. They can also be used in soft biologically inspired robots capable of walking, crawling, and all sorts of other modes of locomotion.
So the answer was B, Henri Morin, right?
Yes, it was. Thank you, Karmel, for taking part in the game. And for those of you who are interested, as I am, in soft robotics, you can check out Karmel's talk and replay in our event platform. So let's move on to our third theme. And the theme is spaces. And we start off with the question asked by Professor Sarah Seeger, that is, what is an exoplanet? So first answer, a planet that has exploded. Second answer, a planet that hasn't been discovered yet. Third, a planet that is hollow in the middle, like an exoskeleton. Or fourth answer, a planet that is outside our solar system. And the countdown goes down now. Elodie, would you like to tell us a bit more about Sarah Seeger?
Yes, I was super lucky. Thank you, actually, for picking me to do the fire chat with her. It was amazing. She's great. She's a professor at MIT. She works on exoplanets, so how to detect them. I'm not sure I gave the answer. No, it's good. How to detect them, what it is exactly, because they can detect a lot of them. They have to know exactly, if they are real exoplanets or not. And I think it's really fascinating. And she gave a really amazing fire chat talk. Kind of. It was really great. She's also involved in lots of different NASA studies. It's really great. The TESS telescope, we talked about that during the chat as well, if you want to have a look.
It's the telescope that is in space, right?
Yes, exactly. TESS telescope for, I don't remember exactly what, but yeah, it's a telescope that is in space quite far to basically look at planets and see how they behave and to detect new exoplanets that we didn't see yet. And the time is up.
Yeah, so I hope you guys managed to answer that question, which is going to give the answer right now. So, Elodie, what is an exoplanet?
An exoplanet is a planet that is outside our solar system.
Yes, let's go to Sarah Seeger right now to have a more detailed answer.
An exoplanet is a planet orbiting a star other than the sun. We know of thousands of exoplanets already. And we have evidence that there are exoplanets around every star. So in our galaxy alone, there could be trillions and trillions of planets. Now, curiously, we haven't found any solar system copies. So most of the exoplanets are very, very different from anything that we can conceive of. For example, there could be a big, massive planet like Jupiter orbiting very close to the star. So it's heated up to something way hotter than our own planet Earth. We also have these very special planets that are twice the size of Earth that appear to be the most common type of planet in our galaxy, but there's no solar system counterparts. Some of them might be a very special type of planet we hypothesize called a water world, which would be like a scaled up version of one of Jupiter's icy moons. So there's a lot out there. And for most of the exoplanets, we don't know a lot about them. We're working on learning more.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you, Elodie, because if you want to know more, you can watch the Fireside by Sarah. That was happening on day 3, so directly on the event platform, and that was moderated by no one else than Elodie Chabrol, who is with me right now. So I hope you're doing great. We are going to move on to our last, but not least, as they say, question, which is focused on the topic planet. So would you like, shall I go? Would you like to give the question?
Go for it.
Let's
go for
go.
it.
So the question is, in which geological epoch are we currently? First off, it's the Holocene. Second, the Anthropocene. The third question is the global warming. And then the fourth answer is the age of the Aquarius. And with that, take it away with the countdown. So that's actually a bit of a tricky question. So I hope you guys were listening this morning, because we had a wonderful fireside chat with Owen Gaffney and Nicola Gödel, who is our deep tech lead at Hello Tomorrow. And basically, Owen, he's an Earth system scientist. So what is an Earth system scientist, you may ask? It's someone who's really reflecting upon the various levers that we can push and study to better understand the way our Earth works, and obviously how climate change works. So it's really very integrated study. It's full of fascinating topics. And Owen is also, and you may have seen it, also one of the advisor of David Attenborough, Our Planet series on Netflix. If you haven't, you should catch it because it's brilliant. And with that, countdown is down, is up, is finished. So we can give the right answer. And the right answer is?
The Anthropocene.
Yay! Well done to everyone who guessed it or who knew this. And we can go right over to Owen so that he can tell us a bit more about it.
The key idea that's emerged from Earth system science over the last few decades is the idea of the Anthropocene. And the Anthropocene is the geological epoch we are currently in. And this was first proposed back in the year 2000 at a meeting of the International Geosphere-Biosphere Program by Nobel laureate Paul Crutzen. He won this Nobel Prize for his work on the ozone layer and how human chemicals could eat the ozone layer and create a hole. So at a meeting, he proposed, we were talking about the Holocene. We've been in the Holocene since the end of the last ice age. So for about 10,000 years, Earth has been in this geological period called the Holocene. And this has been a remarkably stable period in Earth's history. Temperature has only risen one degree or fallen 1 degree in that entire period, a kind of very, very narrow band. But now we can see huge amounts of change going on Earth caused by humans. And so Paul Crutzen proposed that we've left the Holocene behind. We've entered a new geological epoch, which he coined the Anthropocene.
Thank you very much, Owen, for that explanation. So as I said, if you want to catch the talk by Owen, you should head up to This Morning or to our live stream session directly on YouTube. You can watch the whole replay actually for the whole day. So you can obviously watch Owen, but the rest of the amazing speaker as well. So I think now it's time to announce our winner of the game. So drum roll maybe. Yep. And our winner is, for this game, Judith Del Rio. Congratulations. And we will, yeah, applause. You have
We would
applause in
clap
the
if we
studio.
could.
Yeah, it's a bit hard. So congratulations, Judith. And we will reach out to you very soon. Thank you, everyone, for playing in this live gaming session. We do hope that you had a great time. And I'm going to pass the mic to Elodie so that you can just tell us when are we going to have the chance to experience the next Pint of Science.
So the next Pint of Science for sure is next May, 17th to 19th of May. We still don't really know exactly how it's going to be, if it's going to be online, if it's going to be in real, if it might be a bit of both. We will see, because we have so many different countries that we're not sure yet. So we're going to do our best to do the best experience, to have the best experience possible for everyone. So we'll see, but for sure 17th to 19th, sorry. And you can find all the informations on the social media Pints World.
Thank you very much, Elodie. And with this, we're going to wrap up our live gaming session. And I wish you a very pleasant end of the day.
Thank you so much, Elodie and Anouk. That was such a fun game. It was so cool to have a live gaming session here on the main stage. And we're just going to continue on with the announcements of winners and prizes, because I am now going to announce the winner of the Diamond Challenge. So the Diamond Challenge was, just for a reminder, our deep tech trivia to see how well you've been paying attention throughout all the sessions. And the winner is the person who got the most correct answers in the shortest amount of time. So without further ado, our winner is Marwan Halwa, who is from France. So congratulations, Marwan, on winning lifetime access to the Global Summits. Stay tuned in your inbox. We'll be in touch with you about how to redeem that. And with that, we are going to take a quick break, because here in the studio, we are going to set up for the awards ceremony for the Global Challenge. We will see you back right after this break. Welcome back to the Hello Tomorrow Global Summit. It is time for the grand finale, the awards ceremony for the Global Challenge. And we are very happy to have our worldwide partner, BNP Paribas, with us. BNP Paribas Group has been a partner of the Hello Tomorrow Global Summit since 2016. It's a great match because at the heart of BNP Paribas' development strategy is innovation. And their objective is to support these new industries that will change the world. So it is my pleasure to welcome to the studio the head of strategic initiatives from BNP Paribas, Andreas Lambropoulos, as well as the CEO of Hello Tomorrow, Arnaud Delatour.
Hello, Andreas.
Hello, Arnaud. How are you?
Fine, and you?
Good to see you. And good to be here again this
Yeah,
year.
good to see you again. And especially thank you to come here physically. We know it means a lot those days. We are particularly grateful because you have been supporting us since 2016, so almost the beginning. So really trusting us for a long time. And it's also great for us to have a large bank as a partner because as a large bank, you have really a strong effect driving the economy. So you have the financial power to really make substantial positive change, financing the world, not only as it is today, but as we want it to be in the future. And in your opinion, why do you think, why are you supporting deep tech entrepreneurs?
So indeed, for BNP Paribas, it is a major point to support entrepreneurship, innovation. We are the bank of the changing world, as you said, and we really want to make it happen and to be that way. I think that this is more important than ever this year because of the pandemic crisis and because we are living. We all know that crisis means challenges, but also opportunities. And I think this might be a good opportunity for innovation, for technology in different ways. One of them is everybody now all around talks about technology, innovation, and we know how important this is. And the second one, I think, is that, as you said in one of your studies, most than 2/3 of the people are talking about how these will change their lives going forward, how this crisis will change their life forward. And I think when we talk about innovation, companies will also change the way they're seeing, entrepreneurs will change also the way they're seeing this in 4 ways. I think one of them is being more effective and trying to be more efficient in what they're doing. The second one is, of course, more technology driven, and we will see much more coming in that way in the next years. I think the third point, which is very important, is being more collaborative and cooperation. And I think in this extent, everybody now understands that everything is connected. All the industries, all the verticals are connecting, and we expect much more collaboration in the future. And of course, the last one is being more human and more sustainable, which are embedded in your strategy and in our strategy as a bank.
Thank you, Andreas. We can only adhere with those values. And we are here today to award the grand prize of 100,000 euros to the grand winner. It's the first time that you are here or that BNP Paribas is awarding this grand prize. So let's look at what the others have become.
We need to understand the future. Future is going to be about technologies in any sector. We need to understand where our customers, where the economy is moving.
Our ID mimic this input. This means provide the spinal cord with the kind of information that the brain would deliver naturally in order to work.
So for this, what we have to do is really deliver bursts of electrical stimulation that are very precise in order to synchronize the stimulation with the intended movement.
Last year, I met a crazy NASA engineer with a crazy idea to machine gun plant trees using drones. We created a detailed terrain map using existing drone technology. The seed pod penetrates the soil, is activated by moisture, and has all the nutrients for healthy tree growth.
If you want to get from one point A to another point B, you're always struggling. Imagine a world where you and your partner go outside of this building, sit down in your jet, take off vertically like a helicopter, smoothly translate into an airplane, and try to fly wherever you want.
Women are looking not only for comfort, but also for a product that does not contain harmful chemicals or plastics, so that when they're disposed, they'll degrade within months, not years. And we want women everywhere to have access to a product that's rash-free, high quality, and provides them a sustainable experience, period.
I survived a 21-day coma in Nigeria 15 years ago, and it pains me so much that today more than 1 million people across the world die because of fake drugs. Arexol is an AI platform for authenticating drugs using your mobile phone. Imagine if we could get our solution into the hands of every single household across the world. It means we would save the lives of over 1 million people.
It will always make me feel very humbled and very honored to be able to help those entrepreneurs. I think we've achieved already quite a lot, giving them the visibility they deserve and also the right connections. So looking forward, Andreas, how do you think we can have a bigger impact?
So fantastic video indeed, I don't know, and remembering what happened last year with Arexol, very nice month. I think that going forward, we keep and we will keep helping, of course, entrepreneurship as a major way to develop and to promote and foster more technology around. For us, for BNP Paribas, it is a major objective. It is embedded in our strategy. The way we're doing this is, of course, fostering cooperation with startups, helping them, also supporting them. By the way, here in France, we have the All Innovation Network with 65 centers and 100 bankers covering more than 3,500 startups and scale-ups, and we're pushing for them and we're supporting the development. The other one is accelerating startups away, and with our partners and our devices and our setups, we are accelerating also startups. And of course, investment. Investment is key when to help all these scale-up startups to develop what they're doing. We have to take care of this, take care more of this in Europe and all around the world, of course. And this will be key to foster what all these new technologies are trying to do. Of course, more now than ever, it will have to be in a very positive way. We believe that positive impact is key here. And the way technology will be used for a better planet, to build a better planet and better people, will be at the heart of our strategy, and of course, is also what community and the planet is asking for.
Thank you. It's very exciting. Happy to hear that. I think now is the time to take a look at the 14 track winners that who are now competing for the grand prize.
Imagine that the molecule we want to see less of can be a key positive player in the energy transition and climate change. This molecule is actually carbon dioxide. The technology that makes this possible is what we develop. A large-scale battery that uses CO2 to store renewables and releases electricity on demand. A technology that can be easily switched to a negative emission system that consumes CO2 every hour of the day in a highly profitable manner. Imagine the possibility this can create for the world.
Within the next 2 minutes, a child will die of malaria. Reliable diagnostics are not available, and we introduce a device that provides quick and very reliable diagnosis, and preclinical test results have been published in scientific reports. We start with malaria, but we will scale to other parasitic diseases. My name is Temitope Agbano. Your vote for us today might save the life of one child tomorrow. Thank you.
The world wants to reduce CO2 emissions. Europe wants to reduce them in aeronautics in 75% for 2050. Cedrion, with our cold plasma-based technology, allows to refrigerate onboard electronics with such an important weight savings that allow us to help aeronautics in their path to create a more electric aircraft, and so a much more connected and sustainable world.
day, everyone. I am Gary Ong, and I'm the founder and CEO of Celodyne Technologies. So as we all know, innovation is a continuous path forward. We cannot undo the past. All we can do is innovate aggressively to create the future. Now at Celodyne, we believe that innovation starts in the form of a membrane that unlocks hydrogen devices to help hydrogen fulfill the potential to decarbonize energy. I hope you agree with me, and I hope you'll join us. Thank you.
Hello. This year we have seen devastating fires all the way from Australia to North America. Antarctica recorded the highest temperature ever. Internal combustion engine vehicles causing roughly about 1/3 of all greenhouse gas emissions around the world, which we believe are one of the major causes for that climate change. What we are working on accelerating adoption of electrical vehicles, enabling them to charge as fast as it takes to fill up a tank of gas by the means of a software-based charging protocol without damaging batteries.
Hi everyone, it's so great to be here to be talking about the future of communications. Well, it is no accident that we're having this as a virtual event, and the sanitary crisis has forced half of the world population to migrate online. But in fact, 3.6 billion people have not been part of this new digital economy. And at Greener Wave, we believe in a better connected world, and we want to onboard everyone. We are developing low-cost and low-power antennas to close the digital divide.
Four million deaths are linked to bad indoor air. Since we spend 90% of our time indoors, we're exposing ourselves to sub-micron scale air pollutants that spread viral diseases and cause serious illnesses, such as cancer, heart attacks, and dementia. The COVID pandemic is highlighting the need to balance wellness and building energy efficiency to achieve sustainability. Metalmark is a Harvard startup that leverages our unique patented 3D nanostructure materials inspired by butterflies to create air purification systems for treating airborne pathogens such as coronavirus, volatile organic compounds, and ultrafine particulates. We have customers in our fund with investment from BMW Mini, Urban Us, as well as grants and awards from the US NSF, NIH, and others.
Space is now an active commercial domain for day-to-day activities, from monitoring our lives on Earth to communicating with each other. Soon, things like lunar science and asteroid mining to on-orbit construction and virtual tourism will become commercial. All of these sectors are enabled by robotics and autonomous systems, which need a standard commercial solution to be competitive. To address this massive market, our enterprise SaaS solution is Mission Control Software, a distributed computing and networking platform to enable AI deployment across nodes and facilitating VR, AR, near real-time decision-making and mission following. Not only is this technology essential to enable commercial space robotics, it brings with it a huge impact for humanity as industry undertakes commercial missions. We're committed to inspiring the next generation to always keep exploring, and we hope that Mission Control Software will enable every future mission.
Mitochondria are the powerhouse of cells. They're actually 2 billion years old. We now have a genetic technology to unleash their natural power for the first time. It is for creating more food, protecting the environment, creating more healthy compounds, and curing human diseases. We have the power. Please join us. Let us do this together for our people and for our planet.
Patented imaging technology, inspired by our PhD research, gives us superhuman vision. In poultry, instead of wasting eggs by the billions, we can identify them and feed half of the world's starving children. Also, we can prevent the killing of 7 billion male chicks, repurposing them for vaccines instead. And we're just getting started in revealing what's hidden. Today, we will revolutionize poultry. Tomorrow, we will unleash AI-powered imaging for everything and everyone.
Ozzyvax is developing next-generation vaccines
addressing the need represented by influenza, coronavirus, and other respiratory diseases, killing 500,000 people annually. With our proprietary technology platform developed in collaboration with researchers from Oxford University, EMBL, Heidelberg University, we can target the internal non-mutating part of these viruses and save millions of people every year. We are now on track to commercialize our first vaccine in the next 5 years, and our vote today would really support our development and accelerate our success.
Pascal builds quantum computers. It's a new computing paradigm that will change our life. It is poised to be the main industrial revolution of the 21st century, as quantum already was during the last one with the discovery of a transistor. In the race to build highly efficient quantum processors, Pascal can meet all the challenges thanks to a unique scalable technology. Let us make it happen now, not tomorrow. Thank you.
We need new drugs that kill bacteria. Resistances are rising, and we're finally decoding our microbiomes. We now need drugs that target bacteria with precision. Our platform can target any bacteria. We develop small proteins that identify bacteria and kill only those. Our first drug restores the vaginal microbiome in women with chronic vaginosis, because vaginal health is key to healthy women and healthy babies. Thank you.
See through the matter. This is the solution we offer to the industry to reduce its cost of poor quality and to decrease the consumption of raw materials. We estimate that the automotive industry alone could save 1 million tons of plastics per year by using our game-changing, non-destructive imaging solution based on ultra-fast terahertz pulses. Our technology is safe, contrary to X-rays. It is contactless, contrary to ultrasounds, and it is rapid. We have customers in several markets, like automotive, aerospace, and packaging. Thank you.
All those startups have an amazing vision, and I really hope they're all going to succeed, because it would really change the world for the better. We are now going to invite them to join us to be able to listen live to you, Andreas, announcing the grand winner. So now, if you could please do us the honor to award the prize.
Sure, I'm very pleased to award. Congratulations to all of you, to all the 14, but I think you had 5,000 startups applying at the beginning.
It's true. It's a huge achievement to make it this far. Sorry for the they were waiting for the name.
They will wait a few seconds.
But it's true. It's worth mentioning that there were more than 5,000 applications from 128 countries. So making it this far is already an incredible achievement. And from the experience of the previous editions of the Hello Tomorrow Global Challenge, I know that it's going to already bring them lots of visibility. But now let's see which one really makes it to the last round.
So in order to announce the winner of this edition, I have to go to my telephone because it has been just sent to me, the name. And the winner for the 2020 edition is Agora.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. Agora Energy Technologies, congratulations, congratulations. Coming from Canada.
Thank you.
So maybe if you want to say a few words, we can let you a few seconds to digest the news, and when you're ready, you can share your reaction with us.
So congratulations for your achievement, your prize, your award, and what you are doing is fantastic.
You cannot see us, but we do have a big smile waiting for you.
Okay, I'm ready. So thank you. Hello Tomorrow for giving all of us, the 5,000 and the 14 and all the people all the startups who came here, the opportunity to present you our dreams and focus. And many times when I read the news and it always tells you that 99% of the startup fails and 99% of the startup fails. And I'm thinking, what's wrong with these people? Where is the 1%? Where are the dreams? So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you for allowing the dreamers to push on, to follow their mission and vision, whether they won in a track or not. They are all here for a reason. They have grit, they have passion. And for those startups, please don't ever look in the rear mirror and ever listen to anybody what they tell you. Just push it forward. You are just the best. And thank you, BNP Paribas, for this honor. And I'm looking forward for the 7th or 8th edition. Maybe we can power Hello Tomorrow with CO2. Thank you.
Congratulations for your innovation, your passion, your ambition, your energy, and looking forward to seeing you next time and next year as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure you will also be a great source of inspiration for the next generation of deep tech entrepreneurs. And indeed, thank you a lot, Andrea, for helping making this possible. Yeah, let's start again.
I just wanted to say a big applause to the other 13 candidates that were. You are all winners. You are doing all a fantastic thing. You are all doing a fantastic invention, a fantastic journey, and we hope all the best for you. And again, keep doing what you're doing, keep innovating, keep pushing, and keep changing the world.
Thank you, Andreas.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations again to our grand prize winner. And with that, to close out this summit, I'd like to invite the co-managing directors of Hello Tomorrow on stage to join us, Sarah Pedrosa and Christophe Tarek. Welcome.
Hello.
And congratulations. This is the end of your first ever week-long global summit. Sarah, what are your impressions?
Well, actually, normally we're all the team sitting next to the stage, watching all the startup pitching. I thought with the digital format, it would not be that emotional, but still the emotion is here. 3, 4. It's been a hard year, really difficult one. And we have in our team heroes who deserve attention. So I would like to mention them all one by one. 3, 4. Paola, our event manager, Anouk, putting up this fantastic program, our challenge team, Thomas and Lois, responsible for the startup competition that you've seen, Paola, Claudia, Tara, Anne-Laure, Flo, Pac on making this event the best experience possible. Nico, always ready to moderate panels, Alberto, attracting an ever-growing international community, Vincent, William, Chloe, Luca, Marwan, for your most valuable support in all times. And of course, my dear partners, Arnaud and Chris, for being so calm in times of crisis. Of course, none of this would be possible without our partners. They are supporting us since a long time, and I also want to mention them all. Of course, our worldwide partner, represented here by Andreas, BNP Paribas, but also the Boston Consulting Group, L'Oréal, BPI France, DSM, Safran, Ariane Group, Airbus Venture, Leonard, Yves Penn, Bayer, SNCF, La French Tech, Merck, Choose Paris Region, European Space Agency, Joy Ventures, and the European Commission. We would not be here without you. And Kayla, thank you for everything you've done this week. It was not easy to entertain an entire week of Global Summit digitally, so you've been doing an amazing work. Gemma, I will miss your your moderation of the Startup Challenge during this whole week. And of course, the technical team, WebStyle, who's been here supporting us, Stefan for this amazing studio, and everybody who's been supporting us, even the providers who were supposed to work on a physical event with us and who couldn't make it this year. So yes, I'm just grateful.
Thank you, Sarah. It really takes a whole team and village to put on such an amazing event, and you have a great ecosystem and group around you, so that's so great. What about you guys? What's next for Hello Tomorrow?
Well, something we can really commit on, thanks to this amazing team, is to go further. So obviously, be there for this deep tech ecosystem and help them connect, collaborate, inspire each other, and be bold and go further.
Yeah, I definitely agree. And what it means for startup, for example, is that we will always keep helping you in your journey, which is very difficult, we know. We will keep bringing you visibility, the right connections with investors or industrial clients or partners. Until now, we've been doing that mostly with the Hello Tomorrow Challenge that we've just seen the final today, right now. So it's converging to this event, the Hello Tomorrow Summit. And in the future, we are also going to do that whenever you need it. So not just during a few events. That's what we're doing already in the Deep Tech Pioneers program, which is rather in the kind of prototyping phase now, but it's going to go full force in 2016. 21, sorry. And it means that also for investors and accelerators, we're going to be able to connect you with those deep tech pioneers, basically the best deep tech startups of the world, more regularly. So I hope you'll be excited and happy about that.
And I would like to say that we strongly need corporates. So we want to help you navigate into those emerging trends and connect with the right innovation partners. We're frankly humbled to be at the center of the deep tech ecosystem, and we want to use that to co-design with you the best approaches to leverage deep tech and meet our environmental and societal goal. And along the way, to adapt and thrive in this like crazy, intense collaboration era that we're in, because frankly, it will take all of us to meet this next decade of challenges.
All of us, and it's, well, at least for us, it's starting with the whole team, definitely not just the two of us. So I hope we can invite them maybe to join, some here physically, maybe some others that are still in the office today digitally, if we can make the connection. So yeah, let's, so I don't know what, usually we do a big jump, so I don't know what we're supposed to do, but yes. So this is the Hello Tomorrow team, and I don't think everybody is gonna talk, so, but yeah, we are gonna stay here and do our best.
Thank you, Sarah, Chris, and Arno. I mean, it really has been a group effort and this amazing team that's here and also on your screens. Thank you on behalf of all of the Deep Tech community worldwide for bringing this summit to everyone on our screens and on the replay and on the live. And with that, that is a wrap for us this year. We will see you next year.